right, thank you. You guys can hear me, no? Thank you, Vastraka. Sick, thanks.
these different organizations and people in New York reaching out to you, you've encouraged them to obviously keep up this effort to publicly contact the president in any way, shape, or form. But do you realistically think that the president is going to listen to many of these people enough to make the work struggle?
The roots of democracy are deep. And what we're saying is go to your local officials, your local congressman, your local senator, and have them get to the president. But the roots of democracy are deep. People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time in terms of going so aroused in a very, very long time. But the roots of democracy are deep. People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very
you in this fight, and we will win. We will win. We will win. We will win.
Hey, thanks for the membership, Fish Dad. What up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday evening. What a day to be alive, huh? The people are so aroused. Question from Semaphore. Did you see Chink's interview with Tommy Lauren? He walked back everything he said to Crystal, back on his delusional alliance with MAGA. We might have to take a look at that at some point. I just saw the one clip where he is lying about Biden. And it makes me angry. Because he's not the only one. And even someone who generally I respect, Bernie Sanders, has been, I think, guilty of the same. For Cenk, it's another day. Another day in America where he thinks he can resolve the world's issues in a paragraph. And if he just says that paragraph enough times, somehow that's praxis. But I really have lost much of my patience for that kind of shit. And at this point, I think what do you expect, man? What do you expect? I think an issue that a lot of pundits have and what they don't realize and underprice is the potential for both audience capture, but also hard-headedness. And I know that's a bit ironic. Thank you, regular dude, for the super chat or donation. I don't even know which one it is, but thank you so much for the $10. Gen Z attorney just shot against you. Okay. Them and Mullally are they're clowns. They really are clowns. I mean, I like Mullally, like I said, but he is super, super cringe. And like I said, a clown. Their behavior is so laughable. But maybe we'll watch that at some point if we want to get triggered later on, once we get to what we need to get to today. But I do want to get to everything that I want to get to because I am pissed, royally pissed. I'm pretty upset, man. And it's not like the upset where it's like this punctuated furious rage. It's like a seething, persistent seething. It's like a persistent seething that just keeps rolling in. Like the ebbs and flows of the tide. I don't know what to say, man. But we are not a monolith. No, we'll talk about what that is in a second. But Cethium, yeah, I'm hooked up on Cethium. And we'll get into that for sure. For sure. Are you doomed over Connor's view in the ICE shootings? I mean, I'm not surprised by them. I was thinking for earlier on that Connor was just embarrassed Democrat. But I will admit I was wrong about that. I think I was right that he likes this moniker of the last sane Republican, like the last samurai. But I was definitely wrong with my assessment from earlier in the year that he just become a Democrat or whatever. The dude is not a Democrat. And that much is clear. And I have no hope whatsoever that he will see reason on this issue unless some face-saving thing is able to bring him there. I think he's very proud. And pride cometh before the fall. But I still like talking to people I disagree with. I'll never, not like talking to people I disagree with. But do I have hope? Not from me, right? Not from a Jedi. I'm not going to be the one who convinces him. That's not my role. My role is to give arguments and make statements that the audience, who is not my interlocutor, so that they can be convinced, perhaps. But I don't think that I'm the most convincing person interpersonally, especially not to Connor. It's kind of high stakes in the moment. And even I could tell as soon as we got that correction on the interpretation of 18 USC 111. Thank you so much, and I'll turn on the alert sounds. Appreciate you. Can you explain to MAGA losers why Preddy's prior 8 to 11 days earlier conduct is irrelevant? Oh, hi, Josiah. We're actually going to start with your content, believe it or not. You might not know it, but I know it. So we're going to go to your content and as a palate cleanser before I start to get angry. So we'll do that for sure. We'll get to Josiah's content. But first, I do want to explain this, and then I'll finish my little recap there on Connor. It's obviously not relevant to the self-defense claim because the self-defense claim is taken from the perspective of the officer who presumably doesn't know anything about those incidents or who this person is. So yeah. And just because someone in a previous instance has been violent, that does not mean, though it might be relevant to a TOC, totality of circumstances analysis, if one knows about it, I have no reason to believe they do know about it. And if they do know about it, I think that raises even further questions still about maybe this is more malicious than we think. But it's not relevant for for reasons stated. If the information is not readily available, then how can we consider it as part of the totality of circumstances? It reminds me a little bit of the all the claims about Rosenbaum in the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting. Well, he was coming out of some sort of treatment, or he has a criminal history, or he has done some sort of sexual impropriety and is like violent or something, or a reoffender. If it's not available to Rittenhouse in the moment, it's not clear why that would factor into our totality of circumstances analysis, either for application of regular self-defense principles or the Fourth Amendment objective reasonableness test. So yeah, it's irrelevant unless there's some basis to believe that he knew about this prior encounter, whatever happened there. And I have no reason to believe that. And even if they did know about it, for me, it wouldn't be dispositive such that it changes fundamentally the encounter, which is premised obviously on a different set of facts. Frankly enough, I do think that the video that came out, I think it was from BBC, or that's what it was alleged to be from, that does show probably a chargeable 18 USC 111 offense. I'm probably right. I would need to take a look a little bit closer at the preceding events, but that is the kind of thing where it's like, yeah, use of force, presumably to obstruct or to attack for the purpose of related to their duties. But yes, that is irrelevant in my opinion, unless shown to have a basis for the officers knowing about it, or specifically the officers who applied a deadly force in that case, to the extent that we're examining their uses of force. Obviously, other uses of force could be relevant to another analysis. In my opinion, there are multiple Fourth Amendment violations throughout the course of that encounter, including the push, including the application of the spray multiple times. I pretty much think that's all unreasonable. So, we're just examining the shots because I think a murder occurred. But yeah. That's what I was planning to do, Josiah. I responded to you. Okay. Back to real quick the Connor conversation. Yeah, I think his change in attitude started when he was corrected on the interpretation of that statute, where I was like, yeah, I just remembered that I had read that opinion, which applied forcefully to every single term in that, or with force, to every term in that list of verbs. And he was so insistent. No, I would read it as forcibly assault. I wouldn't read it as this, this, and this. And he was so adamant. And rather than be thoughtful and be like, oh, damn, I didn't know that. What was his response? It was like, wait, what does the Eighth Circuit cover? Wait, it's a liberal court, right? Isn't this a liberal court? As though that mattered, what the controlling law is or what the precedent is there. It was so desperate and sad to watch. By the way, that kind of shit happens in a lot of these debates, and I feel like I'm the only one sometimes who notices it. It's you just spent a bunch of time, to say nothing of the fact that that entire line of inquiry was not one that I started. He wanted to go back to time equals 0 to really have a fight about the authorization there, even though that's not a big part of my analysis for deadly force. He wanted to start there, of course. Okay, we start there. He doesn't have a law. He thinks it's the extradition statute. It's not the extradition statute. I happen to have remembered the exact reference. Thank you so much, Asaraka. And produce it by memory. I remember what case it is. I produce it on demand. The minute I show it, he's like chomping to interpret it before, and then when I debunk him, he gets pissy. This is why I hate your audience. This is what, don't you think I could write a report? Couldn't I write a report and slant a report that said this is how I would write the report. This is the steel man report. This is the straw man report. I'm like, what is all this nonsense? Can we just have a conversation? It's just like so blatantly interference. And there are times where I could I think he's trying to bait me into like getting angry so he can like do a DQ or something. So no, not like a great performance. And I think I have no chance. If that is how he reacts in real time to someone like, I think in good faith, like walking through the thing that he wants to walk through, where he wants to start chronologically analyzing the use of force, not of the shots, but everything else. That's where he wants to start. And that's how he gets like mad. I don't know. I'm not like super confident or optimistic that I'll have the ability to change his mind on it. Yeah, I mean, like, and it's to say nothing of like, I don't really, for me, it's like water off a duck's back. The thing that most bothers me is when people like who should know better, like other creators, actively and intentionally like lie about me for things that they should know better. That's when it kind of like pisses me off, or like says that my motive is, to appeal to like I'm grifting or something without any evidence of that whatsoever. That's what like, and it's not even of, like the audience, like no offense to you guys, the audience stuff doesn't really, it's like other creators, like peers kind of thing. That's what like more, I'm like, dude, this is stupid. But in the actual debate and stuff, people like will be so quick to be like, you know what, your audience sucks. You're being an asshole right now. Like, I feel like I very rarely start that kind of shit. That's my interpretation. You could have a different one. But whenever I like go a little aggro, it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. So yeah. We'll apparently there's also a panel. apparently oh yeah, it's Destiny, but it's other people too. I don't shy away from names. Not just him. A bunch more people too. To say nothing of like Andrew Wilson, Rob, they all do it. But yeah, that stuff kind of that irks me when it's like you're doing this because you're trying to cover up for other community. Like that stuff is what will more bother me. But like in the moment, you have those discussions, and there's like very quick, what I think are kind of, attacks on irrelevant things, and I'm just like, what's going on? Can we like have the discussion? Let me think. Okay. Thank you so much for the. Yeah, well, we're gonna talk about the the shutdown stuff. Okay, what was I gonna say? One other thing. Oh yeah, there was like a panel on Wick. People told me about like Team Pisco or Team Hutch. Might react to that. Hutch also told me he wanted me to react to like some video one of his viewers made about Kyle Kalinske. So, I mean, I'll watch that as well. I think even on that panel, I listened to some of it. Not the whole thing. Dear God. But I might listen to more of it today or maybe tomorrow. People just like don't read me correctly, and it's okay. I try to correct the record, but what can you do? But I won't do that until we're done with our stuff, for sure. Okay. Let's start before we get angry, before we get upsetty. Let's start with some Josiah content. Oh my God!
I'm pleased to be joined today by Congressman Robert
Look at this
Garcia.
handsome
He's
man.
the ranking member and top Democrat of the House Oversight Committee.
Oh wow! Our boy is going places. Our boy is going some places. So this, you guys should all, if you don't mind doing a huge favor for me. The title of the video is called "Trump Panics as Top Democrat Finally Drops Bomb." You know, you got to do the algo stuff, the search engine optimization, that kind of shit. So if you wouldn't mind just giving this a like. But yeah, Josiah is interviewing very important people. So big ups to Josiah. Big ups to Josiah.
To discuss everything from the Epstein files to what's going on in Minneapolis and what the American people can expect if Democrats are able to retake control of Congress in 2026. Congressman, how are you?
Okay, thank you.
Good deal. Listen, I've got a question for
Good deal.
you first about the Epstein files.
What a smooth accent. Just a very smooth accent. This guy's going to be a politician.
You have been leading the charge on forcing disclosure and transparency with the Epstein files, along with Congressman Ro Khanna, and actually a handful.
His diction is very good, too. Very good diction.
Of Republicans, surprisingly enough. Where are we with this? Because last I checked, the Trump administration is in flagrant violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
I mean, flagrant violation. I mean, it's a huge issue for, I think, most of the American public. The reality is that only 1% of the Epstein files have been released to the public. 1%. That is
1% of the Epstein files. And remember, the denominator here is just from the Justice Department. And to be honest, I think that the production deadline that they had in the law is pretty ambitious. It was like a month from when it was passed. Now, in fairness to the Congress and ultimately Trump, who passed it, or signed it at least, even though it didn't seem like he had a choice in the matter. In fairness to them, they knew about this law for months and months and months. And this was like part of their promise to their base, right, is to release the Epstein files. But it was a pretty ambitious target, in my opinion. Having done some discovery... Thank you so much, Alish. Appreciate you. Alishness? Having done some discovery before, it's probably millions of documents. The discovery request is quite broad. There's the application of certain exceptions of production that are kind of vague, and like I said before, and my other analyses of the law itself, like vaguely contradictory at times, or at least unclear. And then you want to make sure, right, like any duplicates of given documents or different versions, right, that you're applying the same set of redactions across the board. And so it can actually be quite complicated. I've heard like pretty decent reporting that suggests that like a lot of manpower is being dedicated to this task from the SDNY and from other components of the Department of Justice. So this is a big undertaking for sure. And when the executive branch has basically no trust with the American people, and frankly, with their own base, at least on this issue, it's made even more complicated, and the delay is made even more problematic. And so here we have Josiah pressing the issue.
insane. And I think that it's clear, and I've said this from day one, this is a White House cover-up. There's no question that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi, who of course said that the files were on her desk, are covering up. And for who? And we're talking.
And this is a bit of a meme, right? The client list, it's on my desk. Again, I'm not going to give Pamela Bondi any benefit of the doubt, but in other times it would have been like, come on, man, like that's basically her saying it's a task that she has in front of her that she's going to complete. And obviously the millions of pages that compose what we call the Epstein files weren't literally on her desk. It's a turn of phrase. But I have no problem with Democrats pushing that narrative, given how inconsistent and frankly duplicitous the administration has been on this issue and every other issue, frankly, in their purview, especially with the Department of Justice.
We're talking about pedophiles. We're talking about wealthy and powerful men that abuse and rape children and trafficked women. And the idea that we're somehow going to protect these folks is really sick. And I think that it goes to the deep corruption in the Trump administration as to why we are not really fighting for true justice for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. So we have tried to hold Pam Bondi in contempt. That's been rebuffed. We're going to continue to push on that. We've tried to force the release of the files. We've had some success in forcing votes on subpoena votes on Republicans and the Epstein estate, but there's just a lot of work to do. So we got to continue to push.
Well, listen, again, I'm a big believer that when people criticize the Democratic Party, and they should, constructive criticism is good, you also need to give the Democratic Party flowers when they have success. And you have had success given the limited leverage that you have being the...
We love our favorite little shill here. No, but I mean, it's true. Democrat messaging on Epstein files has been, I think, decent. And so, appreciate that they're pushing on it.
Minority party at the moment. I do have a specific question, though, related to the Epstein files, and I've been shouting about it on Twitter and in my content. So Republicans are forcing, and I think they did pass, correct me if I'm wrong, a contempt vote for President Clinton and Secretary Clinton regarding their testimony for the Epstein files. Now, full cards on the table, I have no problem forcing the Clintons to testify and answer questions about Jeffrey Epstein. But here's my question. Aren't the Republicans creating a precedent, holding a former president, in contempt, forcing them to answer questions under oath? And wouldn't that precedent apply to Donald Trump on January 20th, 2029? And would there be anything preventing a Democratic president and, let's say, a chairman, Robert Garcia, from putting Donald Trump's ass in that same chair and forcing him to answer all sorts of uncomfortable questions about Jeffrey Epstein, the Epstein files, January 6th, and his corruption?
That's a pretty good softball, but yeah, no, good point here. It seems like there's this differing theory of executive prerogative, of executive privilege, of all these different doctrines when it comes to Trump himself that they don't ever apply to Democrats. So, I mean, it's a good point.
100%. I mean, absolutely. I mean, look, I think that
he loved that question.
I think a high probability that we're headed in that direction. I mean, the reality is that they've broken every single norm. And as it relates to Bill Clinton, I've said from day one, we want to hear from President Clinton. We want him to testify. I think it's interesting that Republicans only want to hear from Donald Trump's political enemies and are uninterested in hearing from other folks. We've had a push, for example, like to get Ghislaine Maxwell or to get other Epstein co-conspirators to testify or to get basic information from Pam Bondi. They want to hold Bill Clinton in contempt. Our answer is, why not Pam Bondi, who's actually breaking the law every single day and blocking the release of the files? I mean, even President Clinton has said very publicly, release all the files. Every piece of any document or photo with me in it, I want it released. We agree. But why have only 1% of the files been released? That's on Pam Bondi. She should be held in contempt. And certainly we have a lot of questions for Donald Trump, of course, when he leaves the presidency. We have them now, but you can bet we're going to have a bunch after his term's up as well.
Yeah, that's extremely important. It's the one thing that I wish more Democratic members of Congress were talking about, because as I'm sure you're aware, and this is part of the reason I think that you ascended to this position, is the Democratic base wants fighters. They want fighters.
True.
You don't have to.
And more on that in a second. This is, folks, remember, this is our palate cleanser. We got to give Josiah our flowers. I mean, he's talking to some big, big people. But what he's saying here is a theme that will, I hope, come across in the next 20, 30 minutes as I begin my rant.
Be as ruthless or as cruel as MAGA, but the Republican Party already struggles with the Democratic Party that's very much a turn the other cheek sort of thing. So if you dial up the ruthlessness about 20%, I think they'd be in serious trouble. And telling James Comer that, hey, if you put Bill Clinton's ass in that chair, we support it. But understand, you are warming that seat for Donald Trump on January 20th, 12:01 p.m., 2029. I think the base wants to hear that publicly, knowing that you will ruthlessly assert that power against corrupt Republicans like Pam Bondi, like Donald Trump and others. So that's good to hear. Now, if you have anything else to say about the Epstein files before I move to other topics?
Just that we can't let go of this. I mean, it's really important that people understand that there's a lot of horrible things happening in this country right now and in the world, but this is an important issue, and we've got to ensure that we stay on it every single day, and we're going to.
Okay, obviously there are a lot of horrific things going on in recent days, particularly in Minneapolis, as you're aware. Second American citizen murdered, in my opinion, and the opinion of many others, at the hands of federal agents under the Trump administration. Can I just get your reaction to what's going on first with the murder of Renee Good and then the murder of Alex Preddy?
Well, first, they were both murdered, to be clear.
All right, that's good. That's good.
This has really galvanized, I think, the country. I mean, most people have seen these videos. It's horrific what's happened. I mean, our heart breaks for their families to be murdered by their own country and federal agents. ICE is completely rogue. I mean, this is now basically a federal agency. As we know, it's the largest federal agency that does law enforcement in the country for the first time ever, larger than the FBI. I mean, this is what Donald Trump has created, and he's created his own national militarized police force. ICE is an agency that cannot be
goons.
reformed. ICE is an
True.
agency that we cannot retrain folks. This is an agency that has to be abolished.
Hell yeah.
We've got to get rid of ICE as an agency. And there are functions, by the way, that ICE performs that just 25 years ago were performed by other agencies. So this idea that ICE has to exist is false. ICE is a new agency in terms of federal government.
Me too,
We
Faith.
have dealt and lived with ICE without having ICE as an agency. We can do it today. And the functions, for example, around port security, around other immigration, naturalization services, those need to go back to a new service, new departments that actually can treat people in a way that's humane, not what's happening on the streets of America right now.
Congressman, I appreciate you saying that because, of course, you know what your bad faith Republican critics will say. They'll be like, oh, okay, so you just don't want any borders. You don't want any border security. And what you're saying is ICE as a specific agency has been corrupted by the Trump administration. INS in the pre-ICE world was able to manage this with, infinitely greater...
I love, by the way, that sitting members of Congress are giving our boy Josiah some love. I love that. That is a step in the right direction in terms of this like alternative media stuff, right? They're starting to integrate a little better. Some of them, however, I will say, have not done the right homework or have taken it in, I think, a weird direction. And that'll be something else I talk about in the next 20, 30 minutes.
Professionalism and decency and respect with civil liberties. You recognize that there are legitimate functions that need to be upheld, but there's no reason that Trump's ICE needs to be the agency to do it. And I appreciate that clarity.
Trump's
I also
ICE.
want to ask you about recent attacks, it seems, back to back on some of your fellow Democratic colleagues. Representative Maxwell Frost was punched.
Symbolic chains. No. You guys need to expand your mind a little bit, okay? Why is abolish ICE more than just symbolic change? You need to not think of an agency as separate from its personnel. The personnel, the institutional know-how, the culture of an agency is as much a part of an agency as its authorizing legislation. And that is what's so rotted to the core when it comes to ICE. Abolishing the agency does a few things that changing the name doesn't do, okay? Abolishing the agency, one, gives a lot better legal rationale for getting rid of a whole slew of bad actors in the agency without it being tied up in the courts. Big, tangible win number one, all right? Tangible. Having a new agency or giving responsibilities to a different agency allows you to construct a new mandate for ICE and a new culture for ICE, or the new ICE, you could say, right? The new immigration enforcement, internal immigration enforcement. Tangible number two. And if you deny those two, and there are more, you just don't understand how these agencies function, right? I just told you, right? Like, just the personnel issue alone and having a better legal basis under the law and for the courts is a humongous win. But additionally, trying to enshrine a new mandate which puts constitutional rights of American citizens first. That's important, and it guides the principles of an agency and its culture. And then ultimately, I think the scope of its authorization can be changed, and how it interacts with other law enforcement agencies, indeed the states. That is all subject to change when you abolish ICE. And those kinds of things I think are easier when you're building from the ground up. And I think that it needs to be tied with a bunch of other kinds of internal reforms to immigration enforcement, as well as criminal penalties for people who have abused the constitutional rights of persons in the United States under color of law of ICE, and then also to ban the terminology of ICE to be displayed as part of law enforcement. That will be my symbolic step. So it's more than just symbolism. And I just proved that by listing out ways in which it's different than just symbolic victories.
in the face, my understanding is. And then, of course, we saw on camera what happened to Representative Omar. Can you talk about how the Trump administration's rhetoric towards the Democratic Party has contributed to these attacks?
I mean, it's awful. And what happened, of course, to Ilhan. Ilhan is a friend and colleague, and I admire her courage and have since I've gotten to Congress, and Maxwell as well. It's the rhetoric. I mean, for Donald Trump to basically, he'd been attacking Omar, I mean, and Ilhan for, of course, years now. But even recently, launching this federal investigation against her, he couldn't even get himself to say anything kind about her, even after the attack. And his rhetoric against her, essentially that she is somehow corrupt or an enemy of the United States, absolutely, those words have impacts on his supporters and on people across this country. And the same goes for the attack on Maxwell. People need to understand that that kind of rhetoric of telling people they're the enemy of the country, some dehumanizing them as people, that has real world impacts. And the president.
I mean, you say this, but I have no problem calling the MAGA elites and the MAGA ideology my enemy. I mean, they are. They are our enemy. They are the enemy within. And so, unfortunately, that's all well and good, but they are the enemy. We need to identify them as such. And so I don't agree with the congressman here.
Should tone down his rhetoric. Most importantly, he should apologize to Ilhan Omar, and more broadly speaking, end the attacks on the Somali population in Minnesota, most of whom, by the way, are United States citizens. And so it's a racist attack against the Somali population, and needs to end the attacks on them as well, and also against Ilhan.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath, but I agree that we should expect more from the sitting president. I want to wrap up with this. The November midterms are rapidly approaching. Right now, the polling looks relatively good for the Democratic Party in terms of making gains, certainly in the House and potentially even the Senate. In my content, I talk to my audience quite a bit about the need for a robust Democratic Party to not only win elections and win them consistently, but then to use the power that they have, yes, to make changes in a positive way for the American people, but also, in my opinion, with respect to accountability and institutional changes, because...
Huge. And Josiah and I have talked about this quite a bit, that so much of what we want from policy change is going to be premised on or conditioned on punishment, accountability, punishment. Those are the three things that I've said. Accountability, punishment, and structural change. Those are my three big issues. I view accountability as different than punishment, by the way. I view those as different things, and obviously structural changes is broader as well.
Yeah, and I'm not going to waste my time saying this because I know you're aware of it. The institutions are really slanted in the worst possible way for the Republican Party. Donald Trump is doing everything in his power to either shatter institutions or mutate them in ways which benefit his party. He's trying to lock you guys out of power, either for a generation or perhaps, forever. If Democrats are able to take control of the House of Representatives and we see a chairman, Garcia, of the House Oversight Committee, what can people expect from the Oversight Committee in particular, since that's your remit for the final 2 years of the Trump administration?
Impeachment.
I think, look, we would focus on a couple things. One is we would focus squarely to ensure that we are taking on corruption measures, passing bills, putting forward legislation to take on the corruption that's happening right now in our government at every agency and certainly at the White House. And so a massive corruption bill that looks at not just securing our elections, but is looking at stock trading, that is looking at ensuring that people can profit off the White House and the presidency, ensuring that agents and secretaries in agencies aren't profiting off building detention centers and ordering weapons of mass destruction. All of the grift that is happening by the Trump family and others, there has to be proactive legislation to put in place to stop that. And then we have got to hold all of them actually accountable. It's not enough to just move forward and just move on from this horrific time. We've got to tell future generations that what happened, that this is not normal. This is not the way our government should operate. And all these folks need to be held accountable, whether it's not just through the civil process, but criminal, the courts, and the criminal process as well for those who committed true crimes against this country and our country.
And there should be pressure so that everyone is talking like this when it comes to accountability. There are people who need to be put behind bars for the rest of their lives. And so this is very important.
I mean, I'm glad to hear that. And I'll just close by saying this. I have enormous respect for, I believe he was your predecessor, Jamie Raskin in the previous Congress. He's one of my very favorites. I remember reading at the time that they were doing closed door, like behind the scenes investigations into Jared Kushner. And I use this as a great example. Congressman, again, my advice to you, you're the congressman, you do with this what you will. The base, my audience, the American people don't want behind the scenes civil stuff anymore. What the Republicans did to President Biden and Hunter Biden, the so-called Biden family corruption, which even if you take the most maximal view is a drop in the bucket compared to what we see of Donald Trump.
Even if true.
We want shit on camera.
That's Josiah's point. Even if it were true.
We want public hearings. We want subpoenas. No more of this. No, we're going to turn the other cheek and do this professionally behind the scenes. We want a spectacle.
And I love this from Josiah. Because Josiah is communicating the feeling not of tankies, not of socialists, thank you so much. I'll send you a link to your Mike Nellis interview. Yeah, maybe we can watch that near the end of after I do my rant because I'm holding it in, Josiah. But yes, send it to me, please. Hey, I loved watching you and Ryan Mullally bang. Will you get on the Ezra Klein 2028 train? Not quite. I really do like Ezra, though, I have to say. But I think that there's better options. But thank you so much. I think that Ezra is, the darling liberal. And I think that he has a lot of great things to say. But he wouldn't be my number one pick. This is great from Josiah. What he's communicating, I want to repeat, is not like the tanky socialist vision of America. This is coming from rank and file, blue, sapphire blue, Democrat country. This is coming from suburban moms. It's coming from resistance libs. It's coming from the Democratic cohort. It is not enough to do business as usual. And you can see the seriousness in Josiah's expression, his demeanor. And I do like this sort of resolute face of Garcia. But ultimately, yes, this is the message that we want. This is why Gavin Newsom has been able to gallivant to near the top of the pecking order when it comes to nominees for 2028, even though he's not officially announced, right? It's early days. Although the elections campaign starts sooner than you think. I mean, we're in an election year right now. But this is truly what we want. We want accountability. We want punishment. Those bastards, the barbarians who are currently running our country, Donald Trump just today announced a lawsuit against the IRS, which he runs, for releasing his taxes at the behest of like some subpoenas, I believe, from Congress. I don't actually remember the fact pattern. That could have been the Mazars one. I'm not. Whatever it is, right? But think about the conflict of interest there. The sitting alleged president starting a lawsuit against the agency he runs for $10 billion. We want to see punishment. We need to see punishment. And we will make them pay. Legally, patriotically, no violence, no crimes, but we will make them pay for what they did to this country. And that's what every Democrat needs to sound like.
We want you to do to them what they did to us because there's a basis for it. The corruption of Donald Trump and his family is staggering, and he's doing everything in his power to try to avoid accountability. So just throwing that out there, I think you bring that sort of energy. What you have to sell to the American people.
Nice cut there, Jai.
Is what they're interested in. They want this sort of accountability for the Trump administration. And then in 2028, if we're lucky to win the presidency there, I mean, the sky's the limit. Imagine a Democratic House, a Democratic Senate, and a Democratic White House. I'm excited to think of it. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, and this is great.
Sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much.
So this is great. Kudos to Josiah. Why do I start with Josiah? So the first reason I start with Josiah is because, obviously, a nice little decompress before we get too angry. And I'm going to try to, keep my temper down a little bit, Doesn't help to carry such negative energy in your heart. But we also start with Josiah because Josiah is not a tanky. Josiah is not a socialist. Josiah is not a crazy far lefty. And that's important because the energy that he brings and that he demands of the Democrats that he supports is not ideologically grounded. We had this conversation earlier, I think it was either this week or last week, where we noticed that the Never Trump Republicans as well have this kind of energy. And it informs what our main topic is, which is this shit. And what's happening in Congress right now with the funding. Some context. Democrats do not control any branch of federal government. Democrats are locked out. There is unitary control among the political branches and indeed the courts of conservatives and Republicans. There is one avenue for federal legislators to make their... Thank you so much for the super chat. He's got, there's so much we can do. If Trump wants to steal the election, he can use ICE to take over. He can take ballots. Don't get blackpilled. Please chill. Please chill. We don't need black pill. All right. There are many more of us than there are of them, and we will win. I believe that. I wouldn't say that if I don't believe it. They're too scattered, they're too disorganized, but, you know, they're formidable. Don't underestimate your enemy, for sure. Anyway, back to what I was saying, but thank you so much for the super chat. The one piece of leverage that federal legislators who are Democratic have are the existing archaic rules and traditions of either house of Congress. This rears its head with these like slip procedures when it comes to certain nominees, certain votes by right, and indeed the filibuster, this filibuster question. And that, of course, is relevant at poking the bear of funding the government. This is where Democrats have their leverage, because they can force, they have the power to force Trump and the Republicans to make one of three bad options for themselves. One, to get rid of the filibuster so they can pass a budget with just simple majority in the Senate. Two, to not pass funding for the government. Or three, which seems intolerable to them at the moment, but was normal before this present moment, actually negotiate in good faith with the other side. That's what's expected. That was the precedent, was that Democrats, to get our votes, you actually need to negotiate with us. You actually need to negotiate with the people who you want to get on side. Ukulele, this is clearly too emotional for you. Clearly too emotional. When I do call-ins, you can come in and I can talk to you about why I think that we absolutely can win. But at the moment, I'm going to recommend that you turn the stream off. I'm going to recommend that you not be with us here. I don't think it's good for your mental health. I don't think it's good for you right now. I'm not bringing you on right now. I'm not doing call-ins right now. I'm analyzing politics. You're disrupting everybody. You're not helping anything. And you're wrong. And even if you were right, you're wrong. Because you encourage apathy. You encourage disengagement. And so to the extent that there is this threat from the Republicans that will inevitably corrupt the elections, you are precisely the worst kind of ally. You breed apathy. And so get the fuck out of the stream until you can control yourself better, okay? All right. Cool. So the one point of leverage that Democrats have is at this moment in time, is in these funding situations. And this has been a source of consternation for the base, because the base looks to their left, the base looks to their right, and they howl in anger and outrage. They, like Josiah, see what's going on and they say, this is not normal. They see the corruption on a scale that's never been done before in the history of this country. They see the billions of dollars of wealth being transferred to Trump and his cronies on crooked deals, on sort of wink nod regulatory activities, on insider trading, on forward and advance notice, on announcements, and indeed overlooking the crimes of political allies and instituting in an authoritarian state. slowly but consistently. And so the Democrats, we look around and we see our country is being stolen. Thank you, Randall. Our country is being stolen from us. It is being stolen from us. Everything we love is being infected by everything we hate. By idiocracy, by lies. I mean, think about the recent warrant executed in Fulton County. We'll talk a little bit about some back and forth tweets I had with literally bottom of the barrel intellects like Robert Barnes and his sycophantic followers. Think about it. Think about how different this country is for the worse under the leadership of the occupant, not even the real president, but the occupant who is currently exercising the duties and responsibilities of the office of president. It is a disgrace. And so that is what a normal Democrat sees. It is not ideological. You see that? Did I say anything about class conflict? You hear anything come out of my mouth about the interests of capital? Now those are there, right? Obviously, there are ways in which the corruption is channeled. There are ways in which the authoritarianism is imposed. There are bottlenecks for Trump to wield and his cronies, his oligarch friends, when it comes to, for example, funding for universities, the law firms, the crooked deals with some of these titans of industry, crypto stuff, energy production. Obviously, they're, to the extent that they're interconnected, they're part of this story, no doubt. But this is not a story that has as its focus a particular ideology other than pro-Americanism, pro-Republicanism, small r Republicanism, small d democracy. Those are the foundational roots of the critique that every Democrat looks around and they say, what the fuck is going on with our country? They're destroying the White House. They're putting in these gauche, golden decorations. They're having great Gatsby parties in animal costumes. These lavish functions at Mar-a-Lago. These North Korean style presentations in the White House. A constant stream of lies. People who basically tell you that the reality you live in is not even one that coheres with their version, with their matrix, with their false reality. Given those conditions, what's a Democrat to do? What's a Democrat to do? We look to our leaders, and among some leaders, we see strength. We see hope. We see the potential. We see good rhetoric. We see positive steps. We look to recent special elections. We look to polling data. We look to the opinion of our fellow countrymen. And we are given this surge of enthusiasm, faith, and focus for the task in front of us to get the barbarians out. And then we look to Congress and we say, what the fuck? Because holy shit. What a sad, pathetic excuse for leadership we have in the House of Representatives and in the Senate of the United States among Democrats. Principally in two groups. The specific leaders, Hakeem Jeffries, and especially Chuck Schumer. And these losers. And I will say, losers. I want you to listen to what Marie Gluesenkamp Perez is about to tell you. Okay? Some background. by the way, your Democratic leadership has already capitulated, okay? They've made a deal to fund the government. That was already done, okay? So don't there's not going to be another shutdown fight. If it is, it'll be a limited shutdown for like a few things. But they've already, it was almost like it wasn't even a moment, right? Isn't that weird? It just happened. Everyone's like, oh, are they going to put a shutdown fight? No, that's going to be over, all right? It's not going to happen. And that happened you didn't even get to see that moment, right? And we'll talk a little bit about it. But there were a series of packages that were used that they were putting through to provide some funding for the government. Now, DHS is funded through the Big Beautiful Bill and through other mechanisms, but one of the funding packages was for DHS specifically. And at this time, right, at a time in which the entire media's, free media really, attention is on the abuse of ICE, when your Democratic constituents are seeing daily these untrained, unwashed, stinking barbarians roaming American streets, arresting without reasonable suspicion or probable cause American citizens, abusing them, hitting them without cause. At a time like that, you have 7 Democrats from the House of Representatives who vote for the DHS funding bill. That's after Renee Good was murdered. The vote happens, and I don't know, like a couple days later, Alex Preddy's murdered by these thugs, these Gestapo thugs. I think the only person to come out and say it was a mistake was Tom Suozzi out of New York. Tom Suozzi, who voted, by the way, to censure. Is this Representative Al Green? Is that who they censored? Think about it. For interrupting a joint address by Trump. They voted to censure their own member because they interrupted the fascist stooge who's corrupting our country. While they sat there idle. Suozzi et al. But to his credit, Suozzi, I think, might be the only one among the 7 to say, hey, this was a failure. This is Marie Gluesenkamp Perez. As I've come to, initially she seems like a quirky, kind of like nice Democrat. She did this whole thing about the Banana Act, which, as you look into, it seems like she's very much misrepresenting, actually. But hey, I mean, she's winning in a Trump district, right? Only, there have to be some lines here, folks. We're not asking Marie Gluesenkamp Perez to vote for Green New Deal. We're asking her to take a stand for your country. We're asking her to take a stand for our brothers and sisters, our citizens, abused by the government, deprived of their rights. That's what we're asking her to do. We're not asking for her to increase the minimum wage. She can be a moderate. What she can't be moderate on, what she can't bend on, is the Constitution or the rights of the country that she swore an oath to protect. That's what you can't bend on. So this is not an ideological stand. It's not ideological in that sense, in any other sense other than being in support of the American way of life. And so she gets ratioed in her initial response, which is like some, wow, shit's fucked, huh, guys? I mean, hang on. Let's actually like look at what she said. She needs to hire a new PR person. What does she say here? She's like, shit's fucked, isn't it? Or tacitly encourages assaults on law enforcement and anyone else? Who's doing that? Among our elected officials. Among our elected officials, candidates, and administration. Who among your party are you accusing of tacitly encouraging assaults on law enforcement and anyone else? I even ratioed her. Me and Ron Filipkowski, Drew Pavlu. Oh my God. Everyone in their cat ratioed Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez. So she's like, shit's fucked, man. Okay. So she gets ratioed to hell. And what does Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez do? She gets on her stoner outfit. I mean, she looks like she's dressing up to be Jesse Pinkman's like girlfriend on Breaking Bad or something. And this is her appeal to strategy to all her critics.
Like, shit's terrible, but we have to be strategic and think clearly. And no one's talking about this fact, like, ICE is pre-funded for 6 years. The reconciliation bill that was passed last January means ICE can keep doing this for 6 years. The money is not, they did it before the budget was passed. They're going to keep doing it if the budget isn't passed. And so the money's not the question. The question is, what leverage do Senate Dems have now to negotiate accountability right now to end this craziness?
Wow,
like,
bro.
I think they could negotiate to get...
Shit.
Are
you high?
I think they could negotiate to replace... No, with someone that doesn't skirt the
Oh, really? They can?
They could get ID numbers on federal law enforcement. I think they could get an end to the surge. I think they could get an investigation in Minnesota that wasn't run by the feds. I think they could get an end to the administrative warrant bullshit. There's stuff that is worth getting because the money is not the question at this point. It's pre-funded. I know everyone's terrible. Like,
no, everyone's so terrible. Did I fucking exaggerate at all? Radel says, what's good, Pisco? A few things. I think you clearly won the debate with Ryan on substance. And I also have criticism with you regarding the Hutch debate. Great work, though. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah. Whenever we do like the call-in stuff, I might even have time later today, but you can just message. But thank you so much for the chat. Appreciate you. Did I fucking exaggerate this at all? So she is now... Come on, guys. You got to be strategic like me. Oh, strategic like you. All right. How were you being strategic by just voting for the bill with no conditions, no statement, nothing? That was you being strategic. And now you're like fucking trying to nitpick and lecture the Senate Democrats on maybe we can get Kristi Noem like fired or something, bro. Shit's like crazy. What did she say at the start? I'm like, I don't even think I exaggerated. What is this? Wild.
Like, shit's terrible.
Shit's terrible? How about you look like you give a single fuck? Do not lecture other Democrats who stood tall, the majority of your colleagues in the House of Representatives, on strategy when you voted for it. No conditionality, no statement. You just voted for it. That's all. Who could fund this government right now? Why are me and Bill Kristol aligned on this? but Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, but Chuck Schumer, which we'll get to in a second, aren't. Why are me, Gavin Newsom, the vast majority of House Dems, the based leaders among state Democrats, why are we all understanding of the moment we're in, but not these people? Seriously. And that brings us to like the main situation. Chuck Schumer releases a statement in the aftermath of Alex Preddy's murder, which is like, Democrats stand tall. We will not budge. We will not give an additional cent to ICE unless there are major changes. That promise lasted all of 2 seconds. So a decision was made. So when that statement happened, I think you'll remember on Lib and Learn, I was like, wow, this is like a strong statement from Schumer. I'm looking forward to, of course, he builds you up just to bring you down. Now, I laugh because I never was confident in this guy. But the way they have contempt for the rank and file Democrat, not the tanky, not the socialist, the rank and file Democrat, you and me, your brothers and sisters, your parents, your family, your friends, because they talk. They're talkers. We are united. We stand united. They bring your expectations up. And then you're just looking. You're just waiting for the knife to stab you in the back. Shut it down. Shut it the fuck down. But before there was even a conversation, Schumer already decided, we're going to give up this. There's not going to be a shutdown. They're going to fund this government until September. They're going to give away their leverage. And once you give away their leverage, hey, this might be like a good lesson in negotiation, okay? When you give the other side what they want before you get the thing that you want, you're not going to be able to exert as much pressure. Can we be a little more clear on what the issue with her here is? Is it that she folded over the big, beautiful bill? She's wrong in what she's saying now? Or, okay, I thought I made this clear, the Trib, but let me try to make it more clear. So there was a vote for additional DHS funding. Not big, beautiful bill. Do you understand that? Big, beautiful bill was already passed like months ago. You understand? This bill was put through the House like a week ago, and 7 Democrats voted for it, including Marie Gluesenkamp Perez. I thought I explained that, but maybe you weren't here for that. To be fair, I'm just getting here. Oh, you're going to trigger me. Oh, you're going to trigger me. Oh, you're going to trigger me. So now we're all guys, we're just going to rewind everything for the Trib. So the Trib, there was like this vote, right? And she was like, and then we watched this whole video and we listened to what she had to say, where she's like talking about strategy. Yeah, no one thinks that this funding bill was going to stop all ICE and DHS operations, because those have already been funded. It's a vote to stop additional funds, and it's a vote to show the Democrats' opposition to the current operation of ICE and DHS that we don't like what's going on, and we're not going to give you more money until you change what you're doing to the American people. And a minority of House Democrats, 7, voted for it. If they actually exert all their concessions during the 2 week CR, is it a W or not? I mean, look at this cope, right? When do you get better concessions? Do you get better concessions when there's more pressure or when there's less pressure? Obviously, when there's more pressure. We wanted the Democrats to take a stand and shut this government down, not give them any of our votes without real concessions and negotiations, like Biden did. Biden had an honest agreement with Republicans. Biden negotiated in good faith with Republicans, and it's Democrats who have set the new precedent that we will vote for Republican schlock and to fund a corrupt government for nothing. And so the purported deal is, well, we'll do a CR for 2 weeks just for the DHS stuff. Everything else will pass, fund the government, and we'll get, what will we get? What will we get? Who wants to guess one thing that our Democratic leadership is fighting strong for? This must be good, right? So does anyone have a guess for what that thing is that we're fighting for? Oversight? No. Good guess. Freedom? Oh, I wish. Oh, someone got it. Reporter announces House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries just told me in his news conference that he wants a ban on the deportation of U.S. citizens as part of a deal on DHS conduct and the immigration crackdown. Wow. Amazing. Wait a second. What's the problem with this? Wait a second. What the fuck? Hold on. Hey, asshole. Hakeem. I don't know when the last time is you opened your fucking Constitution or your law book that interprets the Constitution. But you know that U.S. citizens have a right to be in the fucking country, dipshit? We're now like fighting to have what's already protected by your citizenship rights by virtue of U.S. citizenship. There's actually less rights by virtue of U.S. citizenship than you might think. There's the right to interstate travel, right? There's these that are attendant specifically on your U.S. citizenship. But one of the main ones is, I don't know, being able to live in the fucking country. Wow. These are our leaders. This is what they're negotiating. We promise we won't deport any more U.S. citizens. How am I supposed to react to this? Am I a tanky? Am I a socialist? Oh, I have a new strategy. I made a tweet about it. Maybe if we're really lucky, Jeffries will get Trump to pinky promise, to have an election this year. That would be insanely cool. And maybe Jeffries will be able to get the Department of Justice to promise not to summarily kill any Democrat. That would be just fucking, what a sick deal that would be. Whoa, that's too radical. I mean, you guys tell me. Shouldn't that already be a given? I agree with that. A ban. Don't deport U.S. citizens. Great negotiation strategy. That's just already illegal. I'd be like, what am I supposed to like do with that? That's what at least one of the major terms. They gotta go. Starts with Schumer, but it doesn't end with him, in my opinion. What's sad is I think that they're not going to leave. And we're saddled with these failing leaders. The internal approval of our leadership has never been lower. We are struggling with our leadership. Not because we're not winning elections, not because we're not crushing in the generic ballots, but because maybe our leaders don't have the competency that's like some dead enders think they do. How much more can we take? Rank and file Dems, centrist Dems, resistance libs, never Trump Republicans. It's in this context that we're having this conversation about who are members of our constituency, who's part of the club, who's part of the movement. Are these tankies part of the movement? Surely not. Well, I'm looking around, and okay, whatever the movement is, whatever the coalition is, or the constituency is, I think there's a lot of opaqueness and lack of clarity on what those terms entail, what the prescriptions that they are. Okay, but let's just assume that they make any kind of sense when it comes to like actions to take. Why are we letting these bozos lead our coalition? They're Muppets. Thank you. And when someone tries to run the establishment, puts on, I don't know about this. I mean, like, they put their thumb on the scale. A lot of these people have more institutional support, but it's in that context. Like, look at what Graham Plattner says. And of course he's correct. Thank you so much. Thank you for the coverage. It feels crazy sometimes seeing so many spineless Dems just wither. And the thing, I don't even think it's like so many. It's like, thank you so much though for the shit. I think that there are fighters in the Senate and there are fighters in the House. But I just think the leadership is just so cucked. I can't imagine being so cucked. And so I see Graham Plattner, and I am not sold on Graham Plattner. I have my issues. I think he lied about his tattoos. I think he was cringe about the what he said about the Supreme Court, where he's like, they've already need to be impeached. They've already committed impeachable offenses. I do not agree. I think that that's like playing to an audience. I think that it's stupid. I don't agree with it. You guys might disagree. But at a bare minimum, he's got some ganas. He's got some fight. Why are we negotiating like this? Assuming that this is up for grabs. So I look back and I'm like, I guess I'm not surprised that Plattner survived that scandal with the Nazi tattoo. Because the base is begging for fighters. We are begging for people to be in the fight. Like Josiah said. Not Hassan, Josiah. We're like that guy at the end where like the pipe, all the fight is going to those bombastic Republicans who will like die for the election fraud nonsense of 2020. They're still fighting that fight with the force of the state. And we're like looking for one little drop of fight. I am begging for something, someone to have the balls to actually give a shit. Shut this government down. But it's too late because your Democratic leadership in the Senate is too ineffectual and too weak and too old. And they've already abandoned this fight. We've given up our leverage until, at the earliest, September 2026. Why? All right. On that note, like, that's what I wanted to talk about. Let me think if there's anything else on that thread before we start reacting to stuff. Like, I don't think Chuck Schumer is Paul von Hindenburg in the sense of like he has picked Trump or whatever. I think he's more like I don't know what he is. He's in the old sense, yeah. I mean, like the dude isn't made for the moment. How many more examples of this do we need? How many more? And like shit. Do you think Chuck and Dems in general benefit from ICE being thugs? Probably. But they probably also benefit from putting up a fight. Thanks for the hopium, boss. Now, here's the hopium. You want the hopium? Here's a talking point they're going to say. Jeffrey said, as part of the deal, doesn't mean he works. Oh, yeah, I know. But this shouldn't even be like the fact that the messaging out of this is shit. The fact that once again, they're like spurning expectations. They're doing this like, they know what the Democratic base wants. They know it. That's why they release it. In that sense, it's more cynical, right? In that sense, it's cynical. Because they know we want to fight. So Schumer releases that statement and we're like, oh shit. Not one Democratic senator, it seems. Fetterman is putting out statements talking that talk. But they give away their power for no reason. Opium time. We don't need them. We don't need them to win these elections. And I think these elections are going to happen. And I think we're going to win. Do not rest on your laurels, but there's enough of us who are pissed, who see clearly, who know what this government represents, and I think we're going to win. And I want you to remember how you feel right now when it comes to 2028, because they're very sneaky about this. They shift the senator, right? They shift the senator who's going to take a stand right now. I used to not believe that, but like Cortez Masto is like one of the stronger senators who's being vocal right now. It's so performative. Yes, I don't believe it. I'm just telling you my gut. I can't prove it. I don't believe it. I really don't. If I did, I would tell you. And maybe that makes me a crazy left-winger, but I seriously don't believe her. Not one bit. Not one bit. But remember, Schumer's got to go primaried if he doesn't choose to retire 2028. Fetterman, obviously, right? But each of these motherfuckers, These cagey motherfuckers. And guess who else I put in that bucket? Tim Kaine. Brian Schatz. You think I forgot about that, Brian Schatz? Unless they show some Ganas soon. You know, they can get out of my fucking shit list. Not that it matters. Who am I, right? But it is so aggravating to see these capitulators constantly then try to lecture either their fellow Democrat or the American people, frankly, about bravery and about integrity and that kind of stuff when you won't even take a stand against the fascist government in charge. Okay. Yeah, I remember Brian Schatz's vote in spring. I remember that one. I liked Brian Schatz, but we're pissed. And it's not just me. Like, trust me. We want to shut it down. How can you have, and it's also, I will say this. I've heard, like I said, Bill Kristol say this. Never Trump Republicans say this. Destiny has said this. Okay. He said, how could you fucking fund this government? Shut it down. I've heard it. I've said this. Josiah says this. It is a wide spectrum of belief among the Democratic aligned or left aligned or even fucking centrists who are never Trumpers about this. The overwhelming sentiment is this from every part of the, I don't know what you want to call it, the kaleidoscope of left thought. Okay. We will win. All right. Oh, Hassan was suspended for what? What did he do? Let me check. Let's check the Twitter. What is did he get suspended? Banned? For what? Do we know? No one knows. He said Zionist animal name. Oof, that'll do it. This the dog whistle. All tankies, they're doing a purge. A Zionist pig, they said. Oh. Isn't that like the thing they said not to do? That you're supposed to, you can use Zionist to be like a pejorative, but not if being used as a kind of like other thing. Well, I'm just quoting it. Oh my God. I'm just quoting it. I'm not actually ascribing it to anybody. Yikes. But okay. Holy shit. What is wrong with you? Trump could let me turn away. I actually think that you're what's the term called when you concern troll? Chill. All right. So a couple things. First off, I was in Hutch's chat and he's like, oh, right. There is this entire discourse about the Lib and Learn discussion. All cards on the table. Oh my God, such drama. It's the same conversation that we've had for like a year now. And so I see everyone and I'm like, oh my God, can you believe Pisco? He's basically a tanky now. It's like, dude, you guys are so stupid and lame. It's the same conversation that we've had so many times. And I just think that people don't know what they're even saying. We don't need them as part of our coalition. Like, what the fuck does that mean? What does it mean? Can anyone describe what it means? Like, a seat at the table. Okay. Like, have their interest catered to by somebody. Like, it is such a nebulous conversation Now, if the question is who's a more proximate ally or who upsets us or whatever, or who do we interact with in a congenial fashion, that's one thing. And I have thoughts about that. But I'm not very impressed by some of the commentary. Oh my God. Pisco's just in it for his tanky friends. Like, dude, get over yourself. And the question remains, what is the prescription? It's something like, push back harder. Push back harder. Okay, so I have a conversation with Richard Hanania. It's a polite conversation because I'm like pseudo interviewing him, having a conversation back and forth. He grades the Trump foreign policy a B-. I'm like, I don't really think I agree. We move on. He grades the domestic policy, absent corruption, immigration, like a B- as well. It's just a conversation. Different conversations have different contexts. In the specific Vanguard conversation I just had, I did push back on some of the things they brought up. In fact, I brought up the Chorus Media stuff. I brought up the concern from the liberals' perspective. And the whole point of the conversation was to see, are they going to be willing to vote for the Democratic candidate? And the answer was yes. I asked that question in like 3 or 4 different formulations of that question. The thing is, people have this like auditory and visual hallucination when they watch my content. They literally hallucinate and confabulate in real time. And so they just like don't hear when they said that. At one point they were like, oh, I wouldn't tell my audience to vote for them, but I would endorse. That's what Zach said. Zach said, I voted for the Democrat in 2016, 2020, 2024. But he said, yes, the only person I wouldn't endorse would be Josh Shapiro. I'd really be whatever on this murder thing that we're going to talk about. We're going to set up a conversation to talk about the Josh Shapiro bullshit because I think it is bullshit. So the exact standard that was requested, will you vote for a Democrat? Will you endorse a Democrat? Answer, yes. In so many words. They hallucinate. They confabulate. And so I don't take it seriously. If there are more particular prescriptions, present them. Present them. I want the prescription. I'm done with this whole nebulous shit. Coalition. They're not part of a coalition, but a coalition. Like, stop with that. Specific prescriptions. No one has them. No one has them. Don't talk to them. No one says that. No one bites that bullet. Don't have friendly conversations. Okay. So don't have friendly conversations with counterpoints then, which I have. Sometimes they're so light that I can't even put them on my debate playlist because they're not debates. Recently they have been, but before that, no. I mean, counterpoints supporting the murder of his fellow American citizen. No one has a problem with that. Not a single person has said, other than in the recent videos, 2 videos, no one has said, oh my God, I don't want you talking to counterpoints anymore. Why are you regularly talking to him? Fuck you. I'll talk to whoever I want to talk to, and I will use the tone and push back in the way that I think is appropriate. And if you have a different view, express the prescription. But I'm done catering to nebulous, indecipherable standards that don't make any sense, especially when I get the commitment in the course of the conversation with the Vanguard that everyone's been talking about. As for the Lib and Learn conversation, there it's like, I'm sorry to say, hard to get out of the gate with how that conversation fell apart. First was even just like putting out the accusation. It's like, well, some people are saying you're spending too much time criticizing the lefts and at the expense of, Trump. That's not true. I'm just laying it out that's the accusation. Like, What? That's a problem now. I can't even say what they're accusing people of. Well, that's going to be difficult to assess how insanely irresponsible and irrational the left is if I can't even stake out a claim of accusation in any respect without it being objected to on its substantive truth, as opposed to the fact that the claim is in fact made. And then it's like, it's the point on, what was it? Oh, the election theft stuff. Bernie was cheated out of the 2016-2020, where I agree with Hutch. I agree with Hutch on that point. I make a comment, well, you're not really addressing the, by saying something like, what did he say? You have to win over the voter. It's your responsibility to win over the voter. You don't win. I'm like, well, that's not really responsive. That's more of like a descriptive claim. It's not much of a normative claim. Those words are too complicated. Why are you using complicated words? Don't you know Hutch is an orangutan? He can't understand the term normative or descriptive. What? He doesn't understand. I don't believe that. And if it's the case, where's the intent to try to understand me? It's like the onus is on me. Is that not like apparent that all the onus is being put on me to make sure the conversation flows optimally, excellently? Because like when I don't understand a word, like I'm like, what are you talking about? Like I don't understand what what are you saying? I don't really take it personally, the fucking back and forth. That's part of the fun. I mean, I understand that some people would prefer that we like lib out a lot. And I expect there to be more of that in the near future. We have some guests that I think will definitely lib out, and for me are very interesting guests coming up. So that'll be fun. But some of the commentary is just wild. Absolutely wild. And there were some specific points where I thought Kyle had endorsed Kamala or is set to vote for Kamala in 2024. And what I found out is that Crystal and Kyle, I knew that Crystal had endorsed Jill Stein. I didn't know Kyle had at the same time, but I thought, and I'm going to confirm, that Kyle, closer to the election, said you should vote for Kamala. That was my understanding. And the funny thing is, it proves my point, right? It proves my point. Because assume it's the case that Crystal and Kyle were black pill left, doomer left. And this is the person that I'm supposed to watch from Hutch. Hutch told me to watch. We were having fun. I was in his chat. So this is what I'm going to watch. This is probably like shitting on Kyle Kalinske or something. Even assume it's correct that they were black pill left in 2024. They're now saying we were wrong, or at least Crystal legit said she was wrong. The resistance libs were right. And yeah, it's like, isn't this whole thing about convincing the other side? Isn't that the whole thing? And isn't it more possible to convince people if you interact with them? Am I not supposed to do that? Maybe watch the video before you slander it. Before you slander the video. Before you slander. Oh, this is. How did I slander the video, Tarman? The most sensitive crybabies I've ever seen. Tell me how I'm proposing to slander the video. Maybe watch it. Maybe watch it, you bitch. You're already going into it saying it's just a video shitting on him. It's obviously going to say that he shat on Democrats, right? It's a criticism. Are you taking... is this supposed to be like... Hutch is like, watch that video, bro. Watch it. Slander it. Okay, sorry. Sorry, Dad. I'm not shitting on Conduit. I haven't seen it yet. And if this is not a way to increase, convincing people or audiences, I mean, I will let you know by going on these platforms, by doing the occasional legal segment with Crystal and Kyle, with doing what else have I done? The Vanguard stuff. I've gained in prominence. They've shouted out different debates I've done. People have told me they've come to my channel. They've started to respect more the kind of shit I'm saying. I mean, you act like it's easier to get the fucking conservative than it is to get the fucking people who are more aligned. They are more proximally aligned than counterpoints. In every fucking way. Counterpoints is out here defending murder of U.S. citizens. These guys think that they have some crazy ideas about Manchin and they shit on Biden too much a little bit. Counterpoints. Do you understand the double standard? The insane double standard? I don't even have to finish that thought. When I go on Crystal and Kyle show, there's no question we're aligned that it's murder. They're not going to do Trump apology in front of me. At most, we have Sagar and Emily, and then I get an opportunity to push a little bit, which I did with Sagar in one case and Emily in another. And then you have Emily, this conservative, maybe not in every instance, but in that moment, shitting on the application of the FACE Act against Don Lemon. Laughing when I say this DOJ is a joke. The conservative in breaking points. Am I going to reach people like counterpoints? Probably not. They're not as reachable because they're not as proximately aligned with us. But either way, I'm going to interact with both. I'm not going to stop having debates with counterpoints or interacting with conservatives. If for any other reason, because it's good content, I think, a lot of the times, or you're able to see arguments. And hell, even sometimes conservatives have a point that you should be exposed to as well. It's a back and forth. It's exchange. What I don't understand is what is being demanded? What standard is not being adhered to? But yeah, we'll have people, if you disagree with me, feel free. We might even listen to a little bit of the what is it, Team Hutch, Team Pisco? All right. But all that said, I fucking love Lib and Learn. I love it. Soy Pill, IRI, these are good people. Hutch is my boy. I think he's obviously we get into it, but I was hanging out in Hutch's chat. He was the one who put me this video, and I say, of course, Hutch, I'll watch this video. I'll respond to this video. I'll give you my thoughts on this video. And I'm sure I'll have criticisms for Kyle if it's anything like how it's being billed. Hutch says he'll give me $20 to watch it. He doesn't even have to give me that much. Oh, wait. One quick before we get into this. Where was I? Oh my God. So, first let's do the Barnes shit. Just to show you what we're up against. So this is in response to some of the Georgia stuff, which we'll cover at some point. And Robert Barnes, who is like this loser, I'm sorry if we're ever going to interact, but I think it's true. Trump dick suck. He does from time to time be like, Trump's too far occasionally, but it's always like to do some more dastardly shit. It's almost like he more disagrees with Trump's like strategy and tactics to do more like dastardly shit. So this is Robert Barnes. He does occasionally a show with Viva Frey and also with this like pollster guy. And so Barnes is like a coping piece of shit. Trump only filed one election contest. The Georgia courts illicitly never heard it by failing to schedule it as the law required prior to January 6th. The standing excuse brought by other parties on other issues was implicitly overturned by the recent SCOTUS decision on election standing. So, before we really get into the weeds for like 5 minutes, note there the duplicitous nature of what Barnes is suggesting to you. What Barnes is suggesting to you is Trump really only was behind one election contest, as though how Trump was doing the election contests was only in his capacity as campaign person, as candidate. When Barnes well and truly knows that they were operating in multiple fronts, using the organs of the Republican Party, using other plaintiffs and voters from those areas. And so the mere fact that many of the cases didn't have Trump's name in it didn't mean they weren't organized and promoted and helped fund by Trump and his affiliates. This was an effort spearheaded by Trump, his attorneys, his cronies, an all-out effort. And it doesn't matter whose name is in the plaintiff side of the V for that fact alone. So that, in terms of the structure of what's going on here, gives you a sense of how shifty they're being. But I'm like, well, which contest are you referring to was illicitly handled? Because, of course, there were many in Georgia. And one of his fucking dick sucks puts Trump v. Raffensperger. And so this was an election contest, a complaint that was filed in December. Early December, after, the whole month before December, after the election, there were a bunch of Trump affiliates suing in Georgia as well. And this is what the Supreme Court of Georgia supposedly illicitly prevented Trump from actually contesting this very serious issue. Actually, why don't I just skip to what the fuck happened? So the action was filed on December 4th. And that was a Friday. And then on December 8th, Trump withdraws their motion for emergency relief. And then the next day, the court's like, okay, so we'll just do this normally then. The action shall proceed in the normal course. So there was a weekend and 2 days pass, and the Trump administration, Trump in his capacity as a candidate for president, withdraws their motion for emergency relief. Okay? And Barnes and his dick sucks are complaining that the court didn't give him a fast enough turnaround. 4 days. 2 of which were on the weekend. And after Trump withdraws his own emergency motion. And so the Supreme Court says, petitioners filed this emergency petition for writ of certiorari to challenge the Superior Court's order on case status. That's the one we just looked at, which ordered provided because in the underlying election contest, petitioners had withdrawn their request for emergency injunctive relief. So they asked, hey, we don't need this emergency anymore. We don't need this to be fast anymore. The case would proceed, quote, in the normal course, As the basis for their petition, that's Trump's, they reference Supreme Court Rules 39 and 40, but those rules provide for petitions for writ of certiorari to this court from opinions or orders issued by the Court of Appeals, filed under the Supreme Court Rule 38, right? You need to go to the intermediate appellate court in Georgia, usually, when you want to do these kinds of reviews, right? Makes sense, right? We don't just want people to skip the line and go right to the Supreme Court of Georgia, usually, right? Sometimes there might be a reason to. For the reasons that follow, we dismiss the petition for lack of jurisdiction. So the Supreme Court says, we don't have jurisdiction right now to hear this. To the extent that the petition can be construed as a direct appeal from the December 9th order, we note as an initial matter that this court has subject matter jurisdiction over election contests, and the underlying case fits within that definition as it is challenging the result of an election. However, the December 9th order is not a final judgment. And the rules specifically say that direct appeals may be taken from all final judgments, that is to say, where the case is no longer pending in the court below. And therefore, the petitioners were required to follow interlocutory appeal procedures in order to obtain review of the order. So, you need to appeal, it needs to be an appealable order. And if it's not a final judgment, you need to go through the steps of interlocutory review. Although there are some exceptions to that general rule, this case does not fit with any of those exceptions, and it lists out all the exceptions. Additionally, petitioners' reliance on the collateral order doctrine is unavailing. Furthermore, to the extent petitioners challenge the authority of the Superior Court judge to preside over the pending matter, it does not appear that any order has been entered on the challenge to her authority that they represent has been filed below. And thus, that issue provides no basis for invoking the court's jurisdiction. So if there's a problem with her presiding over it, that's not anywhere. You need to actually give us something to review, right? We're a court of review. And if you're complaining about the court below, we need something to review. Finally, to the extent the petitioners seek original relief, that is, the Supreme Court as the original hearing court, petitioners have not shown that this is one of those extremely rare cases that we would invoke our original jurisdiction, so we don't have jurisdiction. And everyone concurred in the Supreme Court, unanimously. And so what's wrong with this, I ask? He dismissed it because it was rendered moot by the certification of the election on January 6th. There is no constitutional mechanism to undo a certification once certified, so it would be a waste of time and money. The judge was supposed to adjudicate on it and render a judgment to allow the case to go forward, which includes an investigation before January 6th. He abdicated. So, homeboy, right, files in December, revokes his emergency application, and the court's all right, so we're going to do this regularly, loses at the Supreme Court. This guy doesn't identify anything that's wrong. He says, I say, in virtue of what was the judge supposed to adjudicate it and render a judgment on the timeline you claim? The Georgia Supreme Court here does not find that the trial court acted improperly. And then I said, wait a second, I found this order. It says that he withdrew it. And then Nick from the internet, shout out to him. He was playing 4D chess. He'd already seen the future and known that it wouldn't work, so he withdrew it to save time, knowing that his minions wouldn't pay attention and blame the courts later. It's not hard to guess the future when the president, when they present, they block you from your investigating. You don't do that unless you're hiding something. I mean, these guys are so low IQ. Raid? What's the raid? What's the raid? What's the raid? Who's raiding? Oh, the Raging Tomato. Wow, Raging Tomato. Shout out Raging Tomato. We love the panel verse here. We love shitting on Rob Noor. The panel verse. What up, folks? Love it. Love it. Love it. The judge is legally required to act. He did not. First of all, it's she. And here we are, assuming genders. And I did as well. Within 4 days, when the context is only the most important election in our nation, yes, 4 days is plenty. Why are you moving the goalposts? You said you were required to act, not that it was enough time to act. Thank you so much, Raging Tomato. Wow. Thank you so much. Much love to the panelists. This is all a way of me saying, and thank you, Sarah, again for the raid. This is kind of what we're up against, okay? This is the caliber of our enemy. Low IQ simpletons who can't even follow an argument 2 sentences in advance, where they make these bombastic claims that the courts illicitly didn't fucking listen to Trump's election contest. We open the fucking books on it, and this is a skill issue. I'm sorry. If Trump wanted this done faster, hey, here's some fucking logic, right? Don't withdraw the thing that makes it go faster. So if it was done too slowly, That's a skill issue. But we have these highly respected legal commentators from MAGA, right? It's fucking Barnes dude. Talking out of his ass. I would debate him any day on this specific case. Illicitly failed to... Fuck out of here. I bet you all the money in my wallet that there's something shifty with that warrant application that they fucking got for Fulton County. They fucking did something. They bought some election group. They fucking are making some allegations, or it relates to something fucking stupid. What you're not going to see is that Trump won the election in Georgia. But they're still fighting on this front. And as between this and Kyle Kalinske, they are not on the same level. And whatever we're about to watch, and we'll shit on some of Kyle's takes probably, never forget the character of the enemy here. Never forget it. I have like $400 in my wallet. Did you say you wanted a debate? Oh, yeah, Burns? Yeah, this guy's never gonna... He's not gonna accept a raging. Okay. This guy is not gonna debate, right? This guy doesn't debate. At least he doesn't block yet. Other conservatives block, but thank you so much for the super chat. All right, let's get to our promised. I'm going to put this at 1.5. Quality 1080p.
Final takeaways about the election.
All right, why are we in 2020? That's what I want to know. It's an hour and 40 minutes. Jesus. This is Hutch's recommended viewing. Hutch is our boy. We'll see how much we can do. And if folks want to like fight me on what I just said about the coalition. All right, but this is election 2020.
Every Democrat in swing districts that endorse Medicare for All won re-election. In fact, the people who lost, it's the right-wing Democrats. You know, Amy McGrath.
Chuck Schumer and the DSCC's hand-picked candidate, Amy McGrath.
She got absolutely obliterated by Mitch McConnell. Imagine losing a race to Mitch McConnell.
And the bizarre consultant-driven strategy of painting herself as more pro-Trump than Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell, the Grim Reaper.
She's performed exceptionally well, however, in the only area the Dem establishment really seems to care about, that would be money.
That's not a compelling message.
Charles and Jamal have surged on the strength of clear-eyed messages about racial and economic justice.
This is as good as you were going to do when you don't
What's up with the audio?
really believe in anything.
For some reason, the National Democratic Party establishment has thrown all in with their white opponents.
Even though the lefties got re-elected in gigantic margins and the blue dogs got wiped out.
Isn't it funny how black voters should be central and determinative as long as they are acting in concert with the whims and desires of the establishment?
Honestly, this is as close as you can get to a validation of populist left politics.
All their talk about valuing diversity is so much bullshit,
And probably the only things that they're going to get done
and it serves to further their corporate and imperialist agenda.
are more right-wing priorities or center-right priorities.
I could swear that they fight harder against any sort of Bernie-style progressive.
I fear they're going to cut
Hey guys, hey, the audio mixing here was this sorry, conduit audio mixing.
Social Security and Medicare.
Than they do against the similarly corporate and military industrial complex friendly Republicans.
We have to do it. We have no choice. And then act like it's a win.
Oh, it's almost like black Americans, like all Americans, are not a monolith.
The fact of the matter is, and I know this is so dark to say, but I think it's true, I don't think it matters what Hamas does at this point, because Israel is they're going to continue with the genocide, and they're going to try to complete it. And so if they give up the hostages, or if they don't give up the hostages, the end result is effectively going to be the same. That they're going to be obliterated, they're going to be wiped off the map.
Son of an emerald horse.
Starting again!
Apparently, I can't go more than a few days without seeing something that drives me up the wall. Maybe I need to go on a social media diet. But whatever the reason, I am now aware that apparently, Matt Gaetz on Tim Pool's show
That is so freaking weird.
Literally making the choice on the spot whether or not they're going to buy this congressman. I mean, it's just...
is an adequate source of information so long as it's against a group I already don't like.
Hey, this is just me and what I like. I need to know, so what is the thrust of this? Also, while it's most likely the title of the clip, Gates revealed humiliating QR code, APAC donor ritual is just search engine optimization framing. Humiliation ritual as a term has its origin in anti-Semitic QAnon conspiracy theories. I didn't fucking know that. And I've used the term humiliation ritual before. What is the central premise of this video? And okay, they're talking about Matt Gaetz.
You know, I don't actually think.
Wait, let's just make sure.
Apparently, Matt Gaetz on Tim Pool's show drives me up the wall. Maybe I need to go on a social media diet.
Maybe you need to go on a social media diet.
But whatever the reason, I am now aware that apparently Matt Gaetz on Tim Pool's show.
That is so freaking weird.
Literally
Apparently, Matt Gaetz, what does he do?
making the choice on the spot whether or not they're going to buy this congressman. I mean, it's just
Is an adequate source of information so long as it's against a group I already don't like. You know, I don't actually think.
Well, what did he say? What did he say?
The catty kind of gossip a lot of people enjoy is that harmful, at least on the consumer side. The he said, she said about what they did kind of thing. But the ways it's become intertwined with political discourse is something I've been wary of for years.
so much bullshit.
We'll get into that. For now, Crystal Ball and Kyle Kowinski
The only buried news team
have been in the political commentary space for years at this point. Kyle has his YouTube channel Secular Talk with now 2 million subscribers and 12,000 patrons on Patreon, and has appeared places like The Young Turks
I don't know.
and Joe Rogan.
And on Lib and Learn.
While Crystal Ball has moved through places like MSNBC, The Hill,
So much bullshit.
and now
That's Miss Crystal Ball to you.
has her YouTube channel Breaking Point with her previous co-host Sagar and Jetty with Ryan Grimm and Emily Jashinsky. People want to hear what they have to say.
So much bullshit.
But maybe I'm not giving them enough credit. I don't like passing judgment just based off of individual clips that get passed around potentially out of context. So I watched a week of both their shows, and I'm going to tell you what I learned. And if you like
Oh, okay. All right. So they watched the week of the show, and it's gonna like give a rundown of it. All right, cool.
this video and want to see more
And this is a Hassan
like it,
thing.
you can subscribe to my Patreon. No obligation. I'm still having trouble figuring out what perks to offer there anyway. So if you have any ideas, feel free to leave them in the comments. I would genuinely appreciate it.
whole bunch of breaking news to deliver for you here. We got a lot of stuff going on, and most of it sucks ass.
We begin in Kyle's spacious backyard as he starts in on Trump blowing up Venezuelan and apparently Colombian boats in the name of stopping quote-unquote narco-terrorists who have yet to be proven as such.
The most recent boat that they blew up, according to the Colombian president, was a Colombian fishing boat, and they killed a number of Colombian citizens. The Trump regime is trying to overthrow Maduro
That's what the Colombian president alleged.
and steal the oil, by the way, as Trump admitted in speeches publicly.
Okay, would we invade Venezuela for their oil? This is a little complicated, so I'm going to explain it as simply as I can. Venezuela's oil is shit. Their refineries are shit. Their export process is shit. Purportedly, with Marco Rubio and Stephen Miller's influence, this is really just about immigration issues.
Those things don't contradict that Trump's purported basis for some of these strikes, and indeed, the strikes weren't just limited in the sense of for the drug stuff. They also did the interdictions in the middle of the sea. And then Trump, I don't know if this was published after we got Maduro, literally said it was for the oil. And there are some reports that he's been like fixated on the oil like he used to be when it came to ISIS and Iraq. And so you saying, well, it doesn't make any sense to go get the oil, doesn't mean that actually isn't part of the influence on Trump, who is making the ultimate decision. And so I fail to see how this is bad reporting on Kyle's or a bad commentary on Kyle's behalf, if that's at least one of the official reasons for our policy against Venezuela is how they're skirting different regulations and sanctions by the Americans. That was the basis for one of the warrants to seize some of these shippings. And indeed, when the invasion ended up happening, that was the purported rationale. And it's something the administration has been talking about. And so, yeah, whether it's wise or not, we're all saying it's fucking dumb, but you haven't contradicted him at all.
Drugs and Venezuela's government.
Like, at least factor
And this is also him shitting on Trump, so that's an example of him shitting on Trump.
in the Bush era, which was fucking horrible. They had to at least try to lie to you.
Then he lays into...
And again, that is also true, that the pretext here is thin, and it's him acknowledging the thin pretext and the fact that they haven't like built it up in this profound way with respect to weapons of mass destruction.
Maria Corina Machado, the opposition leader in Venezuela, because she won the Nobel Peace Prize and dedicated it to Trump.
They probably knew she was going to turn around and dedicate it to him, and they gave it to her anyway.
Then asked Netanyahu to regime change her country? I am so curious about the context there.
Begged Benjamin Netanyahu to invade her own country to topple Maduro.
She didn't beg Netanyahu to invade Venezuela.
La población de Venezuela necesita protección internacional contra el ataque generalizado. And I'm reading the original Spanish. Sistemático en el cual los... Agradecemos profundamente esta gestión. So it's a huge danger. There's a generalized and actual threat that this is not just in terrorism and narco trafficking. It's a real threat for other countries, among others, and especially Israel. So this is to Benjamin Netanyahu from Machado. The Venezuelan population needs protection international against the generalized attack and systematic attack to the Venezuelan region. This is what is demonstrated in, I forget this organization. What is the acronym? Fuck the American acronym. Just get it. OE, what is it? Organization of American States. What is it? There's like an international, I think. The OAS, right? Yeah. Before the International Criminal Court. This has been the basis for new countries, including Argentina, to denounce the regime under international principles, I think. We are very grateful for this gesture, which is necessary to solve like the Venezuelan tragedy. I mean, she's basically looking at that they need international help from Israel. Okay.
She sent a letter to him for support in passing her UN.
For this reason, I'm sending letters to some of the main world leaders with the same request. Okay, so what's the criticism here?
And asked Netanyahu to regime change the Nobel Peace Prize and dedicated it to Trump.
They probably knew she was going to turn around and dedicate it to him, and they gave it to her anyway.
And asked Netanyahu to regime change her country? I am so curious about the context there.
Begged Benjamin Netanyahu to invade her own country to topple Maduro.
She didn't beg Netanyahu to invade Venezuela. She sent a letter to him for support in passing a UN resolution to establish regime change in Venezuela because Maduro is a dictator. That letter was also...
So is the criticism that he focused on Israel?
In 2018, Kyle talks about Republicans denouncing the No Kings protests.
We got to talk about this war on free speech, man.
Speaking from the future,
Wait, what's the criticism there? Is the criticism that it's the focus on Israel? I mean, I don't really know what his whether the focus. I mean, I'm guessing he went hard on Israel, but we don't get that from this video.
In 2018, Kyle talks about Republicans denouncing the No Kings protests.
We got to talk about this war on free speech, man.
Speaking from the future, I'm glad those went off without a hitch, and bloviating about the people involved being Hamas-supporting Marxists didn't turn into actual crackdowns.
4 to 6 million Americans who partook in those protests, and according to them, you're all terrorists. So I think we know who the good guys are in this scenario, and it's not the fucking feds. I'll tell you that much for sure.
So this is him shitting on Trump.
After that, Kyle's pissed at Democrats for voting for the military budget. First, he praises the ones that were willing to vote for cuts.
So I got to give credit to these Democrats who go to the right way.
But he has a message for the rest.
What the
Yeah.
fuck is wrong with you? The guy is a fucking fascist. Almost all the Republicans and Fetterman.
What's wrong with this?
Like all of you guys, I'm sorry. You're just evil.
After that, we get to Barry Weiss taking over CBS.
They want to turn it into
huge problem.
a both sides factory, and they want to turn it into a Zionist factory.
I mean, is there a question of that? Is there a question of that?
This Zionist billionaire wants to make sure, hey guys, you need to be pro-Israel, and don't be so hard on Trump. You're going to get genocide apologia.
Is there a question that Barry Weiss has been putting her thumb on the scale for her ideological priors? Is there a question that Barry Weiss is a supporter of Israel?
Holocaust apologia.
Don't you say that. Don't you ever say that.
Okay, you may disagree with his characterization of the genocide. You might disagree with that, but what is the point?
And remember, guys, this is at the same time that Zionists just took over TikTok as well, and they're sort of purging the pro-Palestine content over there.
Kyle apparently believes that because Larry Ellison bought TikTok, some Zionist millionaire is going to scrounge together the entire GDP of Israel in order to buy YouTube from Google.
YouTube is one of the last platforms standing that, hasn't been totally taken over by Zionist hacks. Some Zionist billionaire could offer Google or Alphabet an offer they can't refuse. Tell them a number they can't refuse.
U.S. tourism is down substantially because Trump's a prick who pissed off Canada and the rest of the world.
That's been found. I mean, that's been. I guess I don't understand.
In particular, Phil.
Tourism has been down from those countries.
35% in September alone.
And also, he canceled a massive solar energy project.
Like economic self-sabotage.
Also, here's where I noticed
all shitting on Trump.
That the reflection of his laptop and his glasses makes it look like he has googly eyes. Try to unsee that now. After that, we learned that ICE has been trying to impersonate day laborers to find illegal immigrants, and I hate that I find this 22 Jump Street ass impression of an impression so funny.
Hey, Holmes. We sure are illegal, aren't we, I say? Oh, yeah, we are, Holmes. We're totally illegal and stuff, man. My name is Jeff. This is what they're doing.
Kyle provides no evidence for any of his motive calls here, With respect to what? Okay, they're putting people in charge who are ideologically aligned and are pro-Israel. That's not a question, is it? Is that a question?
U.S. variety of fascism is just more embarrassing than
I mean, is that up for dispute?
Someone's never seen the producers.
I'll myself. I'll to me.
Let's talk a little bit about what's going on with Israel.
Oh no.
For my own purposes, I'm not going to investigate every single attack unless there's some specific circumstance or context. It's possible that some accusations, if they are included, can be effectively countered, but
decidedly anti-Trump, decidedly like against the current regime. You can disagree on Israel, but decidedly not just Dem bashing.
Point of clarification.
Bashing Fetterman, bashing people who are funding the government's projects, including its international interventions.
Not me trying to preemptively discredit the attacks themselves. The main issue I'm going to take with Kyle's Israel reporting is much stupider. Because for all intents, his primary source is Twitter.
Tommy Vietor points out Israeli government officials are talking about the Gaza ceasefire very differently than Trump. Yeah, Kyle, leader. First thing we're doing is...
So, this is him citing someone's characterization and impression about how people are publicly it's not like a factual statement. It's someone's interpretation, and he's crediting an interpretation, but it's not like he's quote unquote like getting news from Twitter, and that's he's getting someone's opinion. It would be like saying Mearsheimer says that X, Y, or Z, or whoever this is, right? Says whatever. Oh, you're getting your facts from Twitter. He's sourcing a guy.
Tommy Vietor points out Israeli government officials are talking about the Gaza ceasefire very differently than Trump. Yeah, Kyle, leader. First thing we're doing is getting our hostages back. After that, we'll see. Middle East Eye is reporting that they already broke it, and they have video of them violating the deal, breaking the deal.
This is happening too fast. I can't hear the article, and it's sorry.
See Middle East Eye.
He does not show the video from Middle East Eye. I believe this is the post he's referring to, in which. How can he show it on, like, this is just when he's not in his like studio or whatever, right? This is like him on, like, there are some times when I'm talking about stuff I see and I'm either in like a hotel or something, or I don't even want to bring it up. He's referring to which
that they already broke it, and they have video of them violating the deal.
The article on that Hamas booby-trapped buildings that civilians can return to, the ceasefire violation happened hours after it was announced Thursday, and no deaths or injuries occurred Friday. Mahmoud Basal, spokesperson for Palestinian civil defense in Gaza, described massive destruction across the besieged enclave during on-ground inspections. He warned that ordnance and explosive robots remain in the area, urging civilians to stay clear of such objects as they pose a serious danger to life. I want to highlight that some homes where Israeli forces were stationed have been booby-trapped and have not yet exploded. Civilians returning to those homes may be shocked to find them filled with explosives. Meanwhile, authorities in Gaza have called on the public to cooperate during the upcoming recovery phase, announcing that security forces will be deployed throughout the strip to restore order. The article omits that Hamas booby-trapped building that civilians cannot return to. Is it wrong, though, of a ceasefire violation?
Back. After that, we are talking about the Gaza ceasefire very differently than Trump. Yeah, Kyle, leader. First thing we're doing is getting our hostages back. After that, we'll see. Middle East Eye.
Okay. Israel forces killed 70 people on Thursday, just hours after the mediators announced the ceasefire. He does not show the video.
Reporting that they already
in
broke
which
it, and
the article. So you're not sure that that's what he's referring to. I said the article omits booby traps. Does it contradict what Kyle's saying? That's the important bit, right? Whether it contradicts what Kyle's saying.
Violating the deal, breaking the deal. We also have the Times of Gaza. This was
Times of Gaza is not an actual media outlet. It is a Twitter account that posts Gaza war footage. Okay.
I believe the fact of the matter is, and I know this is so.
Wait, but what does it say that's wrong?
Violating the deal.
Because there could be some like OSINT shit.
Breaking the deal.
You actually need to show. You actually need to show that what he's doing is irresponsible. That the video he's showing is like fake. The account is uncredible for what it posts. It's actually not enough to be like, Twitter lol. I haven't seen a contradiction between the omission of booby traps and the fact that he's citing not a publication, but in fact just like some Twitter account that shows video. You have to show that he's relying on it and that it's like bad to do that.
This was, I believe, the fact of the matter is, and I know this is so dark to say, but I think it's true. I don't think it matters what Hamas does at this point because
so far, I don't think that you've shown anything that is like wrong. I mean, like I see accounts that sometimes post crazy videos from Ukraine that are like reliable. You need to show some sort of like dubious reliance, some sort of specific contradiction.
Israel is they're gonna continue with the genocide and they're gonna try to complete it. And so if they give up the hostages or if they don't give up the hostages, the end result is effectively gonna be the same.
This is his prediction. Again,
that they're gonna be.
You might disagree with it, but I'm not seeing something that show. I mean, it's just him shitting on Israel, which they do. They don't like the Israeli government.
They're gonna be obliterated. They're gonna be wiped off the map.
The benefit of being from the future is that I can be thankful that at least for now he's wrong. But there's a difference between Israel being overly aggressive during the ceasefire and they are going to finish the genocide now.
There is a difference between those two things, but that's his. Do you think that he doesn't acknowledge that there's a difference?
It's wrong. But there's.
And they're going to try to complete it. And so if they give up the hostages or if they don't give up the hostages.
That's his estimation of their intent. You might, again, disagree with their intent, but he's just making, again, a prediction based on what he perceives the intent to be.
The end result is effectively going to be the same. That they're going to be obliterated. They're going to be wiped off the map.
The benefit of being from the future is that I can be thankful that at least for now he's wrong. But there's a difference between Israel being overly aggressive during the ceasefire and they are going to finish the genocide now.
You haven't established that he doesn't acknowledge the difference between those two things. That's what you're gonna have to show. A contradiction. Some kind of contradiction, actually.
I hate living through history. I hate it.
It's a trash prediction. Haha. It's a trash It's not, you haven't exposed anything. People have wrong predictions. Mearsheimer had a bad prediction about whether or not they would actually go and do any kind of action in Venezuela, the land invasion or whatever. People have bad predictions. That's not, you can have a I have a prediction about like what the Democrats are going to do or what Trump is going to do. I've said that I think Trump is going to invoke the Insurrection Act. Again, you haven't shown like a bias against rank and file Democrats in favor of Trump or some kind of false equivalence.
I hate it. Witnessing a new
this is a nothing burger so far.
Holocaust, a new genocide.
Don't make me do a history of the Holocaust so that you can see why these two things are not at all comparable.
Holocaust, a new genocide.
Finish the genocide now.
I hate living through history. I hate it. I hate it. Witnessing a new Holocaust, a new genocide.
Don't make me do a history of the Holocaust so that you can see why these two things are not at all comparable.
And the U.S. is leading the way, and Israel's leading the way, and now none of us are safe.
Van Jones and some other journalists are apparently doing a fellowship that Kyle claims is about pro-Israel propaganda.
In a new journalism fellowship explicitly created to help Israel win its information war.
He's referencing a Dropsite News article, which is not great.
There are 16 mainstream...
Wait, what?
...to help Israel win its information war.
He's referencing a Dropsite...
In virtue of what is it not great? In response to an inquiry from Dropsite about whether having staff reporters mentor for a program whose founder has said it exists to help Israel win an information war represented a conflict with the Times standards, spokesperson Charlie Sadlanter said in a statement, "It is ridiculous to guess participation as a mentor in this fellowship of anything other than helping to build the reporting skills necessary for the next generation." So what's the problem with this article?
Propaganda.
In a new journalism fellowship explicitly created to help Israel win its information war.
He's referencing a Dropsite News article, which is not great.
There are 16 mainstream...
Not great in virtue of what? Just because he's citing Dropsite? Yeah, they were friends with like Ryan Grimm, who like was one of the... Are you serious? What's the problem? Are they wrong? Is the reporting incorrect? Is he wrong to rely on it?
Journalists who are on Israel's payroll getting probably paid a shitload for doing Israeli propaganda.
He's referring to the Karsh Fellowship, intended to mentor 10 journalists on how to cover Jewish stories. The founders cite the Al-Ali hospital bombing, when multiple outlets immediately jumped on the first estimate put out that hundreds of people were killed when the real number was much lower, as the reason it was founded. Kyle is grossly exaggerating the extent of this, even if the founders have positioned themselves explicitly as pro-Israel and
fellowship explicitly created to help Israel win its information war.
He's referencing a Dropsite News article, which is not great.
There are 16 mainstream journalists who are on Israel's payroll getting probably paid a shitload for doing Israeli propaganda.
He's referring to the Karsh Fellowship, intended to mentor 10 journalists on how to cover Jewish stories. The founders cite the Al-Ali hospital bombing, when multiple outlets immediately jumped on the first estimate put out that hundreds of people were killed when the real number was much lower, as the reason it was founded. Kyle is grossly exaggerating the extent of this, even if the founders have...
Extent of this? Extent of what? What is it that he's exaggerating?
Position themselves explicitly as pro-Israel and anti-Hamas.
Van Jones, remember he was...
How do you know that he's exaggerating? In virtue of what is he exaggerating? How do you know he's exaggerating? He might be exaggerating, but how does this show how he's exaggerating? It's okay. The word of the day is conclusory. Okay, something is conclusory if it states a conclusion, but how do we know that it's exaggerating? or that Kyle is exaggerating grossly. It just concludes it.
Kyle is grossly exaggerating the extent of this, even if the founders have positioned themselves explicitly as pro-Israel and anti-Hamas.
Van Jones, remember he was on Bill Maher's show, and he made a joke where, oh, you go on social media, it's dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, Diddy, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby. Oh, that's because of Qatar and Iran, and they're waging this information war. Total nonsense. The reason why that stuff is out there is because it's happening, and people are interested in it, and they want it to stop.
Qatar and Iran are very obviously running disinfo campaigns, given that there have been multiple instances of people...
Van Jones, remember he was on Bill Maher's show, and he made a joke where, oh, you go on social media, it's dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, Diddy, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby. Oh, that's because of Qatar and Iran, and they're waging this information war. Total nonsense. The reason why that stuff is out there is because it's happening, and people are interested in it, and they want it to stop.
Qatar and Iran are very...
Do you hear Kyle deny that they're doing cyber influence operations, or do you hear him deny that like this is all a result of that? As though that this, I think here there's just like a question of how much significance you put to the general outrage at what's happening in Gaza, and to what extent do we think, not whether or not that they're like trying to do any operations whatsoever, but the extent to which you can dismiss sort of shorthand, like what Kyle is basically saying, there's some bad faith actors who are dismissing all this outrage as mere cyber operations. That's what he's addressing. And I think that you've now taken that statement, which is addressed at a kind of like poo-pooing, to mean that Kyle was asserting that there are no, in fact, cyber operations from the Qataris or from Gulf states or whatever, or Iran. I didn't hear Kyle suggest that. It felt like what Kyle, based on the clip that you showed, was responding to was this kind of like thoughtless dismissal. You tell me if you guys get a different read.
Obviously running disinfo campaigns, given that there have been multiple...
Diddy.
So, okay. I'm going to play it again, and you tell me which of these is closer to accurate based on the clip that was selected for this video. Do you think it's more accurate that Kyle was saying that there are no operations being conducted from Qatar and Iran? Or do you think it's more accurate that he was criticizing this kind of reflexive dismissal of the genuine concerns for the Gazan people that have been acknowledged by Trump himself in both parties?
Van Jones, remember he was...
So you tell me, you're about to hear it again. Which of those do you think is more accurate based on the clip he selected?
Was on Bill Maher's show, and he made a joke where, oh, you go on social media, it's dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, Diddy, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby. Oh, that's because of Qatar and Iran, and they're waging this information war. Total nonsense. The reason why that stuff is out there is because it's happening, and people are interested in it, and they want it to stop.
Qatar and Iran.
So what do you think is more closer? A blanket refusal to acknowledge the existence of cyber operations from these actors, or a criticism at the delegitimization of these images by reference to, oh, it's just Qatar? You tell me if I'm being crazy. Come on, Pisco, let's be for real. Kyle's implying that it's not really happening and people just care. He's combating the narrative he's quoting. Where... are you serious? Based on what you just heard? You think that you can translate that statement to they're not actually running any kind of influence operation? That if I ask Kyle what his opinion is, what do you think he would say? Both. I think that you guys live in bad faith if you have that interpretation. Live in bad faith.
And are very obviously running disinfo campaigns, given that there have been multiple instances of people using footage from Syria and claiming that they're Israeli attacks.
People don't like seeing babies getting blown up.
Okay. So because some people, which has happened on both sides, and it happens even in situations that happen domestically, have confused images. You've just owned Kyle. You've owned Kyle. I don't understand how that owns Kyle actually, but you tell me. You tell me if I'm being unfair or if I'm being like crazy charitable.
Campaigns, given that there have been multiple instances of people using footage from Syria and claiming that they're Israeli attacks.
People don't like seeing babies getting blown up in their face on a daily basis. That's why it's out there.
I mean, thank you for laying out in clear terms the reason that might be used in the disinfo campaign because of...
What he's denying is that the overwhelming sentiment is based on a disinformation campaign, as opposed to the actual suffering and the actual images that are coming out of Gaza that are not contested and that don't need to be funneled through a disinformation campaign.
The strong emotional reaction it incurs.
Meanwhile, Israel's literally like buying up our media right in front of our faces. The Zionist billionaires are buying like every outlet right in front of our faces and making Barry Weiss fucking emperor of news.
This is veering very quickly from legitimate concern to Jews control the media. Excuse me, Zionists.
Every single...
I mean, I think that the causality there is one that is, I think, inappropriate, in that I think it's more managed by Trump. But the influences with respect to information warfare are definitely there. And it's not anti-Semitic to suggest that there are interests within the United States that want to present Israel in a favorable light, just like those interests exist for, other foreign interests. That's not, especially with this administration, who actively courts such individuals, basically pays homage to them, to Miriam Adelson, as well as other donors who have a vested interest in it and who stake their actual positions and their influence on the campaign on those very facts and issues. So is the causality Israel is controlling the media fucked up the impression? Yeah. But I think that you're also dismissing out of hand that such interests do exist, and you're happy to grant them in the context of Qatar, and you're happy to grant them in the context of Iran. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't frame it that way. I wouldn't say it that way, but I don't really think that it's this shocking, disgusting anti-Semitic trope that he's playing on.
One of these so-called journalists should be fucking fired. All these people are whores, and Israel's got a lot of money, and they'll fill their fucking pockets.
The people in the fellowship get $4,000. I couldn't find what the mentors get, but I assume it is not a lot. Then the Virginia GOP candidate for governor said it's not discrimination to fire someone for being gay. It is. I don't need a source to confirm that. Kyle's right.
Look, Spanberger's not the greatest Democrat. I have issues with her, but any Democrat with a fucking pulse is better than these Republicans.
Trump reversed a Biden administration regulation to ban a forever chemical.
When we had fewer regulations back in the day, there was a river famously in the U.S. that caught fire, and it burned.
Pete Hegseth got Botox. That's a fun one.
They think he's literally manic. Like he might be bipolar, and he's going through a manic phase.
Trump tried to ban flag burning, and someone from Tennessee got arrested for posting Charlie Kirk memes.
This is how, and by the way, this shows the lack of resistance too, right, from the Democrats. That he feels like I could just go out there and say, quote, we took the freedom of speech away, and, think, I'll be fine. The Democrats won't react. I won't be clobbered over the head. I hope Democrats are cutting ads with him saying this right now. Shouldn't you have to know, at least a little bit, to be fucking president of the United States?
So far, though, okay, even if you grant this is irresponsible Israel-Palestine framing, what I'm not seeing here is a false equivalence between Democrats and Republicans. So I'm looking out for that.
States will apparently not.
I mean, that's preferable, but ultimately the standards are set by the electorate.
I'm fucking pissing into the wind here doing my job. Meanwhile, there's this whole right-wing apparatus, and they seem to drive whatever story, whatever narrative they want to drive home, they seem to be able to drive that home.
Now I'm wondering, what did Kyle think about Taylor Lorenz's article about Chorus?
Welcome, Taylor Lorenz. Thanks for joining us. There's this Democratic Creator Incubator program called Chorus.
Okay, wait a second. So now we're not doing the week thing, because this was before. This is months ago.
But ultimately, the standards are set by...
Right now. Shouldn't you have to know, at least a little bit, to be fucking president of the United States? Well, apparently not.
I mean, that's preferable, but ultimately the standards are set by the electorate.
I'm fucking pissing into the wind here doing my job. Meanwhile, there's this whole right-wing apparatus, and they seem to drive whatever story, whatever narrative they want to drive home, they seem to be able to drive that home.
Now I'm wondering, what did Kyle think about Taylor Lorenz's article about Chorus?
Welcome to...
I'm just not understanding how the chorus angle here, which I probably won't agree with Kyle and Crystal on, how that is at all related to what we just saw. But someone, I'm sure he'll explain.
Taylor Lorenz, thanks for joining us. There's this Democratic Creator Incubator program called Chorus,
which is a nonprofit that I helped found to build up a creator ecosystem, which everybody says they want, but few are doing.
And it's funded by this liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund. So according to reporting, there are restrictive clauses in the contract. They have to funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus.
That's not true. I set up all my own interviews. You can go ask lawmakers yourself.
But that's about what the contract suggests. And I think the contract, there are some ambiguities within it regarding what is and what is not allowed under it. So different things, right? So we understand the difference.
Money group called the 1630 Fund. So according to reporting, there are restrictive clauses in the contract.
There are restrictive clauses in the contract. And let's see what the debunk is.
They have to funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus.
That's not true. I set up all my own interviews.
Is that a contradiction? You guys tell me, am I being too fair? Is that a contradiction, yes or no? Are there restrictive clauses? Did she set up all her own interviews? What's the contradiction? You tell me what the contradiction is. And also, at this point, Kyle is just quoting the article. What's the issue? It's a non sequitur. What's the contradiction? So you guys spell it out. Just because you do something doesn't mean a clause doesn't exist in a contract. And again, he's quoting from the article. Whether or not the restrictive clause exists is separate from whether or not it was ever enforced. Understand that? So the P is there are restrictive clauses in the contract. The not P would be there are not restrictive clauses in the contract. So we're just going to listen to that one more time.
And it's funded Chorus,
which is a nonprofit that I helped found to build up a creator ecosystem, which everybody says they want, but few are doing.
And it's funded by this liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund. So according to your reporting, there are restrictive...
According to your reporting, so he's reading from the reporting, quoting from the reporting. So he's affirming, he's stating out loud what Taylor is reporting on. So this is a low IQ. Timothy Douglas, you need to understand that you're being very low IQ right now. So are all these people violating? This is what an emotional baby does. Non sequitur, not responsive, right? Desperate, emotional child. I'm not even going to dignify this non sequitur with a response.
Clauses in the contract. They have to funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders.
So reading from Taylor Loren's reporting, and this is about the restrictive clause in the contract, very clear.
Through Chorus.
That's not true. I set up all my own interviews.
This is not a contradiction.
Go ask lawmakers yourself.
You can't support or oppose politicians without Chorus's approval.
Hello, I am a leftist that is known for being very critical of the Democrats.
And again, this is part of the Taylor Loren's coverage that I don't agree with, that the contract says this, at least the parts that we've seen so far, in fairness to the reporting. Because I don't even think that Taylor has actually published the contracts. It's been some of these influencers who have parts of it, right? But the parts that's where, but again, Kyle is reading from Taylor's reporting.
Party, and I'm a member of a training program called Chorus.
And by the way, the program works. In just 2 months, our cohort has added a combined 6 million followers. That's not including me. Loren says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of.
From there, we get to the roundtable Trump held about Antifa being...
I have no idea what did Kyle do there that we're objecting to? Having Taylor Lorenz on? Not being contradicted by what you posted? Him quoting to have an interview with someone who had a story? So far, terrible video. Not organized well. No good transitions. Not understanding the contradictions.
Terrorists?
Oh, I think Antifa's bad. Oh, I think Antifa's the worst. Oh, Antifa molested my grandma.
Then he goes on to Trump saying he would only cut Democrat programs during the government shutdown that I really hope is over by the time this video goes up. Kyle does a good job going over this.
We'll be making cuts that will be permanent, and we're only going to cut Democrat programs. Just so you know, that's not a thing. There is no thing that's like a Democrat program or a Republican program. If Trump gets his way, and if the Republicans get their way, healthcare premiums are going to skyrocket, but they know they can't win on the merits, so they just lie.
And ain't that the main thesis of the Republican Party? And now we're up to the $20 billion Argentina bailout.
I took one look at Javier Milei the first time I saw him, and I said, that guy's a fucking idiot.
Come on, Kyle. What about this guy screams untrustworthy to you? Now we get to Epstein didn't kill himself. Joy.
Who would have been able to order
Yeah, I think that this is stupid.
that the FBI should sort of move on from this quickly and brush it under the rug?
Fun fact, Nixon didn't get in trouble for Watergate itself. He got in trouble for the cover-up. The more you try to paper over a crime, the more you make it apparent what the crime actually is. You can take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, but the reason you should be comfortable settling on the idea that Epstein really did kill himself is that the main evidence of the cover-up is a bunch of incredibly vague information that does not actually connect any dots beyond confirmation bias. We figure these things out because of the way people attempt to direct attention elsewhere. The fact that nothing of this kind has happened with Epstein should tell you something about the circumstances, which is that they didn't need to be manipulated.
It looks like Trump fucking killed Epstein.
Well, let me know if there's any change in
I totally disagree with that from Kyle. I don't have evidence of that.
his condition. He's dead.
And by the way, Trump ordered, hey, take my name out of it everywhere you find it.
See?
I mean, that's true.
Cover-up is much more obvious.
I mean, like the in terms of the covering up of his specific role there. Now, in fairness to the Department of Justice, if I should be fair, some documents they've released with his name on it.
Yes. And lastly, Kyle has something to say to Asmongold for his comments about ICE using live ammunition on protesters.
Hey, listen, Asmongold, I hope you're watching this. I need you to do me a favor and shut the fuck up from now until forever.
Now, let's see what Crystal's up to.
Wait.
How you doing?
You to do me a favor.
Something to say to Asmongold for his comments
out of it everywhere you find it.
See, cover up is much more obvious. And lastly, Kyle has something to say to Asmongold for his comments about ICE using live ammunition on protesters.
Hey,
this is before the shootings.
Listen, Asmongold, I hope you're watching this. I need you to do me a favor and shut the fuck up from now until forever.
Now, let's see what Crystal's up to.
How you doing? Israel.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I am so tempted to just skip every section on Israel this time because it's all the same points I keep going over. But the way Israel is covered keeps bleeding into every other story. Criticize Trump for being a corrupt fascist, but he's better than Biden for getting a ceasefire. But the ceasefire isn't real because Trump is paid off by Zionist billionaires to let Israel get away with genocide. Democrats aren't opposing Trump enough because they're paid by AIPAC. Trump wants to invade Venezuela, and the opposition leader asked Netanyahu for supporting the UN.
I didn't get that from... Where was that part?
Corrupt fascist, but he's better than...
I know that's their opinion about Democrats closest to AIPAC, but I didn't get that from the clips we saw.
The same points I keep going over. But the way Israel is covered keeps bleeding into every other story. Criticize Trump for being a corrupt fascist, but he's better than Biden for getting a ceasefire. But
they don't say... Where did he say that they're better than Biden for getting a ceasefire? I didn't see that.
Ceasefire isn't real because Trump is paid off by Zionist billionaires.
I didn't see that contradiction, the ceasefire aspect, where they're giving Trump credit for a ceasefire and that he's better than Biden on it. Where is that? And also, Biden did get a ceasefire. Yeah, Biden also got a ceasefire. Hang on.
Just skip every section on Israel this time because it's all the same points I keep going over. But the way Israel is covered keeps bleeding into every other story. Criticize Trump for being a corrupt fascist, but he's better than Biden for getting a ceasefire.
When did they say Trump is better than Biden for getting a ceasefire? Maybe they said it. I'm not saying they didn't say it. You didn't show it. That would be actually evidence of this whole they do the false equivalence bullshit, which is supposedly what this video, or I'm told, might be gesturing at. But where is that? You have it. Where is it? You saved it. All right, we'll wait for the claim. Are we just doing a bit here? What is a single dumb thing I've said? Name one. Hedonic, Samuel. We're waiting for the saved clip. The claim is as follows. And again, it wasn't better on Israel. It said better.
But the way Israel is covered keeps bleeding into every other story. Criticize Trump for being a corrupt fascist, but he's better than Biden for getting a ceasefire.
Because they're not comparing Israel policy, right? They're not just comparing Israel policy. Criticize Trump for being a fascist, but he's better than Biden for getting a ceasefire. So it's not Israel policy comparison. It's Trump is better than Biden, preferable to Biden. That's what I'm looking for. Not Trump was able to do something that Biden didn't do on Israel, because that's not the claim. And the proof that that is not the claim, is you're comparing a non-Israel issue, fascism, to an Israel issue. Most of it just defending Kyle like your life depends on it. Annoyed. Hey, if you're too emotional to see me analyze this video that Hutch asked me to watch, get the fuck out. If it's bothering you and you can't even list a single point that you think I'm dumb on, you can't. So you took the time to type out, is he just going through all these dumb things? You didn't list a single dumb thing I said. That tells you more about your own bias than it does about mine. I'm going to give 5 more minutes for that specific claim. Yes, 5 more minutes. No one can say I'm not fair. I'm dumb on this point. I'm dumb on this one. What point? What point? What point, Timothy Douglas? What's the point I'm dumb on?
Keeps bleeding.
So this is the claim I'm looking for. So and just to make sure that we agree that this is like the nature of the claim, right? So because I don't want you to be said like, oh, your standard is too high, right? So like he is saying that Kyle and Crystal's claim is that Trump is preferable than Biden. If you don't hear that, you are not listening correctly. Listen to what he says.
Into every other story. Criticize Trump for being a corrupt fascist, but he's better than Biden for getting a ceasefire.
He's better than Biden for getting a ceasefire. And what is it compared to? Criticize Trump for being a fascist. So it's not just he's better on Israel, right? Because if it was he's better on Israel, you would assume to see like a parody there, right? Trump is giving Israel whatever he wants, but he's better than Biden on, but he's got a ceasefire. Then I would say, all right, contextually, I can understand. No. It's about whether Trump is preferable to Biden in virtue of the deal. That's what the statement says. And if he meant something else, he should have said something else and been more clear. And that's a failure of this video. And you already admitted Biden did get a ceasefire and hostage released. I don't understand. That's not the claim I'm contesting. That's not the claim that before us. That claim isn't what I'm analyzing. Like you guys, your brains, there's something wrong with your brains. You can't even like focus for 2 seconds. Yeah, I know. What was this guy? What was this guy's name? He said he had it saved. All right, we'll wait for another 2 minutes. Which comment am I ignoring? Tell me which comment I'm ignoring. You guys are so cringe, dude. Which comment? Flip into a chat. Sick. I had to go to my Twitch chat. Sick. I don't see a clip. I don't see a clip. Where's the clip? I was talking about Will Miniker from Chapo, not Kyle. Okay, so thanks. Thanks. So someone who's not Kyle. So not Kyle Kalinske. What you're talking about is Chapo Trap House. Sick. He's unhinged right now. It's so weird. He froths at the mouth. No, it's because this is basically someone who's applying a critical lens, even just a little edge of a critical lens. It's not just a passive consumer of what I'm being fed. And everyone's reacting, all the people who are like giddy for me to watch this video. Like, he's being so unreasonable. Not a single point has anyone identified on which I'm being unreasonable yet.
But the ceasefire isn't real because Trump is paid off by Zionist billionaires to let Israel get away with genocide. Democrats aren't opposing Trump enough because they're paid by AIPAC. Trump wants to invade Venezuela, and
this is something that they believe for sure.
The opposition leader asked Netanyahu for support.
By the way, I don't think Democrats should take any AIPAC money because they fund MAGA Republicans, and I don't think that we should. I don't know, just me. I think that we shouldn't be like working with this organization that majorly supports MAGA Republicans who want to destroy our country. Call me crazy. But I actually think that organization should go fuck itself.
The UN. It wasn't like this 2 years ago, right? I'm not crazy that there wasn't a murder board of connections to Israel for every goddamn thing that happens. How did we get here?
I think in the last 24 hours, at least 17 Palestinians were killed, but they also are fighting.
That's not really
more.
my understanding of a ceasefire.
Well, that is the understanding that the Israeli government usually brings to a ceasefire.
Same as it ever was.
There's been a siege on.
Is that wrong? What's I don't understand that like sort of that quip.
Yet, when Israelis have seen previous captives released, they've said, how dare you? How could you treat the hostages this way? Palestinians look around, they're like, this is what we look like too. Like, what are you talking about?
You don't need to downplay one to elevate the other. Israel is still striking targets in Lebanon, and the Gaza ceasefire is incredibly tenuous, and Israel did restrict aid into Gaza for several months. But the outrage about the hostages hasn't just been about starvation, and that outrage doesn't become unjustified because of apparent hypocrisy, especially when the conditions of the hostages had been an issue prior to the aid restrictions.
If the United States actually...
Okay, so now it's... Instead of... it's polemical now. I mean, now you're taking a view here. Would you watch this with Hutch or go over? I mean, yeah, I would. He asked me to watch it. I am. I'm watching. I'm complying, right? I'm peacefully complying with what was requested of me, right? This is what I've been requested to watch, not by people who support Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball. This is from people who think that they're not part of the coalition. And I'm just reacting to it and saying, well, what are the conclusions? Now, if you want to criticize their views on Israel, have at it. You can have the criticism of their views of Israel and give them your moral arguments, but I didn't know that this was a kind of place for him to put his polemic. I thought this was a kind of like, debunk, like this is wrong. Look at the focus here is on bashing Democrats, and it's being intermixed with like his own polemic on Israel and his apologia, which again, might be correct or wrong. I'm not taking a view on that right now. I'm not sure that I have sympathy to it, but in general, I think it's just not what I expected.
Exerts itself. That's how those wars end. An American president calls up and says, that's it. I'm yanking the leash.
A list of every major Israeli conflict and whether the United States put an end to it.
What's the claim? Sorry.
Hostages had been an issue prior to the aid restrictions.
If the United States actually exerts itself, that's how those wars end. An American president calls up and says, that's it. I'm yanking the leash.
A list of every major Israeli conflict and whether the United States put an end to it.
Calls up and says, that's it. I'm yanking the leash.
A list of every...
Was the U.S. not involved in the Suez Crisis?
Every major Israeli conflict and whether
he's saying
the
it
United
is.
States put an end to it.
To get the hostages back and then go in and saying...
Are you saying that he's wrong? I mean, sometimes it seems that U.S. involvement is there and sometimes it's not. I don't understand the point.
That they're doing it because they need to disarm Hamas, which again, a lot of their weapons are unexploded ordnance. I don't quite see how they physically, literally can disarm if those are the weapons we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like a bare assertion or a conclusory. Like, if you're going to make the claim that U.S. involvement isn't actually important to any of these conflicts, you're going to have to do more work than just put in bare assertions in one lines. You're actually going to have to do the job of laying out an argument, premises and some sort of historical analysis, citations to something, right? Doesn't seem like you're doing the work of proving your case. Yes, he's saying he's wrong. He's saying he's wrong, but some of these examples
are unexploded ordnance. I don't quite see how they physically, literally can disarm if those
and the United States put an end.
So
the president calls up and says, that's it. I'm yanking the leash.
A list of...
So going off of his bare assertions regarding the and again, not splitting up the nature of the 48 war between the other states and whatever, but okay, take it all as one. And okay, no U.S. involvement there. U.S. involvement in the Suez Crisis. So no involvement, some involvement. Okay, 6-Day War. Again, like just no U.S. involvement. I don't like. Do you believe that Americans weren't? Didn't this happen to Lyndon Johnson's administration? Did they not have any sort of say? Their presence in some respect restrained it? I mean, like, I don't know if that's the case, but you have at least one.
Every major.
And look here, you have U.S. mediators in this war that he's citing, the Yom Kippur War. America's involved in it.
Israeli conflict.
So it seems like it's a mixed track record of U.S. involvement. U.S. is mediating peace.
And whether.
Wait, did he spell weak wrong?
That's how those wars end. An American president calls up and says, that's it. I'm yanking the leash.
A list of every major Israeli.
U.S. negotiates a week. Israel goes back in the next. Negotiates a week? I don't know. A week peace? A week ceasefire? In the next what? How is my mind shutting down? It seems like there's mixed American involvement in these wars by his own telling, even assuming that he's correct about it. He's saying U.S. involved, mediators, U.S. here, for the Suez Crisis, in addition to the war of attrition. This is his own telling of it, that in the invasion of Lebanon, that U.S. negotiates a week.
Conflict and whether the United States put an end to it.
And it goes too fast. I mean, it's like, how am I supposed, as a viewer, what do you expect me to do here? Just be like, oh, like, I think this is a kind of excuse not to think, oh, don't worry. Obviously, Ryan Grimm is stupid. Obviously, he's wrong. But he actually hasn't done the work. He just like makes this go super, super fast. I know it's on 1.5. All right, sue me. I don't really think mixed, complicated negotiations, sometimes working, sometimes not. Yeah, he could be wrong about that. He could be wrong about that. But again, it's like American involvement with Trump right now is having effects on the conflict. And I think that America could have a if not a decisive role. Do you doubt that Biden? I mean, it could have caused him trouble. I don't think that he would have won himself favors in that context for the election. But do we doubt that American influence and America's support is super vital to Israel's geostrategic calculation? I don't know. I feel like this is like, even if you disagree, it's like a contested issue. It's an issue of political discussion. It's not like a debunk thing, right? It feels like something, because if you're going to come back with like, no, Biden couldn't do anything, they're going to come back with something else. It feels like it's a conclusion, and it doesn't feel like it's this easily debunkable thing. It seems like a part of a broader political discussion. It's not the kind of thing that I think is resolvable this easy. You tell me if, again, that's stupid.
To get the hostages back and then go in and saying that they're doing it because they need to disarm Hamas, which again, a lot.
That's not the claim, and you know it. What's not the claim?
He says, calls up and says,
an issue prior to the aid restrictions.
If the United States actually exerts itself, that's how those wars end. An American president.
If America actually exerts itself, that's how these wars end.
Calls up and says, that's it. I'm yanking the leash.
I'm yanking the leash. So the claim is that an American president couldn't do this, right? So that's supposedly what he's trying to contest here, is that America could not strong arm Israel. He's trying to say they could not. They don't have the power to. Okay? And I kind of think that that's like, I don't know. It feels like a kind of meaty issue to discuss.
A list of every major Israeli conflict and whether the United States put an end to it.
To get the hostages back and then go in and saying that they're doing it because they need to disarm Hamas, which again, a lot of their weapons are unexploded ordnance. I don't quite see how they physically, literally can disarm.
Oh no, wait. But did Ryan represent? Did Ryan represent here that it's his view that he thinks every single conflict that Israel has ever been? Again, I don't understand why we're not being good faith. Try to be at good faith for a second. Are we meant to understand what Ryan is suggesting here? What you're supposed to...
It's apparent hypocrisy.
I'm supposed to believe.
Especially when the conditions
is that
of
when
the
Ryan says
have been
this...
an issue prior to the aid restrictions.
If the United States actually exerts itself, that's how those wars end. An American president calls up...
That's how those wars end. I don't have enough context to know which wars he's referring to. Is he referring to, every single conflict Israel has ever had with a neighbor? And so we're meant to interpret Ryan literally that he's making the historical point that every single one of Israel's interventions has ended with American involvement? That's the best reading of this. Yes, he believes that. Okay. If that's the case, I don't have enough context from this clip to show that.
It says, that's it. I'm yanking the leash.
A list of every major Israeli conflict and whether the United States put an end to it.
To get the hostages back and then go in and saying that they're doing it because they need to disarm Hamas, which again, a lot of their weapons are unexploded ordnance.
Is this entire thing just about Israel?
I don't quite see how they physically, literally can disarm if those are the weapons we're talking about.
This is a misrepresentation of Hamas's weaponry at best that's basically intended to evoke the extent of Gazan destruction as the enormity of the task of disarming. After that, they talk about the Israeli ambassador to America, talking about going back into Gaza after the hostages are returned. I've got no problem with them calling him a right-wing nut job, but...
That guy that we were just listening to, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., seemed to have American accent. He is indeed from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
While that is true, I am wary of the way they just pointed that out. One prejudice you hear against Israelis a lot is that they aren't actually from the region and they should go back to their own country. Now we learn that Israel reused 3D imagery to gin up models of Hamas tunnels and infrastructure.
Of course, everyone remembers the famous 3D rendering of the Al-Shifa hospital.
If you remember that, you're weird. Maybe I'm an idiot, but I don't see why that in itself is a problem. The idea that they would both make bespoke models for each location and that they would broadcast the specific layout seems like it'd be an intelligence breach. But Crystal is making it out to be that this proves they were total fabrications.
They just pulled that and repurposed it to be like, no, actually, the Hamas layer is under the hospital now.
Some of the locations were known for months, if not years prior to the war, to be used by Hamas.
Even for us, people who have been very skeptical, to say the least, of Israeli government claims and, very attuned to the amount of
No, is this video just about Israel?
Bar and the amount of,
No, this is not all they talk about. Why do you guys blatantly lie? You blatantly lie. They have American news all the time.
money that's spent to pay influencers and all of that's been revealed.
I'm not saying that every attack was therefore correct and ethical and moral. It's just that from my standpoint, this in itself doesn't bring the legitimacy of these targets into dispute. And we're back to Venezuela and Maria Corina Machado winning the Nobel Prize. Ryan also misrepresents how she asked Netanyahu for help with Maduro.
She literally did. I read it. She literally did. Now you can say they're misstating it, they're overemphasizing it, they're picking out Netanyahu, and this is a broader set of things, but you need to be more careful in your video when you produce the letter which states it.
Asked Benjamin Netanyahu to please come liberate Venezuela.
I can't prove it, but Ryan seems very upset that Emily decided to point out the most likely reason Machado won the Nobel Prize.
Imagine one of the reasons she got this is because there's a pretty decent case that she actually won.
Yes, it does. It does appear like Maduro rigged that election. So maybe that's, but
they also did. They were able to track because of the system. Actually, yeah.
Then we're on to ICE raids.
It genuinely is like a mass terror campaign to scare people into either.
Lil, Ryan Grimm is blatantly lying on the video, and you're actively listening to, and you call out the lies in the chat. Wait, which lie? What's the lie here? Timothy Douglas. Timothy, why don't you join the call? Actually, Timothy, where are you? Where's Timothy Douglas? I want you to join the call. I'll actually share it so we can watch it together. So we can have fair and balanced. Call on. Yeah, maybe the conduit video should have pointed out the lie. Which lie? Biden bad because he didn't pick up the phone. Is that a fair characterization of their position? Everyone take the view that Timothy has put forth. And try not to be a biased piece of shit. Is the view, or is the view America should have exerted its influence and cut off Israel? And that, they think, would have had the effect of ending the conflict by cutting off aid, among other things. It's midnight and the wife is asleep. Conduit showed you what's the lie? A lie is a deliberate falsehood. A lie is a deliberate falsehood. A knowing, intentional falsehood. What is a lie? looking for the lie. I mean, do you doubt they believe it? Do you doubt they believe that Biden could have exerted a shit ton of influence to end the conflict in Israel-Gaza? Stop pretending you don't know the lie. This is like so pathetic.
Or to chill dissent. I mean,
That is correct.
I hate these people so much.
Agreed. Then the Republican who bought Dominion voting.
So that's a little ominous. Got to look into that more to find out what that means.
And that's day one.
That is ominous, and it actually might be related to the warrant that was executed in Georgia. Just heads up. I'm not sure that it was, but who the fuck knows?
You know, it wasn't great, but it was still better than I expected, actually.
Let me just say, it's not that I'm calling
June 2025. I thought this was a week. Wait, hang on. We're in 1956. So this is, it started October. So now we're in June?
him a Nazi. It's that he has said he has admiration for Adolf Hitler. Every now and then, Nick Fuentes will come out there and he'll say something that seems true on, for example, the issue of the genocide in Gaza. There is such a thing as being right for the wrong reason.
The Likud regime in Israel is captured.
And by the way, from what I've seen of Kyle's coverage of Nick, he talks shit about Nick all the time. And he always says that Nick is right sometimes for the wrong reasons. I'm just telling you no. I watch America First too. You know, occasionally he'll say some things that I will agree with. Usually, like sort of analyzing some of the internal actors in the administration, which it doesn't mean that you're a groiper. And Kyle has consistently talked shit about Nick, at least in the recent coverage that I've seen.
Our government, they're responsible for the censorship. They're responsible for the war in Iraq. America is the seat of the liberal empire that controls the world.
So he said it, not me. He actually doesn't really care about Palestinians. He doesn't really care about the genocide. I actually want the liberal order and international law to matter. I'm taking it for moral reasons. I'm taking this position. He's taking it for strategic reasons. It's a chicken shit position to say, I don't actually care about the genocide. And by the way, the reason why I low-key like the role he plays is because he functions as somebody who divides and conquers the right. He makes a stink on the right, and he starts throwing Molotov cocktails at largely his ideological allies. And then they...
So I actually don't like the role that Nick plays because I'm concerned that they're growing. So he does act as a divisive force for sure. And I think that he does weaken the Republican Party, no doubt. And so some people will see that and sort of see the potential vulnerability, which I think Kyle is correctly identifying. I just think it's not worth the risk because I think he's too charismatic and the party basically stands for nothing.
Start infighting with each other, and then the movement falls apart. May as well be a CIA op on the right to divide and conquer the right, and that's why I love it. Because then you collapse under your own weight.
It is fun to watch them eat each other alive, though. I mean, if that's the point.
And as you all know, the Democrats are fucking useless. They don't know how to fight, so you need the right-wingers to take down other right-wingers in order to block the agenda.
You shouldn't watch that slop first show. It's terrible geopolitics. Hey, I watch it to know what my enemies are saying. I don't just accept everything that Nick says at all. If you watch me, I think it's been useful to have watched it because I know when Counterpoints is saying some shit that Nick Fuentes said. And I've called it out in real time for multiple people. And so I watch Fox News. I watch America First. I used to watch Charlie Kirk. So I watch conservative media, sometimes even more than I do left-wing media, and it's served me well.
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully today doesn't start off too bad.
First, the open admission of how corrupt the Israel lobby is and how they buy all of our politicians.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Miriam Adelson is a billionaire, and Miriam gave $100 million to Trump. And the quid pro quo was basically, you need to be a cuck to Israel.
My criticism here isn't that someone has undue influence on the president towards Israel. I don't dispute that. My issue is that the framing Kyle uses here in an effort to be bombastic is basically implying that Israel controls the government.
Bragging about him doing the bidding of that pro-Israel billionaire and the Israeli government? I mean, he's making the case about how...
By the way, I went on stage and from Actual Justice Warrior, and I said that Trump was Bibi's bitch. I don't think that that's I don't know, anti-Semitic thing to say. I mean, that's kind of the Democratic view is that he's too beholden to Israel. I mean, am I wrong about that? I mean, you guys tell me. I mean, don't we think that Trump is too influenced by Netanyahu? Is that crazy?
How the Israel lobby needs to register as a foreign agent. Right now, AIPAC doesn't register as a foreign agent. Well, here,
and it's not just me who thinks this. Again, it's like it's me. I've heard Destiny say it. I've heard people who are more centrist than me say it. I've heard people who are more left wing than me say it. So I don't really view this. I mean, obviously they're overall much more anti-Israel. But
we know pro-Israel donors in the U.S., billionaires with dual citizenship. Clearly, they're repping Israel. They're backing Israel.
Cool. Do a loyalty trope. Miriam Adelson is not broad justification for labeling a group as a foreign agent.
They're not the America first, my ass cheeks. This is America last. This is Israel first.
And of course, the Democrats aren't doing enough about this.
You know, it sure would be nice to have an opposition party in this country that could call this out and slam him for it. No, instead what'll
I actually do wish that the Democrats would be more oppositional to Trump's policies internationally and specifically with Israel. I think that they have been far too light in terms of Trump's interventions.
happen is the Democrats will keep quiet.
But again, is this entire fucking video about Israel?
Try to suck up to the same Israeli billionaires, hoping that they'll pick them. How are you going to out-corrupt Donald Trump?
The Likud regime in Israel has captured our government.
Trump was protested while giving a speech in the Knesset.
Now, I got to be honest, I don't know what this protest was. It's very possible it could be the Ben-Gvir or Smotrich types, the super far right.
Okay, feel like you should know. It was the Israeli left. They explicitly called him out for aiding the genocide in Gaza.
If it hasn't hit you yet, it's at this point it should hit you that both Israel and the U.S. are going to go down in history like Nazi Germany.
Until such a time that the United States becomes fully and permanently incapable of providing the world with humanitarian and diplomatic aid, as well as safe pathways for trade, I don't think that's true. What's happening in Gaza is, to put it mildly, fucking atrocious. Trump is enabling it. To say that doesn't contradict either idea that the people in Gaza need a government that supports them instead of using them as a meat shield, and that America's culpability in that does not outweigh the literal millions of people it has kept alive with food, clean water, and medicine. Part of what I think is necessary to fixing the problems we're currently having is to actually feel like America.
I'm just trying to get through part of this. We're never gonna get it done if I don't do it at stopping at some point. But if there's something obscene that I hear
is worth fighting for, and condemning us to the dustbin of history serves only to validate its destruction.
Literally right up there with the evil guy with the freaky mustache. He knows how to use those weapons. He sure does. He aims it right at those toddlers.
They hate Israel. We get it.
And goes pew pew. That's what he does. So the only good news that's come out is the 20 Israeli hostages released, but the 2,000 Palestinians.
And just to preempt it, I would partner / work with / whatever you want to say in terms of the entailment. My interest is first and foremost the American Republic and protecting it from the MAGA barbarians. And so if they're out there on Israel, and they are out there on some of the Israel stuff, they're out there on some of the Epstein stuff, I disagree with them on that. And in fact, I disagree with them on some of the Russia-Ukraine stuff. That's not enough to cause me to be like, should I go on their show anymore? When the clear and present danger is MAGA Republicans, barbarians, destroying our country and ruining America, who I swore an oath to, and who we all have our obligation to defend the Republic. Just a heads up. Just to preempt it. Even if they're crazy on Israel, I mean, that's not going to cause me to not go on their show. I don't know what the point is.
Indian hostages being released. By the way, they said you're not allowed to record their reactions.
The problem is that you need to disentangle actual issues with Israeli detainment from the Hamas propaganda that would obviously be created, the same way they created propaganda for the hostage releases that were spread by people who should have known better.
Hamas is giving them drugs, and that's why they're dabbing them up. Hamas gave them the drugs that make you dab up Hamas.
Thankfully, we're off Gaza. Kyle has a good idea to have lawyers at ICE protests documenting and explaining what's happening in real time.
There should be a lawyer at every single one of these protests with a megaphone. We need that professionalism. We need that energy. We need that understanding of the law. Is the U.S. sending troops to Israel?
But we just left.
Trump just illegally sent U.S. troops to Israel.
It's not illegal for Trump to send non-combatant members of the military to Israel, and nowhere in the article he's looking at here does it actually say it is. Nor does it say anything about the legality of this operation and reporting from...
I think they have a view that it violates some sort of U.S. obligation to not give aid or something to... I mean, I don't know that I agree with it, but to certain countries that conduct certain war crimes or something. I forget what that was. And that might have been they think that the aid to Israel is illegal too.
BBC, NPR, or PBS. By all accounts, he does not, as Kyle says here, need to go through Congress.
You would need to go through Congress in order to do that.
But it creates a new opportunity for Kyle to say that Dems aren't doing enough.
It's not like Democrats are actually acting as a sufficient opposition party, so they're not fucking talking about this. By the way, I like what Wajahat Ali says here.
Oh my God.
By the way, maybe not with respect to Israel, but in general, I agree that that Democrats need to be more opposing, and they're not sufficiently opposing. And I agree with that view in general. As to Israel, it's not as important to me as the domestic issues.
God, he's reading a Twitter quote in the article. It's inescapable at this point.
You're gonna get a peep in mainstream media.
Wait, what was the lie? What's the lie? What's the lie? We're waiting for the lie from the only Max Payne. About it being illegal. Okay. You guys not know what a lie is?
But it's not. You would need to go through Congress in order to do.
PBS. By all accounts, he does not, as Kyle says here, need to go through Congress.
You would need to go through Congress in order to do that.
But it creates.
So, okay, wait, hang on a second.
By all accounts, he does not, as Kyle says here, need.
So he's lying
to go
about
through Congress.
You would.
That's a legal conclusion, right? And so what's the citation that they wouldn't need to go through Congress?
And reporters of the military to Israel, and nowhere in the article he's looking at here does it actually say it is.
Troops to Israel.
It's not illegal for Trump to send
troops to Israel. A lawyer at every single one of these protests.
All right,
we need that professionalism. We need that energy. We need that understanding of the law. Is the U.S. sending troops to Israel?
But we just left.
Trump just illegally sent U.S. troops to Israel.
It's not illegal for Trump to send non-combatant members.
Source? I mean, I don't think it is. But source? And maybe he believes it.
Members of the military to Israel, and nowhere in the article he's looking at here does it actually say it is. Nor does it say anything about the legality of this operation and reporting from BBC.
I know, but where are you saying that he's wrong about that? Because you're claiming he's wrong about that. I don't have a reason to believe that you need to have an act of Congress to deploy. Let me think about it some more. I think Congress has the power to declare war, so I wouldn't consider it a violation of the Constitution with respect to war, but there could be some other restriction that he's referencing. In other words, I don't know what he's referencing about it being illegal. But you certainly, for whatever it is, whoever claims that he's lying about this first needs to establish that it's in fact false and that Kyle knew it was false when he said it. That's how you know something is a lie, okay?
NPR or PBS. By all accounts, he does not, as Kyle says here, need to go through Congress.
Oh, do they have the view of that's the law, right? The Leahy law? Right. I think they have this interpretation of the Leahy law. That was it, right? Let me see. The Leahy law. Prohibit U.S. Department of State and DOD from providing military assistance to foreign security force units that violate human rights with impunity. Text of the law. In general, no assistance shall be furnished under this act or Arms Export Control Act to any unit of the security forces of a foreign country if the Secretary of State has credible information that such unit has committed a gross violation of human rights. Credible information. Right, that's their theory. Now you can disagree with it, but I don't know that it's a lie. It's charity for someone that's not done the most important thing, which is vote for Democrats. We're analyzing the video. Can you guys not, if you guys are too emotional to think about the video and analyze it and you want to talk about other things, you guys can not watch the stream and leave. If you're so emotional and pathetic that you can't stay concentrated. So get the fuck out. I'm actually analyzing the video and your claims of lie. Now, I haven't studied the Leahy law. I'm pretty sure most of you haven't either. You haven't done the legal work. This video doesn't do the analysis. And so you already agree that it's stupid. You already agree that it's a dumb argument. And so, of course, he's lying because it's stupid, because I know it's stupid, because I know it's fucking dumb. But we're trying to show that these are malicious actors, right? Isn't that the whole point? Not just that they're out to sea on some issues, such that we shouldn't work with them to, I don't know, bring about the end of fascism in America. That's the whole point of this, right? That they're malicious. And so lie is actually okay, they're lying about stuff. That's,
You would need to go through Congress in order to do that.
But it creates a new opportunity for Kyle to say that Dems aren't doing enough.
It's not like Democrats are actually acting as a sufficient opposition party, so they're not fucking talking about this. By the way,
I'm analyzing the video. Is that Timothy? Isn't your wife sleeping or some shit? Can't you I don't understand why you're still watching. Go be with your wife, right? You can't be on the call.
Oh my God, he's reading a Twitter.
Is that Conduit's point? But Conduit has his own obligation, right? He's saying Kyle's wrong. So if he just said, well, Kyle doesn't provide any justification for it, that would be, a decent point. Assuming that Kyle hasn't actually analyzed it, right? Assuming that there is no analysis anywhere. And again, that's just me assuming. Maybe Kyle has done an analysis somewhere or cited some legal scholar. I don't fucking know. What I know is that this dude hasn't done any kind of He hasn't cited any legal thing that says that they're wrong. We're assuming that they're, what argument Kyle could marshal. I have heard some people talk about the Leahy Act, but has he done some sort of like investigation as to what Kyle is referencing and what his legal argument is? Why can't you fact check it? It's not my fucking job. My job is to analyze the video, dipshit.
Quote in the article. It's inescapable at this.
So now I got to make a Kyle debunking video. All right. Not enough to watch the video that people ask me to watch. Why can't you fact check it? Because I haven't done Leahy Act analysis.
Point.
You're going to get a peep in mainstream media, but more importantly, you're barely going to get a peep out of the so-called opposition party, the Democrats. And that is incredibly disturbing and incredibly disgusting.
In the next segment, Kyle talks about Joe Rogan seeming like he regrets his rightward shift given the level of violence being acted by ICE. And it's like, you remember the kids in cages from the first term, right? Some of them might never actually be reunited with their parents because they didn't do anything to keep track of them.
He made his bed, and now he's going to sleep in it. You rode the wave, and you rode the vibes. It wasn't about policy. It was never about policy, and that's obvious.
Israeli troops, in their withdrawal from Gaza, destroyed a bunch of stuff, including a sewage treatment plant.
Without a doubt.
Wait, hang on. Sorry. I'm not following.
By the way, I like what Wajahat Ali says here.
Oh my God, he's reading a Twitter quote in the article.
Is there something wrong with that? What is wrong with if prominent people are on Twitter? What's the problem with reading an article that cites people's words on Twitter? I'm sorry if that triggers you, Conduit. I mean, I don't really understand what's of note about it. You know, like if Trump tweeted something like, "Oh my God, you're taking a Twitter quote right now?"
Inescapable at this point.
You're going to get a peep in mainstream media.
It's inescapable. Yeah. If prominent people give their opinions on Twitter, what's wrong with it? If zero of the articles is because the issue mentioned the illegality, doesn't it become a fair inference that the illegality is not in question? Not if Kyle has a reason to believe, like to think he's lying, you'd have to think that he doesn't actually have a reason to believe that it's unlawful. And the mere fact that he's showing an article that's planning military assistance there, he could be relying on an understanding. By could, I mean, it's not just that there's a logically possible. What I mean to say, it's likely that he's relying on one of these interpretations that makes it illegal to provide assistance in these kinds of ways to countries that do human rights abuses. Because I've heard that before. And whatever is going on, this video doesn't make the claim that he's incorrect. Whatever you want to say about if Kyle is right or wrong, if it's stupid, this video fails to debunk it. Clearly fails. No citation given whatsoever. If I remember correctly, Kyle mentioned the Leahy law during Biden's term.
He says here.
Oh my God, he's reading a Twitter quote in the article. It's inescapable at this point.
You're going to get a peep in mainstream media, but more importantly, you're barely going to get a peep out of the so-called...
But Kyle isn't sourcing that, so how do we know that? Why are we assuming that he is? What I'm saying is, I have sometimes said, right, like, you know, it's illegal for the Venezuela intervention, right? I'm sure in the course of a stream, I haven't gone through the analysis of the war with respect to like some additional fact that happened, right? It's a legal war, it's a whatever, right? And my reference to it offhand doesn't constitute a lie because in any given instance, I haven't actually explained that rationale if I'm just giving a factual update to the story. And so you have to show more to show that he's lying. Again, just emotional nonsense from Timothy Douglas. Emotional.
Opposition party, the Democrats. And that is incredibly disturbing and incredibly disgusting.
In the next segment, Kyle talks about Joe Rogan seeming like he regrets his rightward shift given the level of violence being acted by ICE. And it's like...
Wait, hang on a second. Implying that he isn't?
And incredibly disgusting.
In the next segment, Kyle talks about Joe Rogan seeming like he regrets his rightward shift.
Seeming like he regrets... Oh, that Rogan...
Given the level of violence being acted by ICE. And it's like, you remember the kids in cages from the first term, right? Some of them might never actually be reunited with their parents because they didn't do anything to keep track of them.
He made his bed, and now he's going to sleep in it. You rode the wave, and you rode the vibes. It wasn't about policy.
So this is criticizing Joe Rogan for being too close to Trump, so shitting on Trump?
It's never about policy, and that's obvious.
Israeli troops, in their withdrawal from Gaza, destroyed a bunch of stuff, including a sewage treatment plant.
I don't know how that relates to the Joe Rogan thing.
Without a doubt, is an attempt to continue to make Gaza completely and utterly unlivable, so they have to leave, so Israel can...
So this is like a... Thank you for the raid. This is like a transition to some other point.
Steal all of the territory.
No idea if there's some justifiable context surrounding it, given the pictures they took. I'm more inclined to think that there isn't any. This was a stupid and egregious action, not just because there are now no operational sewage treatment plants in Gaza, but now the sewage that will most likely get dumped into the Mediterranean will just end up contaminating Israeli beaches. And I unfortunately have to give Rangrim credit for having pointed that out later in the week. I hope Israel actually punishes these soldiers for the additional suffering they've now caused, but I'm not going to hold my breath.
This is the reality of what Palestinians are returning to. I have a fucking bridge to sell you if you're dumb enough to think, oh, this was defensive and they were only going after Hamas. If you actually believe that, you might be the dumbest person on the planet. Because there's about 30,000 Hamas members, and there were over 2 million people in Gaza. But somehow you blew up 80 to 90% of all of the buildings in Gaza, and we're supposed to believe this was...
It really does feel like this could use a lot more structure and organization. And frankly, I do take issue with it. I think that it's relying on assumptions and conclusory in nature.
Super targeted and defensive.
And it's also not showing malicious conduct, in my opinion. If you want more clarification, I want to watch the whole thing, and if he wants to jump on afterwards, you can. I think it's conclusory. I think that it's there are a lot of bare assertions, and it's not showing the kind of malicious bad conduct that would cause me to I don't know, to feel oh wow, oh my God.
Against Hamas.
30,000 people with guns and the ability to force other people to work with those guns and 2 decades to operate are actually extremely capable of outfitting the majority of buildings in Gaza with traps and supplies that would need to be destroyed. They have talked about this. This isn't a conspiracy. The intention of Hamas was to draw Israel into Gaza, get them to destroy everything, and turn the world against Israel so that they can force everyone there to leave if they can't just kill them. You might think that's crazy, and you'd be correct. The leaders of Hamas are religious authoritarian extremists. They are crazy. That doesn't absolve Israel of actually doing it, but it also means that Hamas played an active role in its destruction as well, and the people who suffer for it are the Palestinian civilians who could just as easily set off the booby traps left for IDF soldiers if they aren't dealt with.
Let's also say this. If anybody is celebrating at this moment, when this is what has already happened to Gaza, that takes a special kind of sickness.
Yes, I will celebrate that these people are not dead. From Gaza, we go up to Lebanon for the Israeli strikes occurring there.
Are you shitting me? That is a bad faith interpretation of what he's saying. What he's saying is, don't celebrate the ceasefire. Have some recognition for how horrible, how this is a tragedy, right? That's clearly what he's trying to communicate here. Is be measured in your celebration. That's at least the clip. That's the context we have from it.
It's a special kind of sickness.
Yes, I will celebrate that these people are not dead. From Gaza, we go up to Lebanon.
You're acting as though maybe you think this. Maybe you think Kyle Kalinske does not give a shit about the Palestinian people. Maybe you feel that.
For the Israeli strikes occurring there.
A journalist was on the ground in these towns where residents are attempting to return to their towns amid constant drone attacks. So it's not really a ceasefire. It's you cease and we fire.
Once again, this kind of reporting omits that Hezbollah, the group that has been ordered by the UN and the actual government of Lebanon to disarm, but still refuses to, will violently come down on anyone who does not toe the line on their narrative about Israel. Before even getting into the substance...
How does that refute what he's saying?
And we fire.
Once again, this kind of reporting omits that Hezbollah, the group that has been ordered by the UN and the actual government of Lebanon to disarm, but still refuses to, will violently come down on anyone who does not... Hezbollah, the group that has been ordered by the UN...
Ceasefire. It's you cease and we fire.
Once again, this kind of reporting omits that Hezbollah, the group that has been ordered...
How is that responsive to the claim that the ceasefire is not effective?
Into Gaza, that takes a special kind of sickness.
Yes, I will celebrate that these people are not dead. From Gaza, we go up to Lebanon for the Israeli strikes occurring there.
A journalist was on the ground in these towns where residents are attempting to return to their towns amid constant drone attacks. So it's not really a ceasefire. It's you cease and we fire.
Once again, this kind of reporting omits that Hezbollah, the group that has been ordered by the UN and the actual government of Lebanon to disarm, but still refuses to, will violently come down on anyone who does not toe the line on their narrative about Israel.
Yeah, that's internal to Lebanon. That's not what Kyle is talking about. Kyle is talking about the ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel. That ignores that Hezbollah is under international and Lebanon and under the authority of the Lebanese government. They're required to do other things. That's not responsive. It's a non sequitur. But that's not a. Does that constitute a violation of the ceasefire as between Israel and Hezbollah? The fact that Hezbollah is in violation of other, conventions or other laws. It seems like a ceasefire presupposes the ability to fire. Almost I just don't understand how that's responsive. Seems like a different thing.
Before even getting into
is he irresponsible for not mentioning that Hezbollah also, should be disarmed under international agreements? That's irresponsible when he's commenting on the relation between the Israeli strikes and the Israeli government and Hezbollah and Lebanon. It doesn't seem that there's anything wrong with omitting that in that context, if it's not the focus of what you're talking about. Yeah, maybe Hezbollah is breaking the agreement of the ceasefire, but that's not what he just said, right? These are points that he could have raised. I'm just examining the video we have. Steelman Conduit. All right. That Hezbollah also bad. Yeah, you're saying Israel bad for violating ceasefire, but you didn't say Hezbollah also bad. That's the steel man? I truly don't know.
To disarm, but still refuses to, will violently come down on anyone who does not toe the line on their narrative about Israel. Before even getting into the substance, the first reply to Ryan's tweet that Kyle's looking at is not great. Kyle says Israel is collaborating with ISIS-affiliated gangs in Gaza to steal aid and continue fighting Hamas so they can abide the ceasefire.
Literally, ISIS-affiliated gangs. I'm not kidding. ISIS-affiliated gangs.
Almost. Israel is arming groups in Gaza, and they all have their own individual...
Israel is arming?
Affiliated gangs. I'm not kidding. ISIS-affiliated gangs.
Almost.
Inside the Israel-backed militia.
Israel is arming groups in Gaza, and they all have their own individual issues with extremism and criminality, even as they're opposed to Hamas. Netanyahu has admitted doing it and has been called out for it, given that it is reminiscent of their last strategy to keep the Palestinians divided. But the ISIS affiliation is tenuous at best. One group led by Yasser Abu Shabab is claimed to have ISIS connections, while Shabab was a narcotics smuggler, but I have not been able to verify them and have seen nothing to indicate that those ties would still be active. But more importantly,
ISIS-affiliated...
I haven't been able to find anything tying any other groups to ISIS. From what I can tell, this claim emerged from an Israeli minister vaguely mentioning ISIS connections when revealing that Netanyahu was arming the gangs to the press. This is why you don't use Twitter as a source.
Okay, let me just do my little Israel funding ISIS-affiliated gangs. This is Ashabab or Abu Shabab. Abu Shabab. Oh, so an opposition lawmaker claimed it, and he took it as fact. All right, this feels like the first
ISIS connections,
like big mistake.
Currently, actions well to keep the even as
affiliated gangs.
Almost. Israel is on fire.
Literally, ISIS-affiliated gangs. I'm not kidding. ISIS-affiliated gangs.
Okay, yeah, that's a bare allegation. This is bad for Kyle to just accept the claim. But again, that's assuming that's the basis of it. But yeah, that's bad.
Almost. Israel is arming groups in Gaza, and they all have their own individual issues with extremism and criminality, even as they're opposed to Hamas. Netanyahu has admitted doing it and has been called out for it, given that it is reminiscent of their last strategy to keep the Palestinians divided. But the ISIS affiliation is tenuous at best. One group led by Yasser Abu Shabab.
Yeah, I mean the first that I care about is like the journalistic stuff, lies, the like issues that get to like the reporting quality and stuff, or they're like I don't know, competence and shit like that. That's what I care about. It's like not necessarily like the values question, the normative question on Israel Palestine. You know, they think differently than I do. What I'm looking for are the kinds of criticisms that lead one to believe that they're acting in bad faith. That's what I'm looking for. But again, that seems like a bias there. That's like a bias. The first, Jesus. Yeah. The first. What other one? Other than things you just like disagree with on like policy.
Shabab is claimed to have ISIS connections, while Shabab was a narcotics smuggler, but I have not been able to verify them and have seen nothing to indicate that those ties would still be active. But more importantly, I haven't been able to find anything tying any other groups to ISIS. From what I can tell, this claim emerged from an Israeli minister vaguely mentioning ISIS connections when revealing that Netanyahu was arming the gangs to the press. This is why you don't use Twitter as a source.
So, yet again, I'm correct. Aid is on the way. Bon appetit. And it's literally a missile.
That is gross. Then he talks about Bill Burr performing at a comedy show in Riyadh.
You know, doing a little jig for them. Doing some little tap dance for them. You like this, Massa? You feel comfortable?
No, now I feel really uncomfortable, actually. Lastly, Kyle goes over the $200 million crypto short, most likely pulled by someone with insider information of Trump's Chinese tariff announcement.
This is what we like to call insider trading. But, of course, crime is now legal, so they're going to get away with it. Everybody just feels like nothing matters anymore. And so, just like, it is what it is. And I'm sorry, man, but that's the mindset that brings
all right, shitting on Trump
to hell. Like, things have to matter. We have to care. We have to, log these things and then eventually hold these fuckers accountable.
Day 2, Kyle, in the...
Base. See, that's the stuff I care more about, actually. I actually care more about protecting our country. Call me crazy. That seems like more important to me.
Back.
Let's start with China.
Trump, in what was likely an Adderall-fueled bender, decided that China was being mean, and so he decided that there would be 100% tariffs.
Trump saying, quote, everything will be fine. It's not exactly the confidence boost.
Congressional Republicans nowhere to be found as Trump unconstitutionally usurps their authority. And we're looking at Twitter to go into what China... mean, and so he decided that there would be in the bag.
Let's start with China.
Trump, in what was likely an Adderall-fueled bender, decided that China was being mean, and so he decided that there would be 100% tariffs.
Trump saying, quote, everything will be fine. It's not exactly the confidence boost.
Congressional Republicans nowhere to be found as Trump unconstitutionally usurps their authority. And we're looking at Twitter to go into what China's strategy is for dealing with Trump and his nonsense.
Who's Arnoud Bertrand? Arnoud Bertrand. The fuck is this person? This is like a big Twitter account. He doesn't have a Wikipedia page. But maybe he's a China expert. I don't know. He does have an X. Arnoud Bertrand. It says entrepreneur. Oh no, previously house TripAdvisor. But I don't know the context in which this is brought up, but yeah, I mean, this doesn't look like an administration person. That's obnoxious unless there's a context which makes this acceptable.
So now they're in a position where they can play this, what he describes as the rare earth card.
And here's where the China glazing starts. Crystal here reaches for every word to explain how China has been pivoting to state capitalism without specifically saying state capitalism.
The promise and the peril of a more
Russian Iranian bot, probably. Look, should we look at this account? All right, one sec. Let's have a little. I need a break from this fucking shit. Sorry, Conduit. Listen, no hard feelings. I don't like this video so far. Because, and maybe it's because I have bad expectations. Because what I'm expecting is something that's like relevant to. All right, I'm gonna reassess. All right, what was I expecting? So we just came off of that Lib and Learn panel, and I was expecting something that like spoke to that. And so maybe that's on me. And so I'm coming at it from like this is actually like trying to contest the position on Israel or something, as opposed to further the point that Hutch was making. Because I don't think it's done that. And so there could be an aspect of here of like unfair expectations where I'm like imposing on it like all the annoying fucking losers and thinking that this is like their masterpiece, that this is like the thing that's supposed to convince me or something. And so I should be aware of that. So just, unfairness. Okay, let's take a look at this dude's Twitter account and then we'll go back to it. All right. Iran's foreign minister. The opposite of what Chairman Xi said. What is this guy saying? The fuck? Who is this dude? Is this guy a bot? Wait, how do we tell they're like where they're from? Can we do that? Followed by Chuck Todd. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh my god. All right. We'll go back to I wanted to do the Katie Miller cringe. Oh!
Planned economy.
We are not even halfway through.
Chinese are executing this extremely well. The amount, when you look at the number of people who've been lifted out of poverty over the past number of decades, overwhelmingly, that
momentum is I don't know. It's a bot. We just needed to do our due diligence. But I don't know what. Like the thing is,
the promise and the peril.
There reaches for every word to explain.
Planned economy. Yeah. Because the Chinese are executing this extremely well. The amount, when you look at the number of people who've been lifted out of poverty over the past.
I want to know the context in which Arnoud came up.
Number of decades, overwhelmingly, that is because of growth in China. Like the number of their rapid economic growth and the number of their own people that they've been able to lift out of poverty is truly like one of the great economic miracles in history. They were
glazing China. I don't like this, Crystal. We hate authoritarianism.
Rejected the path that we, pushed on like the former Soviet Union of like this neoliberal shock doctrine. Saw that did not go well and understood the global international system well enough to basically sort of use it and for their own.
Although, the China miracle I don't know enough about the economy of China to like contradict this. So I hope that the video has prepared that this is like an overstatement or like overpraise, if that's what they're trying to say.
So they've been able to accomplish something that is extraordinary because it's been driven by the top.
Then they talk about the government shutdown leading to Trump and the Project 2025 writer Russ Follett cutting a ton of government.
So I don't like China Glaze, but I don't know that that's untrue what was just said. Just to be clear, I'm telling you factual facts.
Jobs, and it's weird. They do say the Democrats have a better position in this fight since the base is behind it and they have effective leverage, but they can't help going in on them anyway.
From the perspective of like average normie Democrat, it's starting to look dire for how Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. I mean, if
hell yeah, I mean this is true.
I were average normie Democrat, I would have zero confidence in either Chuck Schumer.
100%. Have no problem with that. That is based. I say this.
Or Hakeem Jeffries at this point at all, both on the politics and on the substance.
They certainly.
Yeah, they said it bought Pisco. I don't know why or how they cited it, right? But I doubt it's good. I'm gonna assume that that's like that they did it to be like, oh, this is an interesting point. In which case, I'm like, okay, we should know who these people are that are making these interesting points. It's not just like imagine me saying like, I think it's different when it's a streamer. Like, oh, the Trib made a good point, or Undead Logic said something cool, or James Butler said something. I think it's different for breaking points where it's like you expect to see a take of like a foreign policy person, and actually. That's why I have this kind of like sometimes negative view of Dave Smith. Now, it shouldn't stand to reason that I think, credentialism, that's so important, all that stuff. But like, we do want to know that the people who are offering their opinions a little bit about their background, I think, or like where they're coming from, right? But I don't take the view of like, but you've never been, like, I'm not that kind of person, but I do think that like, if you're on a news show, like who is this person? Who is Aboud? Whatever. I think that should be discussed at least.
Feel pressure from their base. Like, y'all got to stand up. You got to do something. And then
they look so dumb when they're trying to stand up. Like
I mean, I also agree with this. That some of like, I started this stream with like, we will win, and they're so aroused. I think if you're speaking about the leadership, I think that that's true, and it's even true of Hakeem Jeffries, who I think comes off as like. Sometimes he comes off as affable, and like there was a very good CNN after something happened, either at Mamdani's election. I think after the election day, I thought Hakeem Jeffries did a really good job on CNN. But oftentimes Jeffries like seems like an alien. Like he has this cadence to him, which is halfway between. I don't know how you describe it. It's like very rehearsed. It feels very rehearsed. It feels very monotone at times. A lot of these like very like sharp movements. I don't know. It just doesn't feel I don't know. It's not the most charismatic in my opinion.
Yeah, they're not great at it.
Just trust the Republican Party, let those subsidies lapse, pay double.
Yasser Abu Shabab. No, sorry. I was talking about the the account from East Asia.
Your monthly premiums, everything's going like that is an insane argument to make.
Yeah.
On the other hand, for Republicans to come to the table with Democrats on healthcare subsidies for non-citizens is also like Republicans are not going to do that.
It's a good thing Democrats haven't supported that then. For years already, Medicaid has been obligated to cover
non-citizens. An argument to make.
Yeah.
On the other hand, for Republicans to come to the table with Democrats on healthcare subsidies for non-citizens is also like Republicans are not going to do that.
It's a good thing Democrats haven't supported that then. For years already, Medicaid has been obligated.
Oh, now this guy's making a mistake.
To cover any life-threatening emergency that people come to a hospital with, regardless of their legal status. Supported that then.
With Democrats on healthcare subsidies for non-citizens is also like Republicans are not going to do that.
It's a good thing Democrats.
Okay, so mistake. This is talking about undocumented immigrants, not non-citizens. And Democrats do support federal funding for lawfully present immigrants.
Republicans to come to the table with Democrats on healthcare subsidies for non-citizens is
Yeah. So Democrats do support that.
Also, like Republicans are not going to do that.
It's a good thing Democrats haven't supported that then.
Democrats do support that because Democrats support subsidies for lawful permanent residents. Lawful permanent residents are non-citizens. QED. Am I wrong? Someone tell me if I'm wrong. So debunked, right? That was wrong. Claim that Emily said that Democrats support healthcare for undocumented immigrants, or at least that's the implication. She didn't say that. She said non-citizens.
Pay double in your monthly premiums. Everything's great. Like, that is an insane argument to make.
Yeah.
On the other hand, for Republicans to come to the table with Democrats on healthcare subsidies for non-citizens is also, like, Republicans are not going to do that.
It's a good thing Democrats haven't supported that then. For
They do.
years already, Medicaid has been obligated to cover any life-threatening emergency that people come to a hospital with, regardless of their legal status.
I was going to say, like, with the same thing with what we were talking
I mean, it's level 1. Is he had the talking point and just didn't listen to what Emily said.
about the tariff policy earlier in the show, which is that, like, in theory, there's a way to do this that is coherent and makes sense and would be a bitter pill for the neoliberals to swallow. And in the same way with, like, the theory of Doge could be a bitter pill for, like, the the federal unions to swallow and the quote swamp to swallow.
We already had federal audits for government waste and corruption. That's part of why they didn't actually find any.
But I should mention Chuck Schumer had.
Oh yeah, but Emily's she's a Republican. She's like a fucking, she's a conservative Republican. Sorry, I'm yelling at him like, I'm really yelling at all those loser fucks on Wick's panel. Like the 5 people I heard are like, I didn't think Pisco. It's, oh my God. At some point we have to get to that because I'm gonna be yeah. So I mean, you can go after Emily for whatever.
Another just completely idiotic tweet where he said, like, riff Russell vote. It's like, this is Dem leadership right now. It is so pathetic.
It is pathetic. I really do think our Dem leadership is pathetic in Congress.
Not judge your representatives by their ability to get Twitter dunks. Marjorie Taylor Greene appeared on a podcast and
actually, I think that we do look at metrics like that, like fucking Gavin Newsom. All of us fucking Dem faithful, we get very, although it's losing a little bit of its luster. I'm just going to be honest. And in fact, I want to go a little further. It's a little grating nowadays, but we were very excited. And at least in general, we think it's cooler that Gavin Newsom's tweets are more based, right? And in fact, we were a little bit upset when like Gavin kind of apologized. I still haven't watched. I have to watch it for some of their baseness. So actually, yeah.
Because she wasn't a total loony bird, I guess that means we should take her seriously now.
Even if some of MAGA's kind of quote drain the swamp policies are ideologically defensible or coherent from a populist perspective, the execution of them it's process versus direction. And when the process is annoying Marjorie Taylor Greene,
it's not annoying her. She doesn't care. She is and will always be a QAnon conspiracy theorist who harassed school shooting survivors.
I 100% agree with that. And I actually think it's disgusting that people like Cenk Uygur and TYT kind of make these apologies for Marjorie Taylor Greene. In fact, I just saw Marjorie Taylor Greene today, like saying the election was stolen and all this shit. And so fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene. Fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is a useless, worthless person, a person that you deserve to like, you deserve a world in which the Marjorie Taylor Greenes don't have even a whiff at any power ever again. That's how loathsome Marjorie Taylor Greene is. She is one of the worst politicians. And whenever populists, and I think it's less these people, to be honest, I think it's more TYT, they try to sell you on, she's a real populist. I want to fucking vomit in my mouth.
she says this very clearly. She's like, she has not wavered one bit on these policy ends. It's the means that she's questioning. And people suddenly saying, oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene has changed.
Grant Withers, Cenk just loves people. Yeah. That's funny.
Again, if you think that, you should go back to her original run for the House in Georgia and look at how similar exactly what she's saying is over and over again. Healthcare is a part of her origin story.
It's funny that this conversation actually goes into the way podcasts offer casual insight into people as a way to ingratiate yourself, and both of them actually still seem to be ingratiated.
I think if you watch all of her interviews recently, she's literally just speaking her mind and not letting any of those talking points get in.
You know, the fact that
bullshit. Emily's so gullible.
She wasn't a career politician.
Sometimes. Invite me back, Emily. But I think she's too gullible on that shit.
Yes. And was just like a MAGA Facebook mom sharing weird conspiracies. Like, she's kind of legit in that way, in a way that a lot of other MAGA politicians aren't.
You can't defend your stance? How did you get over 30 appointments with senators? How'd you do that?
I hate.
I
don't hate many people, but Marjorie Taylor Greene really. God, I despise how people have like sanitized her a little bit.
Coverage on this issue. And how did you get kids? Why do you use kids?
She is the worst.
Like, if it sounds like we're glazing Marjorie Taylor Greene right now, it's actually just like she's a very interesting case study.
It is worth saying, though, that her position on Israel in particular, which is an area where I would say she has definitely changed, and very possible that AIPAC funds some candidate against her to the tune of millions of dollars.
Marjorie Taylor Greene ran unopposed in her last primary and won the election by almost 30 points.
No, but she was going to be opposed in this one. All right, so stop. They would have opposed her. They were planning to oppose her, so stop.
In what world does AIPAC of all things shift a single voter in that district?
AIPAC has shifted money to candidates and opposed them, and Trump was planning a primary contest against Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I even think it might have been close. I don't know if the news came out around this time, so he, in fairness, he might not have known that. We'll give him this one because I don't know the timeline.
Crystal rightly points out that anyone who looks at what ICE is currently doing and decides they want to join in is probably a psychopath.
Like, think of the type of people who would watch this sort of thing, or know that you're like zip tying children and you're like, yes, that's the job for me. They will just lie, like brazenly, blatantly lie, even with the Venezuela like drug boats.
There was this video going viral of an ICE agent saying to a U.S. citizen, turn around or you're getting the dog. Turn around or you're getting the dog.
But your job as an informed citizen, and certainly our job as journalists, is to be skeptical of government claims and to not just accept them at face value, which is also a lesson that most of the news media needs to take. It is worth saying, though, that her position on Israel in particular, which is an area where I would say she has definitely changed.
They're taking advantage of well-intentioned
Wait,
people who trust them.
I didn't get the contradiction. 1 second.
And then certainly our job as journalists is to be skeptical of government claims and to not just accept them at face value, which is also a lesson that most of the news media needs to take. It is worth saying, though, that her position on Israel in particular, which is an area where I would say she has definitely changed.
What's the contradiction? To be more skeptical? You need to be more skeptical of politicians?
Turn around or you're getting the dog.
But your job as an informed citizen, and certainly our job as journalists, is to be skeptical of government claims and
With respect to the Trump administration, okay.
to not just accept them at face value, which is also a lesson that most of the news media
government claims. I think this is with respect to like the Trump administration, right? And I think she's referencing the change in Marjorie Taylor Greene's position, which is a matter of record, right? So I don't think it's comparable. One is just charting the change in her position, at least her stated view, and the other is believing factual claims by the federal government.
Needs to take. It is worth saying, though, that her position on Israel in particular, which is
her position, right? She's not saying that she believes. Now, maybe there's other clips of her doing that, but I don't take that as a contradiction.
an area where I would say she has definitely changed.
They're taking advantage of well-intentioned people who trust them.
Yeah.
I could go harder at this one, but I'm just going to say no. If there were any...
No what?
Well-intentioned people who
particular, which is an area where I would say she has definitely changed.
They're taking advantage of well-intentioned people who trust them.
Yeah.
I could go harder at this one.
I don't know what they're saying. This doesn't give me enough context to understand what the fuck they're talking about.
Definitely changed.
They're taking advantage of
Do you guys know what she's saying?
Intentioned people who trust them.
Yeah.
I could go harder at this one, but I'm just going to say no. If there were any good intentions behind this, they were foolish to the point of delusion. And now for the Israel-Hamas.
I honestly don't know. I can't assess that. I don't know what it is.
Ceasefire. They think only Trump could have pulled this off because of his financial investments being threatened by the Israeli strike on Doha, amongst other things. Oh, but Crystal believes in the one perfect phone call that could have ended this because America runs the world, so I guess technically she does believe Biden could have done this. And I once again feel the guitar strings tighten.
Do you have a clip of that?
Look, there's so much to say about this. Number one, this deal was always available. Always. All it took was an American president, whether it was Biden or Trump, saying, we're done. You're done. We're done. This is ending. Death and destruction and disease and horror that has been enabled now by two successive American administrations is something that none of us should ever forgive.
Even if you put the entirety of Gaza at Biden's feet, despite the fact that he does not own Israel, that still pales in comparison to Trump's handling of COVID that killed more people than...
Let me be nice. Okay. Accepting this as a polemic, I think I can stomach it more. Accepting it as this guy is just sort of explaining his views on breaking points and Kyle and like what his opinions are, I can accept it more because then these comparisons make more sense. Like, what about Trump and this and that, right? Like, even assuming this, that's like a kind of thing that I would do, right? And so I think I was a bit unfairly harsh in my expectations, because I think this is kind of operating as his reactions to, maybe this is more of just like a stream of conscious type thing, and I was putting into it a kind of more organized debunk. I will say though, it is hard to follow at times, and all my complaints about it's like I think at times confusing and bare assertions stand. Absolutely.
The entirety of the injured and killed in Gaza.
I don't think Joe Biden could have done it. I don't think Kamala Harris could have done it. I don't love.
Well, they could have.
Well, they could.
She disagrees. All right, so okay.
Done a lot of things.
It was not hard to achieve.
Clearly, everyone in charge just missed the most obvious and rational way to avoid bloodshed. I'm sure that's exactly what you were thinking on that day. Oh, right. That comes later.
And it will require Trump to hold firm and say, no, I said the war's over. You're not doing this. I'm not supporting it. We're done here.
For business reasons, I actually think there's an argument that Trump is more likely to hold firm.
That's stupid. You're stupid. Stop being stupid.
And in some
she's not the only one who says that Trump has more credibility with the Israeli people. He has an easier sort of set of actors internally and in Israel to work with, in that he can always paint himself as the best of the other. Like, what are you going to go back to the Democrats kind of deal? Look at them. So I don't think that that's like a crazy loco thing to say. And in fact, I might even believe that Trump has more at his disposal to work with, given the nature of how he operates as president and his conservative bona fides and his support internally within Israel. I don't think it's crazy to say. You guys tell me if you disagree, though.
they have been screwed by like neoliberal Western deal making.
God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound.
It's like they have been screwed by like neoliberal, likely to hold firm.
That's stupid. You're stupid. Stop being stupid.
And in some respects, like they have been screwed by like
who has been
neoliberal.
The cuts. It's a huge problem, right? Because imagine that I were cut, or some other streamer that you like, or Hutch himself were cut like this, where I don't really know what these clips are talking about. It makes it very, very difficult. Senate left. Okay, wait, we got an update. Senate left for the night without a vote. Seems like Republicans aren't happy with the DHS stopgap. I think they've already passed the other bills, though, right? So I think it's too late on that.
Western deal making.
God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
This is why you don't use Twitter as a source. And lastly, Peter Thiel thanks Greta Thunberg and anybody who...
Again, I can't follow that, the link. Hang on.
And in some respects, I actually think there's an argument that Trump is more likely to hold firm.
That's stupid. You're stupid. Stop being stupid.
And in some respects, like they have been screwed by like neoliberal Western deal making.
God, it's like you just use...
Just because you don't... A lot of people get triggered at the word neoliberal. But just because you don't know what it means, or you get triggered by it, doesn't mean that they don't know what they mean. And so, again, I'm not impressed by this kind of like, isn't it? You said neoliberal, it must be stupid. Like, that doesn't impress me. I'm sorry. But there are people who know what they mean when they use the word neoliberal, and they mean a specific thing. And it actually doesn't impress me if you just do the meme.
We're done here.
For business reasons, I actually think there's an argument that Trump is more likely to hold firm.
That's stupid. You're stupid. Stop being stupid.
And in some respects, like they have been screwed by like neoliberal Western deal making.
God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
This is why you don't use Twitter as a source.
Yeah, I don't know what these things, how they relate to what you just said.
And lastly, Peter Thiel thanks Greta Thunberg and anybody who opposes AI is the anti-Christ.
I don't know why we're talking about Peter Thiel, or maybe that's leading into this.
Christ, don't think we really need to marinate on that one.
Very convenient that he sees any sort of infringements on technological development as helping to usher in the Antichrist.
Agreed.
Friends of the show, Dave Smith and Omar Bader, went on Piers Morgan's show, and they debated this.
I think it's cringe. Oh, he's kind of like turned on Dave Smith quite a bit, I think. But I always was very skeptical of Dave Smith. I think Dave Smith's a fucking idiot. I don't respect him at all. So I disagree with the respect that is given to Dave Smith. I think he sucks. But obviously I would debate him, or have him on the show. But friend, I don't know.
Israeli propagandist. There's a lesson right here from Dave Smith. He is going to absolutely disarm this Zionist propagandist and run circles around her. I swear to God, all of the Zionist propagandists, it's like you pull the drawstring on the back of the puppet and it says like the same three things over and over. Accuse somebody of being sympathetic to Hamas, or call them an anti-Semite, or bring up a very skewed version of history to try to portray the Israeli narrative. You're supposed to handle that exactly as Dave Smith handled it here, where he just deconstructed it in record time. Usually the Zionist propagandists who go on Pier's show, usually they're total fucking psychopaths. Look, I think they could tell they're losing the propaganda war. The aggressive, we're going to yell at you, we're going to call you liars, we're going to say you're anti-Semites, we're going to say you love Hamas. I think they realize that is failing miserably. And so now you're getting this new flavor, this new variety of like liberal Zionist, moderate Zionist, who tries to be more level-headed in the debates. But as you can see, even with that presentation, all falls apart anyway.
Day 3, and I'm ready for more Israel like I'm about to dive into an empty pool.
I want to know if this is a representative sample of all the things that you're watching. And so I might even take I might go back into the archives to see which week this was that he's watching it and to see if it's representative.
But first, more Trump corruption and, to quote my last video, authoritarian tendencies.
It is very clear, it is plain as day, that this is unconstitutional. This is against the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. The president cannot profit off the White House. The Mubarak disappears and tortures people for spreading false news and insulting the state. So when Trump says you take care of your crime, that's what he means.
Okay, lay it on me, Kyle.
Dropside News says the following. Israel supporters are furious that CNN's Christian Amanpour accurately noted on air that Israeli captives have, quote, probably been treated better than the average Gazan. If a single hostage was treated like this, if a single Israeli hostage was treated like this for one day, it would be a story we'd hear for decades.
I don't dispute, nor would I want to, literally anything these people are saying about the conditions they were held in. Regardless of its embellishment or not, I know what Israel has already been accused of and what they've tried to defend themselves with, and that's enough to know, before they've said anything, that it was likely an awful traumatic experience. Literally, my only criticism here is the lack of acknowledgement that Hamas has tortured, sexually assaulted, starved, maimed, and executed hostages.
Meanwhile, the overwhelming majority of the Israeli hostages are not treated like this at all.
Then J.D. Vance on George Stephanopoulos.
Just the smuggest prick you've ever seen. I'm going to sign up to coddle Trump's balls. It's about fascism. It's about sucking off billionaires, and it's built on lies.
Trump gets the geography of the Middle East wrong, saying you can walk to Qatar from Iran.
No, you can't. You will drown if you try that. There's never like a wake-up moment or a come-to-Jesus moment where his own followers go, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Turns out he makes shit up all the time. He just said, he spoke confidently about geography and was just dead wrong.
Sorry, this just made me think of someone else.
Nope. Got it.
More government shutdown layoffs.
The CDC is over. RFK Jr.
Oh, this is about that initial claim that Kyle said that, or someone said that Trump is better just based on the ceasefire deal, which, again, I can't imagine them saying, but maybe.
He's off over 1,000 employees in Friday Night Massacre. I'm telling you, man, the next pandemic, we are so fucking cooked. It's going to take a Herculean effort just to get us back to where we were before the damage of the Trump regime, which is saying a lot because it's not like things were great. It's not like things were perfect.
I'm glad you said this because I'm worried that once Democrats regain control of Congress and the presidency, he'll go back to wondering why they don't do more. But until then, this is good. In the next segment, he talks about the Argentina bailout some more, but I want to zero in on something he says about the U.S.
When were we most prosperous? Well, it was during the FDR era, during the New Deal. You know, when you had government spending on the public, when you had a robust social safety net and shovel-ready jobs for people, when the government dug us out of the Great Depression, that's when we were at our best. That's when our middle class was thriving, for example.
That is not true, actually. Maybe it's a common belief in the success of the New Deal getting exaggerated over time, but that was not when we were the most prosperous as a nation. And if it was because of an economy supercharged by wartime industrialization and nearly the entire rest of the world's absence from trade due to that wartime. Here's Kyle's take on the Peter Thiel nonsense.
With no regulation whatsoever, how can we tell what the fuck is real anymore?
Steve.
Again, I mean, that's conclusory, right? You understand what I mean by that, right? When I say it's conclusory?
That is not true, actually. Maybe it's a common belief in the success of the New Deal getting exaggerated over time, but that was not when we were the most prosperous as a nation. And if it was because of an economy supercharged by wartime.
Why did I make that face? I make that face because this is supposed to show us that these people aren't worth like working with, or sorry, the way this is being built to me, not necessarily the video itself, the way it's being built to me is like, this is why, like, because they shit on Democrats. Like, I shit on Democrats and they shit on Democrats way more. But Kalinske acknowledged the great domestic policies of Joe Biden. And so I roll my eyes because I think that we are reading too much into, the nature of substantive policy disagreement as a means of like excluding people who in general are so much closer to our worldviews. I don't know. I just, so like that focus is kind of like, but just show it though, but show it, right? Don't just say it. Oh, I'm sure you'll go back to shitting on Dems. That doesn't impress me. Just like tell us why. And again, fuck, I was making a point. Shit.
Industrialization and nearly the entire rest of the world.
Oh yeah, this is conclusory, right? The point here where it's like that's not true. You need to like say in virtue of what is it not true?
For example,
that is not true actually. Maybe it's a common belief in the success of the New Deal getting exaggerated over time, but that was not when we were the most prosperous as a nation. And if it was because of an economy supercharged by wartime industrialization and nearly the entire rest of the world's absence from trade due to that wartime. Here's Kyle's take on the Peter Thiel nonsense.
With no regulation whatsoever, how can we tell what the fuck is real anymore?
Steve Bannon shit talked Congress.
Democrats, do you understand what they're saying here? They're saying y'all a bunch of bitches. They're saying you're useless. They're saying they could fucking steamroll your ass and get away with it day after day after day. That's what they're saying. Are you gonna do something about it, or are you just gonna sit there and bleed? I'll give Chuck Schumer credit on this, the government shutdown portion, which half credit because I think they should have asked for more. I think they should have asked for withdrawing ICE and the U.S. military from invading American cities, right?
More Democrats in the media aren't doing.
By the way, which is now, I mean, that's part of the demands of Democrats currently. So some foresight there. But in general, giving credit to Chuck Schumer for the shutdown, this is while the shutdown was persisting.
Enough to talk about this issue that he is directly pulling from the media.
We need an opposition party. We need an opposition party.
I agree with this.
We need an opposition
100%.
media. We need people to cover everything he's actually doing.
Yes, this is all about opposing Trump. This is all the shit about, you know, the lesser of two evils, the more proximate allies, the lack of equivalence that Kyle is making clear in what he's saying here. And it's apparently, I'm the only one who understands it. You tell me, audience, do you think that that's not what's happening in front of your eyes?
I'm like one of the only people fucking on top of this shit. And I'm just an asshole with a loud mouth on YouTube. Jesus Christ.
So I guess that means you want to be part of a...
Okay, he's fast and loose. There are other people who are covering the administration. Come on.
Chorus?
Wait, what?
With a loud mouth on YouTube. Jesus Christ.
So I guess that means you want to be part of a chorus?
But you know his problems. And again, I disagree on chorus. And you guys know why I disagree. Though I do agree that people should disclose the chorus funding. I do agree with that. That's the point I do agree with. His problems with chorus have nothing to do with opposition. It's about the funding source. Now you could disagree with them, but it's just that's like definitionally bad faith. I know maybe it's a joke, whatever. Fuck.
Party. We need an opposition media. We need people to cover everything he's actually doing. I'm like one of the only people fucking on top of this shit, and I'm just an asshole with a loud mouth on YouTube. Jesus Christ.
So I guess that means you want to be.
But chorus is exactly what he's asking for. No, it's not. You can be like, oh, like imagine the following. Imagine you're like, this is a hypothetical, all right? You could say, we need more voices out there. We need more voices. We need to raise the temperature. And they're like, all right, so we'll get a bunch of like, imagine this is a hypothetical, Israel-funded Democratic people to speak out against the administration. You're like, no, don't do that. And because there's another value that he has that wouldn't be consistent with it. And so by not addressing it, by avoiding it, you're not pointing to an actual contradiction. The problem he has with chorus is its structure and its funding source. Now, I don't agree with those takes, but not addressing it is not showing hypocrisy. It's just failing to address their point, which you can address by addressing it.
Part of a chorus? Time for day 3 of Crystal and our
again, not impressed.
First appearance of Sagar.
An omen.
But it starts off all right to the extent that they get it factually correct that Israel got more hostages out through diplomatic means rather than with military intervention.
They were gotten out through 3 successive ceasefire diplomatic negotiations.
And then it all goes to hell.
It actually was that simple the entire time.
That's right.
And I think that is so validating. We were told under this previous administration, we can't just tell Israel what to do. And it's like, oh no, you can. With Russia, with Ukraine, with Israel, with every other proxy conflict, it actually is as simple as the president of the United States calling somebody up and saying, you're done here.
Your indolence is inefficacious. That means you're terrible.
Yeah,
They distinguish Lorenz has an explanation for that, which you can either buy or not buy, but it has to do with the like sort of the attenuation, right? Like I'm sure that there's some Google interaction, between Google and maybe even some of the same funding sources related to the organizations that fund Chorus. They have some argument about attenuation, which or the connection isn't as close, which you can either accept or reject. But again, you have to deal with it. Whether or not you buy the argument is different than whether or not you address it. And it would be nice for the video to address it on its strongest terms. That's what being good faith is.
Said you wanted to destroy Hamas. Yes, Hamas gave up power, but part of the...
Her explanation was bullshit. Okay, then explain it. Right? Don't assume that we just agree with you, right? Just a good video would explain why that rationale is wrong or bad, and then explain why. Right? What use is this? Well, I don't understand why you guys watch things that you just already agree with. Unless it's like giving you some new insight or thinking about a thing in a new, different way. But if it's not providing that, I went to this video because this actually shows why Taylor Loren's explanation for why she's not, conflicted in the same way that these Chorus people are, is actually not availing, and it's actually a dumb argument. And this is why. Because A, because B, because C, because D. This video doesn't do that. It fails to address their view, right? And that's what you would want to do to fairly represent their side. Because if you presented that and been like, oh, you're being a hypocrite. You're being a hypocrite. You say you want more voices, but you won't fund Chorus. I'm like, well, that's because I have a different issue with Chorus. Not the fact that there are Democratic influencers. It's the fact of A, B, and C. And how a good faith person would say, this is wrong is because you don't care about A because of this. You don't care about B because of that. And you don't care about C because of that. That's what a video which is trying to actually provide a refutation. But again, the conclusory thoughts, the bare assertions, it almost onboards the assumptions of, any one of my typical viewers or a typical viewer of, Lib and Learn.
Deal is that Hamas gets amnesty, they get to give up their weapons, and they get to become a legitimate political party.
No, it's not. You can look up the ceasefire terms.
The only way you can accomplish anything approximating that is through.
Do you really think if those course people gave some explanation of their relationship to the funding source, Kyle would be less critical? I think that's insane. That's not what I'm saying. I live in a bizarro world where things I don't say are presented as though I said it. I didn't fucking say that. What I said is this video doesn't show the hypocrisy. I'm not saying the video has to be formal. It's just not doing that. If it's just a meme, whatever, or just a clip compilation, it's not doing that effectively. It's not providing us context. And I think that there's indicia of missing context for some of these. But again, what I know.
Diplomatic negotiations, through giving people in Gaza a better alternative to Hamas.
I'm not going to say that Israel didn't cause a lot of its own problems in Gaza, but it is not that simple. The same way you couldn't just bribe the South to not be racist to avoid the civil war. The system is entrenched beyond just what the individual people could dig out. That's not to say that everyone is Hamas or even that a majority are. You can't tell someone's political affiliation just by looking at them. So I assume the best until proven otherwise. My point is that this is tied up in religious, economic, and political motivations so tightly that there is no one weird trick. To provide a better alternative to Hamas, you need an alternative that wouldn't get taken advantage of or just destroyed by Hamas. Prior to October 7th.
Again, this kind of commentary makes me think that this is not the appropriate video for my needs, right? My needs are to show again, this is on the merits of the Israel-Palestine issue, and it makes me feel like Hutch kind of put this guy in a tough spot because then it's not the video for me, right? And again, Hutch is my boy. Conduit, listen, no ill feelings. I get a little spicy, but it's just to the extent that it's making a substantive claim on Israel-Palestine, it's not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for evidence of maliciousness, bad faith, lies, right? And just having an out there opinion isn't that,
The status quo was built on this idea that economic improvements were the way to keep the peace as much as the mowing the lawn strategy. Hamas literally and figuratively blew that up instead of just working from there. Unless you think Israel, as a society, is completely incapable of making peace, in which case, that's a different issue.
Something approximating this deal has been available the entire time.
No.
The Biden administration refused to engage in real diplomatic negotiations with Hamas. You have to give Trump credit.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
They would have done the same under Biden. And so, this is where...
I obviously disagree with Sagar. I totally disagree with that look. I think it undermines Biden. And especially, I feel like it's rewarding bad faith claims to accomplishment here, both in the nature of the ceasefire, as alleged, and the steps taken to achieve it.
High-minded liberalism of the Biden team, of Anthony Blinken, of Jake Sherman. These guys are clowns.
You can want a diplomatic solution, but so long as the main contentions of this conflict are the mere presence of your people.
Wait, what did he say?
Under Biden. And so, this is where the, high-minded liberalism of the Biden team, of Anthony Blinken, of Jake Sherman.
I think there's plenty of decent criticism of Blinken and Jake Sherman.
These guys are clowns.
You can want a diplomatic solution, but so long as the main contentions of this conflict are the mere presence of your people in certain areas, it's not going to be as easy as what you're saying.
Well, it was so simple.
Yeah, but this is Sagar. Okay? That was Sagar who said that. But they also probably believe it, Kyle and Crystal, just to be clear. I don't agree. But again, I just don't agree, right?
Would that it were so simple.
Would that it were so simple.
It's really not about Trump himself. It's about proving all of those defenders of the Biden status quo wrong. We're the primary actor. We have the ability to drive and to shape events, if not outright dictate them, from the Ukrainian side to even to the Russian side in terms of direct diplomatic negotiations.
О боже мій, відчепись.
Hilariously, the next segment is about how Trump is bribed by Israel.
Yeah, I mean, there's really, honestly, no analysis needed for this. It's very self-explanatory.
He said it.
Trump is out here bragging about how his foreign policy was for sale, and this is the lady who bought it, at least with regard to Israel.
Does Israel just break people's brains? You spend the entire last segment talking about how Trump was the only one who could end the war.
Trump literally called out. I knew about this shit. He points to Miriam Adelson and basically gives her credit for shit, right?
And now
Isn't
you're
that what they're
talking
talking
about how he's
about?
bought by Miriam Adelson.
When you literally...
Do you doubt that Israel fucking influences the shit out of Trump? Don't we hate Trump for being corrupt? Don't we agree that Trump is doing all these corrupt deals with foreign countries? Qatar, Saudi. Do we think that stops with Israel when they got hundreds of millions of dollars from these people? Now, I'm not saying directly from the Israeli state, but come on. It's not crazy to point at that shit. Trump's corrupt.
Literally have the president of the United States saying in this case that they have loyalty to a foreign country and they use their dollars to fund causes to promote more loyalty to that government. What world are we living in where that doesn't have to qualify for foreign agent registration? Or we need to change the law, honestly.
And what exactly is this First Amendment, Mr. President?
Right to free speech.
honest to that government. What world are we living in where that doesn't have to qualify for foreign agent registration?
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue of APAC under FARA. Now, that's been a hotly debated issue for some time. I happen to think the First Amendment should protect what APAC does. So, I mean, that's my view personally. But I just have a very protective First Amendment view on that shit. And I basically think you need to show some sort of agency relationship or effective control before we're going to, throw in all these other standards related to foreign countries and application of FAR, that kind of stuff. I really do think it needs to be a high threshold, but that's me. People disagree with that. And I'm not impressed when you're just like, oh, what about divorce? Like, it's not impressive to just be like, oh, he's stupid, First Amendment, lol, and just assume that everyone ought to agree with me or with you.
Or we need to change the law, honestly.
And what exactly is this First Amendment, Mr. President? Right to free speech.
I guess, you have the right to do what you want. Literally quote the Adelsons and then point to.
And it is a kind of oddity, right? Like, we have, the First Amendment rationale is incredibly unprotective of, for example, TikTok. And there was a unanimous decision, not protected speech, on the bases that sought to try to prevent the law's application. But all it takes is some sort of domestic insulation from that other country, but a kind of wink, wink, nod, nod isn't enough to put you under the ambit of FARA or some of the other shit. To a lot of people from a policy perspective who aren't steeped in the First Amendment or who don't give as much a fuck about it or who care much less about it, that seems like an incoherence. Like, why are we just letting everyone knows, right, that they're working in coordination with a wink, wink, nod, nod. It's kind of like that, Super PAC situation. Everyone knows, they don't coordinate, but come on. So I understand why we think of those distinctions as being important and why we would, my ideal world, we would in fact protect that kind of stuff. But it's not intuitive to everybody, and it doesn't impress me to do this kind of meme. I mean, it's low tier, in my opinion.
They're giving and what their priorities are, you're called anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
And then Trump just says the shit out loud.
That card just doesn't work anymore. And, and it's a problem when you have genuine anti-Semitism, because now everyone's like, well, was it really? Because you say that shit about literally everything. So
please tell me more about fake accusations of anti-Semitism as you talk about Israel controlling American media.
This increasingly heavy-handed effort to censor any pro-Palestine or Israel critical commentary, including, what's happening at CBS being one piece of that, what's happening at TikTok being another very important piece of this. So
on college campuses where we're deporting people for taking a wrong move in a protest, undeniable, to try to chill speech critical of Israel, undeniable.
This was a sort of sign that they recognized they needed to get more aggressive because their previous tactics in Hezbollah were just utterly falling flat.
Barry Weiss sucks. Larry Ellison sucks. If they're censoring people, that also sucks. It should be condemned, and they should stop. But you're not just saying Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison. You're saying Zionists. You're saying Hezbollah. And you're framing it all in dual loyalty. They talk about the AI bubble.
True.
No, it's looking a little bubbly.
And again, calling something out specifically for how it is trying to manipulate your perspective and then just saying, yeah, but it changes my perspective.
Now, I've seen a lot of criticism about, oh, you're glazing. Listen, we can acknowledge all of their problems. Authoritarian government, bureaucracy, a lot of it is for show in some cases, like the bridge, for example. There was some criticism of people who covered the bridge, like, oh, you're buying into Chinese propaganda. I'm like, well, even if it is a bridge to nowhere, it's still a remarkable engineering accomplishment.
This doesn't act as a qualifier. It is saying you can ignore qualifiers.
At a graph of life expectancy.
It's hard for me to follow. It just in general, and I watch a lot of videos on 2 times speed, 2.5 times speed. This is a hard video for me to follow. I don't know what point is being made, and I'm trying to pay attention.
Southeastern United States is life expectancy 20 years lower than the rest of the country. Who is doing anything about that? Is anybody doing anything about that? No. Okay.
I know before even looking it up that Joe Biden had done something about this. Let's see. Yep, here it is. Now let's see what Trump.
Engineering accomplished. Who covered the bridge, like, oh, you're buying into Chinese propaganda. I'm like, well, even if it is a bridge to nowhere, it's still a remarkable engineering accomplishment.
This doesn't act as a qualifier. It is saying you can ignore qualifiers.
At a graph of life expectancy. Southeastern United States is life expectancy 20 years lower than the rest of the country. Who is doing anything about that? Is anybody doing anything about that? No. Okay.
I know before even looking it up that Joe Biden had done something about this. Let's see. Yep, here it is.
But this says it's because of COVID. What did Biden do for this? Like, Biden might have done something about life expectancy, but this doesn't show it.
Now let's see what Trump.
It's his own thing.
Southeastern United States is life expectancy 20 years lower than the rest of the country. Who is doing anything about that? Is anybody doing anything about that? No. Okay.
I know before even looking it up that Joe Biden had done something about this. Let's see. Yep, here it is.
It doesn't list a single action taken by Joe Biden.
Now let's see what Trump did. Yep, he killed that.
At the very least, the CCP pretends to give a shit about your problems. Sometimes they're actually really good at it.
You want to run that by me one more time?
Sagar has an interesting perspective on how Putin took power in Russia.
How do you think Putin came to power? People are like, oh, he's so authoritarian. He just came out of nowhere and he tricked the Russians. I'm like, oh, he tricked them? Their empire was, torn apart by the West. Then the West created NATO and started...
How about unpause it, where he definitely explains it? He's just moved on to Russia.
Marching it forward.
Did I miss something in the beginning? Because I do not remember it being this stupid. Then Ghislaine Maxwell.
What?
Interesting perspective on how Putin took power in Russia.
How do you think Putin came to power? People are like, oh, he's so authoritarian. He just came out of nowhere and he tricked the Russians. I'm like, oh, he tricked them? Their empire was...
Well, we don't get an explanation for what he thinks about that. Why don't you give him the opportunity to say what it is?
Was, torn apart by the West. Then the West created NATO and started marching it forward.
Did I miss something in the beginning? Because I do not remember it being this stupid. Then Ghislaine Maxwell.
Timothy's still not attending to his wife! His wife's asleep, and I love how Tin has turned it into he needs to attend to his sleeping wife. Everyone's like, why aren't you attending to your wife who's asleep? I don't even know what that means.
Gotten special treatment. Why? Like, what the hell is going on here?
And now it's time for the fun one.
Failed presidential candidate Kamala Harris has been on her book tour.
Oh, fish. Failed congressional candidate Crystal Ball has some criticism for Hillary and Kamala.
But there's this mythology that as soon as Trump came into office, people stopped caring about Palestine. The protests were not as heightened as they were, while she and Biden were in office. I think
that's true, but I think there's a reason for that because Trump's in power and among other things. I do think that there's a kind of like anti-Democrat whole thing about it. And I resent that strongly and I hate it. I do. I don't think it's just because they're clamping down. But I do think that's among reasons. But I don't know what explains it other than, I don't know.
Number one, because there was a sense like these are people that we may be able to actually influence.
It's always the same arguments. It's always the same argument.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that justifies lack of protest. I think that might explain it. I don't think. Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's always the same arguments. It's always the same arguments. It's always the same arguments.
Yeah, let her say it though, and actually say why it's not true.
This fiction and this lie and this insinuation that low-key people, if you were pro-Palestine, you actually wanted Donald Trump to win, and then you're happy with the mass deportations, which she name checks here.
You survived 4 years of Trump. You can survive again.
There are dead people who would be alive in places besides Gaza, including the United States, if Kamala Harris was president.
She's blaming them.
Yeah, but you're acting as though Crystal Ball said that's not true. Crystal Ball is defending the integrity of certain Palestinian pro-Palestinian protesters. She's not claiming that it was more beneficial to the world order or to the lives of Americans that Trump win. So she's not saying Trump is better. We're better off with Trump. She's not saying that, but that's how he frames it. She's trying to say they're not hypocritical for not being as strenuous in their protest activities.
Alive in places besides Gaza, including the United States, if Kamala Harris was president.
She's blaming them rather than taking any responsibility for the active choices she herself made.
It is all,
and it's a critique at Kamala Harris too. It's not saying that Trump is better for, so that just seemed unresponsive.
Mostly Joe Biden's fault. Let's start with that. He is the chief villain, as Daryl Cooper said. The chief villain of the 2024 election.
Did he just reference Daryl Cooper?
A little.
Yeah, because that was in the zeitgeist. That's like what. That doesn't mean he agrees with Daryl Cooper.
Villain, as Daryl Cooper said, the chief villain of the.
That said, I don't know.
2024 election.
Did he just reference Daryl Cooper?
A little hyperbolic, maybe. But I told him maybe Trump.
Winston Churchill's the chief villain
of the Second World War.
And in a way, maybe one of her great errors was immediately accepting the nomination.
Yeah, what was wrong with that? It's like a little quip. Now maybe he agrees with that. Maybe. I doubt it, but it's possible.
And not at least trying to make it seem as if people could jump in and that there would be some process. Because, if we think back to it, do you want to be handed something or do you want to earn?
Just say affirmative action. This is taking forever.
If that was your number one issue, you kind of made the right call. Be honest, I'm not sure we get this ceasefire under a Kamala administration.
That isn't smug. It's smug.
Go protest Trump. It's like, first of all, anyone who's like rabidly...
What I'm looking for is like an argument. We would still get this ceasefire with Kamala because it would be better for Palestinians because he's wrong because X, Y, Z. That's what I'm looking for. Even on, for this video on its own terms.
Pro-Palestine is not pro-Trump at this point. It doesn't exist. So it's like,
yeah, maybe I'm racist. Maybe we disagree on issues of race, but I'm against murder. I'm against genocide. And like you said, is that not the actual moral paradigm? Is like,
there is such a deep psychological helplessness to these people.
Yeah.
Like nothing's ever in their control.
Totally.
Nothing's ever in their power. And the upside of that is if nothing's ever in your control or in your power, then nothing's ever your fault. And, from the Obama...
Is this just pornography? Because understand how I understand the concept of pornography, where you're just you're fulfilling some kind of physiological desire to kind of it's almost self-gratifying in a way that is more instinctual or base, This feels like lib porn.
Administration, all the excuses about why the Affordable Care Act really kind of sucks. It's because they don't want to have any responsibility for their actions. They know that they were complicit. And
I consider myself a lib.
They don't want to take responsibility for that. And they're just thoroughly incapable of acknowledging that there was any error there. And
what the fuck are you talking about? Who would that go a long way with? You specifically? You just used an entire segment to call her out for dismissing protesters because she had no influence on the problem they were against. What could she actually do that wouldn't be met with post hoc derision for some other thing she also could have done to make things better?
You've missed your moment to be able to really take moral high ground over, what the Trump administration has done here. Maybe they wouldn't have had the complete starvation. We know that.
You feel like you're watching porn right now? It's in a sense, yes.
Biden administration did push and maintain some higher level of aid than was maintained under the Trump administration, where he didn't have the total complete starvation.
Libs.
We'll never know.
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
That's my boy. Uh-oh. I disavow Hassan.
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
I mean, we do have proof of that, I think, in every respect. Now, if what he means to say is, well, it never happened. We don't have a machine that creates an alternate reality where we can scientifically measure what would have been different. I guess Hassan is technically correct in the most obnoxious and fucking idiotic way.
We'll never know.
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for. Hot!
And you never took the time. You, Kamala Harris.
Oh, look at his beautiful hair, by the way.
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
And you never took the time. You, Kamala Harris, never came out and said, I object to this thing that the Trump administration is doing in Gaza. Here's if I was president, here's what I would have done differently. You never did that.
Why would she have to? You just gave definitive evidence of the difference between Trump and Biden's approach to Israel. If she said she would do things differently from Trump, all you would need to say is that she would have done the same as Biden, and then you'd equivocate Biden to Trump. But I guess we'll never know.
Equivocate does not mean make equal. This is the thing that triggers me the most. When people use the term equivocate in that way, it makes me irrationally upset.
All right. We'll never know if those dead people would still be alive. It just wasn't worth the risk. This isn't taking a moral or principled stand. This is gloating. And now they have words for Barack Obama.
Hey, stop with this.
Motherfucker lecturing at me with his chin up.
Al's professor, or you're going to get banned. Don't spam.
Fine things are, and about the better angels of our nature, while shit just continues to get worse every single year.
Shit has actually gotten better in spite of all the problems you are talking about over the last 25 years.
This thing that he's always been accused of, which has always been true, of sort of standing aloof
That's what
and
he does.
observing society from afar.
Unintentionally hilarious that they say this while literally surrounded by screens observing society from afar.
He is literally everything that went wrong. He was elected.
I don't understand that point at all.
That they say
It's been true of sort of standing aloof
That's what he
and
does.
observing society from afar.
Unintentionally hilarious that they say this while literally surrounded by screens observing society from afar.
That's society? They're observing society from afar because they're on a fucking set? I don't understand what's hilarious about that. The Capitol building, that's society. They're observing it. They're not even looking at it.
In society from...
Am I just... It's just a joke. I don't get it. Hilarious. It's so hilarious.
Years.
This thing that he's always
every single
accused of, which has always been true of sort of like standing aloof
that's what
and
he does.
observing
Yeah.
society from afar.
Unintentionally hilarious that they say
Unintentionally hilarious.
this while literally surrounded by screens observing society from afar.
That's so hilarious. I mean, I don't understand why it's so unintentionally hilarious that they're observing society. 3 buildings from.
He is literally the.
They're not
everything
looking
in the world.
at.
He was elected on a class anti-war message, and he turned it to become the culture war president. That's who he was. That's ultimately his only real legacy is like DACA, the Affordable Care Act. Oh, fantastic! And the woke era. It began under him.
On behalf of Barack Obama, I am sorry that he used fancy mustard, wore a tan suit, and didn't solve racism.
Between Bush and him, I said this shit is
nice.
rigged. It is fake. There is nothing redeeming left inside of these people.
When your job is dependent on only paying attention to the stuff that gets worse, that's all you're going to see. I am not going to blackpill on government restraint just because you're disappointed that rhetoric didn't match action.
And then also he stuck his hands back in our politics at strategic
Hands, Crystal?
points to also make sure that the Democratic Party doesn't become a party of the now, like creatures of the now, to make sure that specifically the Bernie wing of the party is blocked.
Crystal, stop trying to impersonate Anna Kasparian. You're smarter than that.
Who presided over the largest loss in black wealth ever? First black president. I mean, nobody ever grapples with that one.
That was because of the recession under Bush.
One North
That's why
Carolina,
everyone always talks about that.
Wait, what?
Stop trying to impersonate Anna Kasparian. You're smarter than that.
Who presided over the largest loss in black wealth ever? First black president. I mean, nobody ever grapples with that one.
That was because of the recession under Bush.
Sagar. Good point, Sagar. You have to remember, he's like a Tucker alum, I think.
One North
That's why
Carolina.
everyone
Some Glenn Beck shit.
always talks about that race thing. I go, yeah, maybe in Alabama and all these places. Fuck, we still won a lot of red states today.
Honestly, what happened between the first couple of days I'm here, I thought I was just going to have to refute some shitty Israel coverage and be delighted that the rest was more well-reasoned than I thought. But this is just fart sniffing.
Nice.
The long-term trajectory, yeah, the sun is setting on the American empire. It's eventually going to be probably, a Chinese empire, and then they'll rise and fall too, just like every single empire. But it is very strange to live in as tumultuous a time as we do right now, because, I mean, you're actually seeing a rapid decline of the American empire, in my opinion.
Wait.
Kyle looks different.
Why? Like, NATO's stronger than ever.
They're not going to do shit, though.
The U.S.'s actual perception in Western Europe is the highest it's been in a long, long, long time. If you're a European right now, you're not thinking about what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan, as terrible as those things were. You're thinking, wow, I'm glad that there are U.S. troops there. What you call American empire, I call like a U.S.-led world order.
The other side, they're more united, too. Would you concede that? That now China, Russia, Iran...
Part of why I view American influence and empire as being in decline is because...
Can anyone doubt that after... with this... well, I guess they're saying this in 2022, whatever. So maybe we disagree then. Oh, they're right. This does look like the World War Debate logo. These motherfucking World War debaters, oh, we should file a trademark action. Look at those socks. Outrageous socks.
The ideology behind it has basically been exposed as morally bankrupt and wrong. If we just get, free markets into Russia, then we're all going to be friends and democracy is going to follow and peace is going to reign supreme. Well, that was a fucking fantasy. American neoliberal, like shock doctrine and we're going to have democracy around the world and we're going to install it. All of that has been thoroughly dismantled as an ideology. So that's why I think the American influence and empires.
And even just Trump and Biden getting elected, these people they're like symbols of a decaying society. Yes. To have any situation where Donald Trump wins the presidential election and then Joe Biden, who's half dead, wins the presidential election as a backlash from Trump, that's not a healthy society. That's a society that's in severe decline. All right, y'all, welcome to the show. I got a special one for you today. The self-suck-off session. Does it hurt your ribs?
I obviously think Biden was the best president of our lifetime. But I think that he did make a mistake in running again. But so, needless to say, I disagree with that outlook.
When you suck yourself off that hard, Mr. President. But now let's get into the meaty stuff here.
Oh
meaty,
my God!
Also, you're ugly.
Equating Trump and Biden. Equating Trump. Was that them equating Trump and Biden?
One society. Donald Trump wins the presidential election, and then Joe Biden, who's half dead, wins the presidential election as a backlash from Trump. Yes. To have any situation where Donald getting elected, these people they're like symbols of a decaying society. Yes. To have
That's equating.
Any situation where Donald Trump wins the presidential election and then Joe Biden, who's half dead, wins the presidential election as a backlash from Trump. That's not a healthy society. That's a society that's in severe decline. All right, y'all, welcome to the show. I got a special one for you today. The self-suck-off session. Does it hurt your ribs when you suck yourself off that hard, Mr. President? But now let's get into the meaty stuff here. Meaty just like his neck gina. Also, you're ugly. Riveting. If he loses, we are not going to be generous with Argentina. Not only is that far an election...
I don't understand the Dragon Ball Z shit.
Interference. This is also extortion.
Yet more proof that things don't end with just one perfect phone call.
He hates Jewish people?
Talking about Zoran Mamdani. Of course he says this, even though the majority of Jews in New York voted for him.
I make no claim that Zoran is anti-Semitic, though I am critical of a lot of the stuff he said before the primary. But this argument is
What?
New York voted for him.
I make no claim that Zoran is anti-Semitic.
Oh, I make no claim.
Though I am critical of a lot of the stuff he said before the primary. But this argument is equivalent to saying that Trump isn't racist because the majority of Latinos in this country voted for him.
From a guy who's bought and owned by...
Huh?
Majority of Jews in New York voted for him.
Well, I think the claim is I think the claim is it's less likely to be the case that he's anti-Semitic on that view. Right? Not that it's dispositive. I agree it doesn't prove it.
No claim that Zoran is anti-Semitic, though I am critical of a lot of the stuff he said before the primary. But this argument is equivalent to saying that Trump isn't racist because the majority of Latinos in this country voted for him.
From a guy who's bought and owned by Miriam Adelson and AIPAC and Netanyahu, and he's on the fucking Epstein files, and Epstein was Mossad.
I would prefer if you just didn't try to call it anti-Semitism at all. This is where Kyle brings up the novel idea of a national divorce because he's sick of helping pay for shitty Republicans
I
that act
hate
like welfare
this.
queens.
Oh yeah, I hate this from Kyle, and it's not just this week. He's been saying it recently too. I think it's anti-American.
My words, not his, and vote for sending ICE and the National Guard into blue states.
We need to start having serious discussions.
But folks, I want to introduce you to a concept. It's called disagreement. That's a huge disagreement that I would have with Kyle. National divorce. I think it's fucking anti-American. I think it's unpatriotic. I am totally against it, and might be our strongest disagreement as I think about it. I think it's horrible. But yeah, I mean, that's just called we disagree, and we are, notwithstanding that massive disagreement, aligned towards ending the fascist authoritarian regime that's currently in charge of our fucking government.
About a national divorce.
I take exception to this idea. 1, because I don't want to leave the vulnerable people in red states to their fate. 2, because there are plenty of people in those red states who are Democratic voters. And 3, there is a large segment of the Democratic coalition in the South, Black Democrats, who managed to break past a determined Republican effort to restrict voting rights and elect 2 Democratic senators in Georgia. Unrelated to anything, are the books behind Kyle sorted by color and size instead of alphabetically?
Barack Obama decided, let me do a right-wing healthcare plan, which was created by the Heritage Foundation. And to be fair, tens of millions of people got healthcare, which is better than nothing.
1, tens of millions of people getting healthcare coverage is a bit better than that. 2, under Biden, healthcare coverage reached 95%.
He just said that.
The highest it's ever been.
It's a bit better than nothing. He's saying he's understating it.
Republicans group chat got leaked, and boy oh boy are those some edgy 14-year-olds.
There are people in this chat who are up to the age of 40.
Sorry, 40-year-olds.
Oops, I said I want to shove them in gas chambers. My bad. Like, own it. Stop running away from it like a little bitch.
Pretty much what I think, except...
No disrespect to trans people whatsoever. I thought this was a...
I think this is what I looked like when I was walking down the word of 8 stage. Fucking Chad.
Trans man.
I think that should have stayed an inside thought. Once again, back to Israel.
They're slow releasing the dead hostages. How dare they? Now let's limit the food. They already knew it would take a long time because they killed those hostages, and those hostages are still under the rubble.
Again, could be the case. I see no reason to think it's unlikely, but this isn't based on probability. It's based off the assumption of intent by Israel to kill people in Gaza as a higher priority over hostage rescue. Because the ceasefire is fake, they want it to complete the genocide, and every other prior he wants to confirm with his audience.
Exactly like I said would happen. Imagine Hamas.
I think the big Pisco emote is available for tier 2s, by the way.
Killed 5 Israelis in Israel since the ceasefire. What would everybody be saying now? My guess is Netanyahu would be this close to nuking Gaza.
There was a
Now that I'm wait, what is this?
Palestinian who killed...
What would he be saying now? My guess is Netanyahu would be this close to nuking Gaza.
There was a Palestinian who killed 6 people at a bus stop in Israel, and Israel still accepted the ceasefire. Is that an acceptable refutation of his point, even if it's outside his parameters? This is why you don't use Twitter as a source.
And then there was this thing that went viral the other day. Nuking Gaza.
I didn't understand
that. There was a Palestinian who killed 6 people.
Now, my guess is Netanyahu would be this close to nuking since the ceasefire. Exactly like I said would happen. Imagine Hamas killed 5 Israelis in Israel since the ceasefire. What would everybody be saying now? My guess is Netanyahu would be this close to nuking Gaza.
There was a Palestinian who killed 6 people at a bus stop in Israel, and Israel still accepted the ceasefire. Is that an acceptable refutation?
Is that before?
Of his point, even if it's outside his parameters. This is why you don't bus stop in Israel.
Is Netanyahu would be this close to nuking Gaza.
There was a Palestinian who killed...
I think it's hyperbole.
What would he be saying now? My guess is Netanyahu would be Israelis in Israel.
With his audience.
Exactly like I said would happen. Imagine Hamas killed 5 Israelis in Israel since the ceasefire. What would everybody be saying now? My guess is Netanyahu would be this close to nuking Gaza.
There was a...
Do we think that is hyperbole? What do we think about that? And there's no date here. Maybe this is before. Maybe it's after. I don't know.
Palestinian who killed 6 people at a bus stop in Israel, and Israel still accepted the ceasefire. Is that an acceptable refutation of his point, even if it's outside his parameters? This is why you don't use Twitter as a source.
And then there was this thing that went viral the other day of Hamas executing 50 people, and all the Zionists were like, why isn't anybody condemning this? This is disgusting. Those were the ISIS gangs that attacked them.
The so-called ISIS gangs, which I haven't seen like evidence for besides that accusation, maybe.
him first.
This is Jacoby in human form. Do you see? Yeah.
So you understand how you never get the full picture?
Do you
understand how
see?
You never get the full story?
Do you see?
From Zionists and from the media. Do you see that now? Do you see how they hide shit from you so that they can fucking lie?
This is why you don't use. This is why you don't use. This is why you don't
Wow, that's unfunny.
use. This is why you don't use Twitter as a source. Okay, something different. Barack Obama.
Do you see that now? Do you see how they hide shit from you so that they can fucking lie?
This is why you don't use. This is why you don't use. This is why you don't use. This is why you don't use Twitter as a source. Okay, something different. Barack Obama was on Mark Maron's last podcast, and Kyle takes issue with Obama in a few different ways that we will now go over. I hope I can change your perspective. Obamacare.
I wouldn't say that, bro. I don't think George W. Bush was for democracy.
He was, but like everything, he didn't know what he was doing, and it ended up having terrible ramifications that
I mean, they stole the Florida. They stole it.
we are still dealing with.
We need to be Fox News at their propaganda game, where they are on message 24/7. You need to dominate TikTok, you need to dominate YouTube, you need to dominate all these outlets.
Wait, what?
Podcast, and Kyle takes issue with Obama in a few different ways that we will now go over. I hope I can change
What's the few different ways?
your perspective. Obamacare.
I wouldn't say that, bro. I don't think George W. Bush was for democracy.
He was, but like everything, he didn't know what he was doing, and it ended up having terrible ramifications that we are still dealing with.
We need to be Fox News at their propaganda.
Oh, the evidence of Bush being in favor of democracy was the election in in Gaza. That's the evidence that Bush is in favor of democracy. But Kyle's probably referencing either his views on what Iraq and Afghanistan were about, or how the Bush administration domestically dealt with like rights issues, maybe the Bush v. Gore election, maybe questioning the sincerity of some of the, neoconservative spreading democracy shit. So I don't really think it's probably not what he was referencing. So I think it's kind of unresponsive.
Obamacare.
I wouldn't say that, bro. I don't think George W. Bush was for democracy.
He was, but like everything, he didn't know what he was doing, and it ended up having terrible ramifications that we are still dealing with.
We need to be Fox News at their propaganda game, where they are on message 24/7. You need to
Don't say chorus.
dominate TikTok, you need to dominate YouTube, you need to dominate all these outlets.
I'm not kidding. Like that.
I've got beliefs that I'm not going to compromise, but I'm also not going to assert that I am so righteous that there's not the possibility that maybe I'm wrong on this. Sure.
But that's what they do, bro, and they win. I see. This is where he loses me completely. So this is like, I need liberals and leftists and Democrats to get past this dumb bullshit of the self-criticism. The worst criticism I have of the Democrat I hate the most is nothing compared to my criticism of the best Republican.
Beautiful.
Almost all the Republicans and Fetterman, like all of you guys, I'm sorry, you're just evil. No, instead what'll happen is the Democrats will keep quiet.
Wait, isn't that exactly what we want?
And leftists and Democrats to get, that's what they do, bro, and they win. I see. This is where he loses me completely. So this is like, I need liberals and leftists and Democrats to get past this dumb bullshit of the self-criticism. The worst criticism I have of the Democrat I hate the most is nothing compared to my criticism of the best Republican. Almost all the Republicans and Fetterman, like all of you guys, I'm sorry, you're just evil. No, instead.
Was that refuting that point? What a dishonest framing if that is. Is that his way to try to refute what he just said there? Oh my God. Please tell me that this is not a point that was like, oh, he said Fetterman was evil. Fuck Fetterman. Is he better than Republicans? Yeah. Fuck Fetterman. It's not a contradiction. And if he just said this, like, Fetterman exception, I would be okay with it. No way. I mean, is that what he's going for?
The worst criticism I have of the Democrat I hate the most is nothing compared to my criticism of the best Republican. Almost all the Republicans and Fetterman, like all of you guys, I'm sorry, you're just evil. No, instead what'll happen is the Democrats will keep quiet and try to suck up to the same Israeli billionaires, hoping that they'll pick them. How are you going to out-corrupt Donald Trump?
The number one way to get someone to do
To the same Israeli billionaires, hoping that they'll pick them. How are you going to out-corrupt
None of this is a contradiction.
Donald Trump?
The number one way to get someone to do something is to make them feel like they're rebelling against authority. And in talking about this, Obama is bringing up that the
I have no idea. Was that supposed to show his hypocrisy? I swear, like, where are all the Sims for this video again? Was that supposed to show that he like contradicted himself? Because It didn't do that. Guess what? I do think that the worst Democrat is way better than the best Republican. I do think that. I also think Fetterman is bad. Evil, whatever word you want to put on it. I think he's a cuck.
Democrats, whether it makes moral or even logical sense, became the social standard of authority.
Am I hurting your feelings by being giving you a little too much truth? Like, fuck you.
Everywhere I look, something reminds me of her.
I'm pissed off.
Wait, is that Mike from
giving you a
PA?
little too much truth? Like, fuck you.
Everywhere I look, something reminds me of her.
I don't get it. It's a funny picture. Is that his profile? Is that his profile picture?
I'm pissed off by this. Is this what Trump does with MAGA? You gotta
that editing was pretty funny.
Everywhere I look, something reminds me of her.
I'm pissed off by this. Is this what Trump does with MAGA? You gotta take a half loaf, Kenny. Sometimes you gotta accept 15%. That yes, compromise is a thing. It exists in the world. It's hard to get everything you want through. Yes, of course. But like, you have to give people the feeling that you're at least trying. But like, if you go into it saying, well, I want 50%, and they go, you get none of it, then you agree at 25% or 20% or whatever the fuck, right? And it's like, I think that's what Obama, he said he was out of touch. This is definitely out of touch.
So the Green Lantern theory of politics states that, no, but for
oh my God.
Saying, well, I want 50%, and they go, you get none of it, then you agree at 25% or 20% or whatever the fuck.
Wait.
But like, you have to give people the feeling that you're at least trying. But like, if you go into it saying, well, I want 50%, and they go, you get none of it, then you agree at 25% or 20% or whatever the fuck, right? And it's like, I think that's what Obama, he said he was out of touch. This is definitely out of touch.
So the Green Lantern theory of politics states that, no, but for
Wait a second. That is not Green Lantern of politics. That's negotiation. You don't negotiate against yourself, and you don't anchor yourself preemptively of like a fair price. And those are fair criticisms of Obama. That's not Green Lantern.
Like, you have to give people the feeling that you're at least trying.
This is negotiation and signaling.
But like, if you go into it saying, well, I want 50%, and they go, you get none of it, then you agree at 25% or 20% or whatever the fuck, right? And it's like, I think that's what Obama, he said he was out of touch. This is definitely out of touch.
So
no, I think that's a good criticism of Obama. He goes into it ready to make concessions and ready to build a bridge with Boehner. He was naive. And I think even Obama would recognize that. I think you are way too young to realize how off base. No. Think about the grand bargain that Boehner had with Obama. I mean, he put himself out on the line for that.
Green Lantern theory of politics states that, no, but for real, Trump's electorate and the Democratic electorate are fundamentally different coalitions that respond differently. And when they respond differently, they elect different people. And those people will have to bring their decisions back to that electorate. Trump unified the Republicans under him because they wanted an authoritarian who would just force himself on the country.
That's not responsive to what Kyle is saying. Kyle is talking about negotiations between two parties. He's not talking about running things as an authoritarian. He's saying, be a good negotiator. Look like you're giving a fuck. This is just not responsive. No, Hutch is still my boy.
Democrats shouldn't want that. And the trade-off is that unilaterally forcing things through just isn't an option no matter how good you think your idea is. Because Trump thinks tariffs are a good idea, and we see how that's working out. The people who would try to unilaterally force things through are the people who would inherit.
That's not what he's suggesting. He's not suggesting that Obama unilaterally pushed things through. He's saying don't start off in negotiations from a losing position or giving up too much ground. What? In 2013, reports suggested Obama felt he had to toughen up after taking a beating in earlier painful. Yes, this is not a controversial criticism of Obama, and it's almost a liberal critique. I don't think this Green Lantern thing has anything to do with what he just said. Maybe it's something that's about to happen. Maybe the Green Lantern thing is like we're about to get the thing that's Green Lantern.
Currently have bad ideas.
I don't want anybody to misunderstand what I'm saying. I would still take Obama over any Republican literally 10 out of 10 times.
I mean, how much more do you want from a guy who is... I'm told that this guy can't work with Democrats. I'm told that this guy is the what did Hutch say? That this guy was like the equivalent of Hassan on this stuff? Or what did he say? He should be considered an enemy or something?
The Democrats are eons better than the Republicans, and I hate fucking false equivalence bullshit.
And
I have no... Isn't that the standard that we're supposed to judge? Vanguard did it in my conversation with them. I've seen Kyle do it all the time, and Kyle just did it in front of your eyes. He just... do you want me to do it again?
Any Republican, literally 10 out of 10.
Like maybe you guys are confabulating and you can't actually like hear words. You can't actually see people. Like that's an issue. We can work on it together. If you're having auditory hallucinations, that could be an issue for you.
Apparently have bad ideas.
I don't want anybody to misunderstand what I'm saying. I would still take Obama over any Republican literally 10 out of 10 times. The Democrats are eons better than the Republicans, and I hate fucking false equivalence bullshit.
Okay. Yeah, this was a very helpful video, Hutch. It's giving me a lot of clips to prove my point, I guess.
And what I can only describe as, of course. His next segment is on Cory Booker talking to the women from the I've Had It podcast, and oh my god, you were just talking about needing Democrats over Republicans, but you've dedicated an entire segment to mocking Cory Booker.
And Jennifer...
Because Cory Booker deserves to be mocked on some stuff. And in fact, recently, oh shit, I forgot. There was a couple things. Obviously, the Netanyahu visit. There was one other thing where I was I was just livid with, I'm not remembering it right now. But it wasn't the Netanyahu thing. Shit, what was it? And Trump said march peacefully. And Trump said march peacefully. Like, this Timothy Douglas guy is like, needs to go to like remedial classes. He's like a baby. He's a wife.
Well, he's very attractive. He's very alpha. He's very butch.
There was no shot collar on
Wait, where do we go for the... What, so we can't criticize Cory Booker? You haven't even examined what the criticism was?
I've Had It podcast, and oh my...
You haven't even explained why the criticism is unfair?
My god, you were just talking about needing Democrats over Republicans, but you've dedicated an entire segment to mocking Cory Booker.
And
why can you explain why it was inappropriate in this context? And then we're just moving on to fucking Hassan slop?
And oh my god, you were just talking about needing Democrats over Republicans, but you've dedicated an entire segment to mocking Cory Booker.
And Jennifer...
Yeah, just like I dedicated an entire segment to mocking this, oh my god, what's her name? Lucen Camp Perez and Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. There's nothing wrong with, hey assholes. Hey, liberal audience, who I consider myself a very staunch liberal, staunch capitalist, staunch liberal. It's actually okay to criticize Democrats. Is that crazy to say? You sound like MAGA when people attack leftists. Dude, I don't know what to say. I mean, like you're low IQ. You just compared what Kyle Kalinske said. There's, I want to be unambiguous, false. I don't have it for false equivalence, and he actually consistently does that on his show that I watch. And he spends so much time attacking Trump and making that clear. You compared it to Trump's incitement of Jan 6 terrorists to march on the Capitol. You are an unhinged, low IQ person. Maybe you're high IQ in other contexts, but you have not behaved yourself in a way that a high IQ person would behave themselves. You just compared Kyle Kalinske's statement about there is no equivalence between them, which he backs up with the level and deepness of his criticism of Trump compared to Democrats, which he backs up, to Trump's self-serving statement in front of a massive crowd to try to steal the election, where there's tons of indicia of actually that's not what he means.
Welch. He's very attractive. He's very alpha. He's very butch.
There was no shock collar on Hassan's dog the day that she yelped. She was actually just wearing a canvas collar.
How is my argument the same as the MAGA conduct? No, because it's not just that he said it. It's that his coverage shows it, you fucking idiot. I didn't say, oh, well, he said it, therefore. And by the way, it's Hutch himself who said, I wouldn't care about anything other than if Hassan just said, yeah, vote for Kamala. So I'm just telling you, I heard Hutch say those words. If they say, vote Kamala, that's enough for me. So in terms of the attitude towards face-saving statements or mere statements that are, not sincerely held, that was enough for Hutch in the context of what I heard him say. I think it was on this most recent thing where he was discussing Team Hutch, Team Pisco. But putting that aside, his coverage shows that, actually. His coverage actually does show that. So unlike the self-serving statements in the Trump insurrection, the Trump incitement, it's actually nothing like that. And you're just making the appeal to MAGA and Trump because you're low IQ. You're like fundamentally low IQ.
With an AirTag. There was no shock.
A minuscule percentage of my resources come
I
from
read it's like 800,000.
Yeah, but that's a lifetime number.
Oh my God, that's embarrassing. I'm pure. Oh, are you? You took 800 grand from APAC and you think that's pure? Well, that's over my whole career. And? Well, what was I supposed to think? It was 800,000 last.
Yeah, I don't think the Democrats should be taking money from APAC. They support MAGA Republicans. They want to destroy our country. Is there something wrong with this
Tuesday
critique?
is when they gave that?
He got 288,000 in 2020, the year of his last election, and raised about 15 million, which works out to about 1.92%. Let's just round that up to 2. But I guess that number isn't as scary in an election where he won by about
2% of your funding is significant.
16 points anyway. Wow, the Israel lobby really has a stranglehold on him.
But even putting that aside, it's the principle.
You think Malcolm X and Martin Luther King agreed on everything? No. But when it came to the fight,
they didn't disagree on genocide.
That, surprisingly, is a bit more complicated than you'd think.
And again, it's all kind of circling around the same issue, which are, if you onboard Kalinski's view of Israel, then all of this makes, it explains everything, right? It explains all the places that you disagree. Or at least, 90%. And so it all seems like it's circling around the same substantive disagreement on Israel, the influence of Israel, the conduct of the Gazan war, and it's just reemerging. But in this context, you're trying to sell it as Dem bashing for the sake of it. But again, I don't think that that's what's happening here. And I don't think that there's a false equivalence being made.
You anti-Semitic?
Anti-Semitic.
You've many of the things that I've read about you, and you've made a mention a couple of times about the Jews and everything, and I'm wondering if you are personally anti-Semitic.
No, how can I be anti-Semitic when the Arabs are Semitic? Half the Muslim world is Semitic. If I was anti-Semitic, I'd be anti-Arab and everything else. No, I think that in this country, there's one mistake that the Jews make. They put themselves in a position where whenever anybody gives an objective analysis of the role that they play, they defend themselves by accusing you of being anti-Semitic.
I don't understand. Is he saying that Malcolm X disagreed on some things? What did he say?
Genocide.
Hold on him.
You think Malcolm X and Martin Luther King agreed on everything? No. But when it came to the fight,
they didn't disagree on genocide.
That, surprisingly, is a bit more complicated than you'd think.
Are you anti-Semitic?
Anti-Semitic.
You've many of the things that I've read about you, and you've made a mention a couple of times about the Jews and everything, and I'm wondering if you are personally anti-Semitic.
No, how can I be anti-Semitic when the Arabs are Semitic? Half the Muslim world is Semitic. If I was anti-Semitic, I'd be anti-Arab and everything else. No, I think that in this country, there's one mistake that the Jews make. They put themselves in a position where whenever anybody gives an objective analysis of the role that they play, they defend themselves by accusing you of being anti-Semitic. And a Negro is not anti-Semitic when he says that the man who's exploiting him in his community is white, because it is a white man who owns all the stores. Now, is it an accident that these whites who own these stores are Jewish? If it's an accident, then the fact that he says the Jew on the corner is exploiting me isn't an anti-Semitic statement. It's just more descriptive of the man who's exploiting him.
Oh my God.
That's not genocide, is it? What did Kyle say?
Has a stranglehold on him.
You think Malcolm X and Martin Luther King agreed on everything? No. But when it came to the fight,
they didn't disagree on genocide.
That, surprisingly, is a bit more complicated than you'd think.
So see if Malcolm X says anything about genocide in the next clip.
Are you anti-Semitic?
Anti-Semitic.
You've many of the things that I've read about you, and you've made a mention a couple of times about the Jews and everything, and I'm wondering if you are personally anti-Semitic.
No, how can I be anti-Semitic when the Arabs are Semitic? Half the Muslim world is Semitic. If I was anti-Semitic, I'd be anti-Arab and everything else. No, I think that in this country, there's one mistake that the Jews make. They put themselves in a position where whenever anybody gives an objective analysis of the role that they play, they defend themselves by accusing you of being anti-Semitic. And a Negro is not anti-Semitic when he says that the man who's exploiting him in his community is white, because it is a white man who owns all the stores. Now, is it an accident that these whites who own these stores are Jewish? If it's an accident, then the fact that he says the Jew on the corner is exploiting me isn't an anti-Semitic statement. It's just more descriptive of the man who's exploiting him.
Oh my God.
Has nothing to do with genocide. So if that's a problem for me, he's building up a point. Actually, so Kyle's point is they didn't disagree on genocide. Actually, that's a little bit more complicated than you think. Produces clip of Malcolm X talking, doesn't produce any clips of Martin Luther King to establish a disagreement in the first place. None of it's about genocide. totally irrelevant. Is that my fault? Oh, he just meant comparing on Israel. Okay, that's not what you're taking issue with what Kyle said. Kyle's point is about genocide. Is that okay as a critique?
Look at this diet MAGA bullshit. Any Democrat not voting no on everything is a fucking problem. The worst criticism I have of the Democrat I hate the most is nothing compared to my criticism of the...
Oh, none of that is contradictory. None of that at all.
The best Republican.
This is the point I'm making right here.
So his critique of Cory Booker on Israel, which, again, has nothing to do with the other broader set of issues that Kyle will talk about, vis-a-vis corruption, et cetera, and that Cory Booker is preferable in there, that this clip of him calling Booker's statement regarding Israel, or, I don't know, this Malcolm X, Martin Luther King thing, diet MAGA bullshit, that somehow contradicts what Kyle said before. But it just doesn't contradict it at all. Doesn't have any tendency to contradict it. Those statements don't have a lack of coherence. They cohere.
You have just implicitly conveyed that the Democrats are the bad guys. At the same time, you're saying that they're still better than Republicans. And that...
Even the term diet MAGA says better than MAGA.
Muddies the message of what the priority is and how to actually fix things.
And I think there's been a lot of capitulation, Neville Chamberlain type appeasement from Democratic leadership. And you're one of them that's kind of been disappointing to me because we...
He's like, oh shit, body blow. Oh my God, you hit me with a haymaker in the jaw. I'm bleeding.
First of all, I would say very pointedly that one of the things I dislike about the Democratic Party is that we do a circular firing squad all the time.
Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? If you want...
He's comparing Kyle Kalinske to Mike from PA.
To not have circular firing squad, don't have any beliefs that would make people want...
Comparing someone to Mike from PA can cause a man to do many things.
Want to create a circular firing squad. Like, you need to represent your constituents. And if you do that, there won't be a circular firing squad.
Trump keeps blowing up Venezuelan boats.
Zero evidence.
Okay, I have to go to bed. It's too late. I have to go. We can finish this tomorrow, though. Okay, so far, here are my overall thoughts. Boo! He says, I have to go. We'll finish tomorrow. Thought number one. I think I'm being harsher than usual because I expected this video to be like about or relate to our conversation from Lib and Learn and the kind of like sentiment that sprung out of it, right? That was kind of my expectation. And so because the video is presented more maybe stream of conscious, maybe more like giving his own views on issues as opposed to like showing the kind of stuff that for me would be impactful, malice, outright deception, false equivalence, that kind of bullshit. Because of that, I think it might not be the author's conduit's intention to have like made this for that. It could just be him watching the videos and like just reacting with his own gut thoughts and picking the clips that he thinks are funny and doing a kind of like whatever about it. And so in that sense, I think I'm being that context of it makes me a little harsher than perhaps if I would just like found this out in the wild. That said, I think it's not a good video. And the reason is the editing, first of all, makes it very tough to follow at times. I think a lot of the claims are unsubstantiated. A lot of the claims are unresponsive to what's said in the previous statement. I think that there are leaps of logic that aren't justified. There are some bizarre like jokes or inserts where it almost feels insulting as a viewer. Like I'm just supposed to laugh along or just accept what you're saying without any premises or citation. I'm thinking about the First Amendment issue. That's one where I agree with Conduit on this issue about whether AIPAC activities should be protected under the First Amendment. In general, I think, yes, they should be. But rather than say, well, this is why it protects it, or this has been decided, or it's very different for these reasons, and we need to protect speech, especially in the face of like the threat of Trump, it's just this like lazy South Park clip where we're just meant to laugh along and not think. And so that's my impression is you kind of have to like, you turn your brain off. This is not going to convince people who weren't already on side, right? And specifically to the point of like the broader conversation, Lib and Learn, all that stuff, this feels like it supports my position, frankly. It supports the position that Kyle, especially recently, has been clear and more clear that there is no equivalence between Trump and the Democrats, between Republicans and Democrats. He said it how many times? At least 3 or 4 times in these exact clips that are picked. And that gives me more confidence that we cannot equate Kyle Kalinske, Crystal Ball, with Mike from PA, with true black pillars, that kind of stuff. Very different. And that it makes me feel good. It makes me feel good that despite our disagreements, we align, we have a mission, we have a focus to get the barbarians out of the White House, to end fascism in this country, to stop the rot of our institutions and structures. And so, yeah, I think it's exactly the opposite thing that you would want to show me if you wanted to convince me that these people are like our enemy. It's the exact opposite, and it's had the exact opposite effect. Just letting you know that. If you think that that's crazy, a crazy interpretation of what we just saw, and again, I'll finish the rest of this. There's like 30 some minutes left. Maybe there's something horrible in here, but yeah, not the desired effect, I'm guessing, from Hutch's perspective. That said, Hutch is my boy Conway, and harsh criticism, no doubt about that. Harsh criticism, no doubt about that. But we can chat about it at some point. And yeah, sorry. That said, I love you guys. Follow the channel, sub. It's a funny prank when you do that. I gotta go to bed. But we'll be chatting. Opportunities for people to call in the future as well, if you disagree with me. I'd like the focus to be more on Trump stuff, but fuck. If I'm a glutton for punishment, and frankly, you guys, you seem to like this loop a lot. Whenever we get on this loop, it kind of like generates weeks of content where I see people like, where I start to see my face in like a bunch of thumbnails on YouTube and shit. I'm like, oh fuck. Who's calling me a tanky now? And it's kind of crazy. I don't know. It seems absurd, but love you guys very much, and stay cool.